welcome, dear listeners, to a serene spring evening. As the gentle whispers of the night invite relaxation, let these dreamy tales carry you to magical, peaceful places. Cozy up and feel the warmth of the stories unfold, free from interruptions, on our Patreon. Remember, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, and tonight, may your dreams be as bright and inviting as the spring blossoms. Let the gentle narration guide you to restful slumber. Story 1. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds on black velvet, there drifted a small, forgotten asteroid. It was a humble place, unnoticed by star charts and bypassed by sleek, silent ships. Yet within its heart, nestled in a cavern of living crystal, was a sanctuary woven from friendship itself. Here lived two beings as different as starlight and shadow. Kaelen was from a world of soft moss and whispering forests, a place where the very air shimmered with gentle hues. He was a small, furry creature, with large, luminous eyes that could shift color with his every feeling, a soft blue for contentment, a warm gold for curiosity. He did not speak in words, but in a symphony of colors that danced across his fur, a silent language of emotion. His friend was Orin, who hailed from a planet of singing crystals and deep, resonant caverns. Orin was tall and slender, his body seeming to be carved from obsidian and mother-of-pearl. When he moved, he produced a soft, chiming sound, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. His voice was not a sound one heard with ears, but a vibration one felt in their bones, a low, harmonic hum that conveyed thoughts and feelings directly to the heart. Their home, the crystalline cave, was a place of shared creation. The walls were not cold stone, but living crystal that pulsed with a soft, internal light, reacting to the moods of its inhabitants. In the center lay a tranquil pool, its surface so still it became a perfect mirror for the star-dusted sky visible through a large opening in the cavern's ceiling. Around the pool they had cultivated a garden of bioluminescent fungi and strange, star-shaped flowers that bloomed only in the absence of direct sunlight. It was a place of profound peace, a bubble of warmth in the cold, silent universe. Their friendship had begun with a misunderstanding that now, in memory, brought only soft rumbles of amusement. Kaelen had been the first to find the cave, drawn by its gentle, resonant hum. He had been arranging soft mosses in a corner when Orin had entered, his crystalline form glinting in the low light. Startled, Kaelen's fur had flashed a brilliant, alarmed scarlet. To Orin, whose people used sharp, percussive red light scatterings to signify territorial challenge, this was a declaration of war. He had responded by emitting a low, warning vibration that shook the very floor. Kaelen, interpreting this deep thrum as a sign of great sadness or pain, had immediately flushed a soothing, empathetic lavender. He had slowly approached, his small hand extended, his fur radiating soft, pacifying pastels. Orin, confused but disarmed, had quieted his vibration. He watched, fascinated, as the small creature's colors shifted to a curious, speckled yellow. He tentatively reached out a smooth, stone-like hand. When their fingers touched, a spark of pure, understanding energy passed between them. Kaelen's fur bloomed into a warm, sunny orange of joy, and Orin's form chimed with a clear, bell-like tone of discovery. They had not shared a single word, and yet, in that moment, they had held an entire conversation. Life in the crystalline cave was a constant, gentle dance of learning. One evening, Kaelen, wishing to show affection, gathered the most beautifully glowing fungi and presented them to Orin with a flourish, his fur radiating proud pink swirls. To his dismay, Orin took a step back, his form emitting a discordant, rattling buzz. In Orin's culture, the brightest fungi were used in rites of final parting, a gift for one embarking on a long, lonely journey. He thought his friend was saying goodbye. Seeing the confusion and hurt in Kaelen's now graying fur, Orin realized the mistake. He gently took the fungi and with great care placed them not in a pile of mourning, but arranged them in a circle around their star-viewing pool, a symbol of unity and continuous connection in his own culture. He then hummed a low, steady tone of gratitude and belonging. Kaelen's fur slowly warmed back to a contented blue, dotted with understanding silver. They had stumbled, but they had learned a new step in their dance. Their greatest joy was the quiet time they spent each cycle, sitting by the still pool, watching the slow, majestic wheel of the galaxy above. Kaelen would curl up, his fur mimicking the soft blues and purples of the distant nebulae, while Orin would sit beside him, his body resonating with a faint, harmonious hum that mirrored the music of the spheres, a song only he could hear. In these silent, shared moments, they communicated in the most profound way. Kaelen would feel the awe and wonder radiating from Orin's harmonic presence, a sensation like standing beneath a waterfall of starlight. Orin, in turn, would perceive the kaleidoscope of Kaelen's emotions, the gentle wonder at a shooting star, the cozy comfort of their friendship, the deep, peaceful contentment of being home. They were two different melodies learning to harmonize, creating a song more beautiful than either could produce alone. One day, a subtle shift occurred. The crystals in the walls, which usually pulsed with a steady, gentle light, began to flicker and dim. The harmonious background hum of the cave grew faint and uneven. A quiet anxiety settled over the sanctuary. Kaelen's fur flickered with nervous green streaks, and Orin's form produced a worried, wavering chime. They knew they had to fix it, for the cave was not just their home, it was the heart of their friendship. Orin remembered tales from his elders of the heart song, a specific resonant frequency that could awaken dormant crystal. But it required a perfect, unwavering harmony, something he could not produce alone. He tried, his form vibrating with intense focus, but the sound was hollow, missing a crucial element. Kaelen watched, his own anxiety growing. He didn't understand the technicalities of resonance, but he understood his friend's distress. He saw the effort, the loneliness in the attempt. He closed his large eyes and did the only thing he knew how to do. He poured all of his feelings for Orin, for their home, for the starlit nights and the shared laughter, all the warmth, trust, and unwavering kindness into a single, powerful emotion. His fur erupted in a silent, brilliant explosion of pure, golden light, a color he had never produced before, a hue of selfless, empowering love. In that moment, bathed in that golden radiance, Orin felt it. It was not a sound, but a surge of pure energy that filled the emptiness in his own song. He opened himself to it, and when his harmonic hum rose again, it was no longer a solitary note. It was woven through with Kaelen's golden light, a visible, tangible harmony. The sound that filled the cave was breathtaking, a deep, resonant chord that seemed to hold the warmth of a sun and the peace of a sleeping world. The crystals in the walls blazed to life, not just with their former soft pulse, but with a brilliant, steady glow that painted the entire cavern in shades of gold and amber. The hum was stronger and sweeter than ever before, a permanent song of their united spirits. They had done it. Not with tools or complex technology, but with the simple, universal language of kindness. That night they returned to their spot by the pool. The stars above seemed sharper, brighter, as if celebrating with them. Kaelen's fur glowed with a soft, steady gold, and Orin's hum was a contented, continuous purr. They sat in their comfortable silence, two friends from different worlds, who had learned that the most advanced technology in the universe was a compassionate heart, and that the most beautiful sound was not a word, but the quiet understanding between souls. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the cosmos, a testament that no gap is too wide, no difference too great, for the gentle, persistent power of friendship to overcome. And in their crystalline cave, under the watchful eyes of a million distant suns, that friendship glowed, a tiny, warm beacon in the endless night, proving that home is not a place, but the heart of a friend. Story 2. In the quiet heart of the whispering woods, nestled in a gentle valley, lay the village of Willowbrook, a place where the cobblestones remembered every footstep and the lampposts glowed with captured starlight. It was a village governed by the gentle chime of the old clock tower, serenaded by the soft rustle of willow branches and the occasional, distant melody of wind chimes dancing in the breeze. Life in Willowbrook was a soft, steady hum of contentment, woven together by the threads of community and the quiet magic that lingered in the very air. It was in this peaceful haven that young Finn, a boy with a curious mind and a heart that listened more than it spoke, first noticed that something was amiss. Finn had a habit of climbing onto his rooftop each evening, just as the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, to watch the sky perform its nightly ritual. He knew the constellations by heart, the silver swan, the grinning badger, the teapot with its spout of faint, twinkling stars. But one evening, as the first stars pricked the velvet darkness, he saw it, a small, dark gap in the teapot's handle where a star named Pip should have been. The next night another was missing, a little spark from the grinning badger's eye. And the night after that, a third. The sky was slowly being unpicked, stitch by silvery stitch. The village began to murmur. The nights felt darker, the air a little colder. Mrs. Higgins, who ran the bakery, claimed her cinnamon rolls were rising less cheerfully. Old man Hemlock insisted the stream behind his cottage was babbling in a minor key. A subtle unease had settled over Willowbrook, a quiet puzzlement that lingered like morning mist. Finn decided he would solve the mystery. He was not a brave boy in the loud, heroic sense, but he was patient and watchful. He spent his days observing, his sketchbook filled with drawings of the village, the woods, and the sky. He noticed things others overlooked, the way the dew clung to a spiderweb at dawn, the particular pattern of moss on the north side of the ancient oak, the secret language of the fireflies. His first clue came from an unexpected source. A nursery rhyme, one sung by the village children while skipping rope near the clock tower. When the clock tower sleeps and forgets its chime, and the stars all flee before their time, seek the weaver where the willows weep. Her secret is a song she keeps. Most children sang it without a second thought, but Finn's ears pricked up. The clock tower. He looked up at the old stone tower, its face lit by the moon. The great clock had been silent for 3 days, its internal gears resting, its chimes a memory. The village clockmaker, flummoxed, could find nothing wrong. The rhyme seemed to be pointing him toward the weaver. Everyone in Willowbrook knew of the weaver, a reclusive, gentle soul who lived deep in the whispering woods and was said to spin moonlight into thread. But a song she keeps. His second clue was an old map he found tucked inside a book of fairy tales in the village library. The map was drawn on soft, yellowed parchment, depicting Willowbrook and the surrounding woods. It was covered in strange, swirling symbols that corresponded not to paths or landmarks, but to constellations. In the corner, written in faint ink, was a note: "The sky above is the map below. Where the teapot pours, the silver mosses grow." Finn's heart beat a little faster. He knew that patch of silver moss. It was in a small, hidden glen not far from the weaver's cottage. Packing a small satchel with a jam sandwich, his sketchbook, and a warm woolen scarf, he set off into the woods. The whispering woods lived up to their name. As Finn walked, the wind sighed through the pine needles, creating a soft, shushing sound. Gentle rain began to fall, pattering a quiet rhythm on the broad leaves above, and the distant, melodic plink-plonk of water droplets hitting the copper wind, chimes outside the weaver's cottage, guided him forward. The air smelled of wet earth, pine resin, and something else, something like ozone and old books. He found the glen just as the map had indicated. The silver moss glowed with a soft, internal light, and in the center of the glen stood the weaver's cottage, looking as if it had been grown rather than built, with a roof of living turf and walls of woven willow branches. but Finn's attention was caught by something else. A trail of shimmering, star-like dust led from the glen and deeper into the woods, away from the cottage. This was his first red herring, and it was a delightful one. Following the glittering path, he pushed through a curtain of hanging ivy and found himself in a hidden meadow he had never seen before. The meadow was filled with flowers in colors he couldn't name, shades that shifted from deep indigo to soft lavender before his eyes. In the center of the meadow sat a family of hedgehogs, their prickly backs dusted with the very same stardust. They were rolling the fallen stars, which were not stars at all but luminous pearlescent seeds, into their nests, creating little cradles of light for their newborn hoglets. They weren't stealing the stars, they were borrowing them for warmth and comfort. Finn smiled, his heart swelling with a sudden understanding. He carefully sketched the scene in his book, making a note to tell the village that the hedgehogs meant no harm. But this didn't solve the main mystery. The hedgehogs had only a few of the missing stars. The majority were still gone. He returned to the glen and, gathering his courage, knocked on the weaver's door. The door creaked open to reveal a woman with hair the color of spun silver and eyes that held the soft gleam of a twilight sky. She was the weaver. She looked at Finn not with surprise, but with a gentle expectation. "I've been waiting for someone with seeing eyes," she said, her voice like the rustle of silk. "Come in, child." Her cottage was a single, circular room. A great, silent loom stood in the center, and all around, shelves were filled with spools of thread in every conceivable color. Thread that shimmered with dawn's first light, glowed with the deep blue of midnight, and sparkled with the essence of fireflies. "The stars are missing from the sky," Finn said, getting straight to the point. The weaver sighed, a sound full of sorrow. "They are not missing, they are fading. My loom is silent, you see." She gestured to the great, still frame. "I weave the starlight, each thread I spin and set into the tapestry of the sky is a promise, a little piece of our shared dreams and hopes. But my song, I have lost the song." Finn remembered the nursery rhyme. Her secret is a song she keeps. "What song?" he asked softly. "The loom's lullaby," she explained. "It is the melody that powers the loom, that gives the starlight its purpose. Without the song, the thread is just thread. It loses its light and falls from the sky. I have forgotten the tune. It slipped from my mind like a dream upon waking." Finn sat on a little stool, thinking. He was good at listening, at remembering patterns. He thought of the sounds of Willowbrook, the chime of the clock tower, the patter of the rain, the whisper of the willows, the melody of the wind chimes. He closed his eyes and let the symphony of his home wash over him. And then he began to hum. It was a simple, weaving melody, built from the sounds he knew and loved. The tick-tock tinkle of the clock tower's potential chime, the soft shush-shush-shush of the rain, the cheerful ding-a-ling of the wind chimes, the deep, resonant hum of the village itself, of friends sharing stories and bread warm from the oven. As he hummed, a wonderful thing happened. The great loom began to tremble. A spool of the darkest, most brilliant blue thread lifted into the air and settled itself. The shuttle began to move back and forth, as if guided by invisible hands, weaving a new, shimmering pattern into the air above the loom. The weaver watched, her hands clasped to her chest, tears of joy glistening in her starlit eyes. "You have not just remembered the song," she whispered. "You have remade it. You have woven the heart of Willowbrook back into the sky." That night, the entire village gathered in the square. The gentle rain had ceased, leaving the air clean and fresh. As they watched, the sky began to bloom with light. Not only did the missing stars return, shining brighter than ever before, but new constellations appeared. A gentle badger now winking with a brighter eye, a teapot with a handle of solid silver, and a new, small constellation right beside it. A little boy sitting on a rooftop, a sketchbook in his hand. And then, with a deep, resonant bong that echoed through the valley, the clock tower began to chime again, its sound perfectly in time with the melody Finn had hummed. The mystery was solved. The peculiar happenings had not been the work of a thief or a monster, but a symptom of a forgotten song, a disconnected heart. The community, brought together by Finn's quiet observation and deep empathy, felt a renewed bond. They decided that every full moon, they would gather in the square to sing the loom's lullaby together, so the song would never be forgotten again. Finn stood among his friends and neighbors, listening to the gentle sounds of his world, the clock tower's chime, the wind in the willows, the happy chatter of his village. He felt a deep, cozy warmth spread through him, the kind of warmth that comes not from a fireplace, but from belonging. The stars above twinkled in a silent, joyful agreement, and as the people of Willowbrook drifted to their homes, their hearts and their sky full of light, the night settled around them like a soft, familiar blanket, perfect for peaceful dreaming. Story 3. The first thing one noticed about the city in the clouds was not its impossible altitude, nor the pearlescent bridges that arched between its spires, but the scent. It was the clean, wet dust aroma of a world washed by rain, mingled with the faint, sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine that grew in cascading curtains from floating planters. The air itself felt like cool silk against the skin, and every surface, from the pathways of packed, star-dusted cloud stuff to the balustrades of spun sugar quartz, had a gentle, yielding softness, like touching the petal of a magnolia. Here lived a young dreamer named Leo. He was a keeper of memories, not his own, but those of the city. He carried with him a small, worn satchel made of woven moonbeam thread, and inside it the single most important thing he owned, a blanket. It was not a grand or magical blanket, not by the standards of this place. It was a simple thing, woven by his grandmother from the wool of patient, earth-bound sheep, dyed a deep, comforting blue with berry juice. Its texture was slightly nubbly, familiar under his fingertips, and it smelled faintly of wood smoke and dried lavender, the scent of home. It was his anchor, his tether to a simpler warmth in this realm of lofty wonders. Lately, however, a quiet sorrow had settled over the cloud city. The great resonance, the collective hum of contentment that usually vibrated through the very air, had grown faint. The luminals, the city's native inhabitants, were suffering. They were creatures of pure, gentle light, shaped like softly undulating jellyfish, who communicated not with words, but with symphonies of colored light that pulsed from their cores. Their joy created cascades of gold and rose, their curiosity shimmering silver, their contentment a steady, warm amber. Now their light was dim, flickering with muted grays and blues. They floated listlessly, their silent music a sad, slow adagio. The oldest of the luminals, a being known as the Prism, had pulsed a single, sorrowful message to Leo. The heartstone of the city, a colossal crystal that amplified the luminal's light and cast the gentle, subterranean aurora that illuminated their caverns far below, was failing. Its light was dying, and with it the luminal's vitality. "You carry a different warmth, little keeper," the prism had glimmered, its light painting pictures of a forgotten path in the air. A warmth of earth and hearth, you must journey to the cavern of echoing auroras and find the spark. Only a heart that remembers a simpler light can rekindle the great one. And so, with his satchel over his shoulder and his blanket folded neatly within, Leo set out. His first waypoint was the Bridge of Sighing Glass, a structure that was both a path and a phenomenon. It was not a bridge one walked on, but through. It was a tunnel of solidified, crystalline air, and as one moved through it, it resonated with their innermost feelings, translating them into soft, musical chimes. As Leo stepped inside, the bridge began to sing. The chimes were at first hesitant, a melody of trepidation and duty. But as he thought of his blanket, of the smell of wood smoke, the chimes deepened into a warmer, more resonant chord of courage and love. The walls of the bridge swirled with misty colors reflecting the sound, a personal aurora that guided him forward. The bridge deposited him into a vast, impossible space that took his breath away. This was the library between dimensions. It had no roof and no visible walls, just an endless twilight sky dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The books were not on shelves, but were swirling constellations of light themselves, each a captured story, a recorded memory, or a forgotten dream. The air hummed with the whispers of a million narratives, a texture of sound that felt like being gently brushed by feathers. The scent was of old parchment, ozone, and the cool, metallic tang of starlight. Here, the librarians were the cordlings. Small, furry creatures with large, liquid dark eyes, they communicated through touch, placing their soft, padded paws upon a visitor's hand or head to share knowledge directly. One such cordling, no larger than a squirrel, scurried up to Leo and placed a tiny paw on his wrist. Instantly an image filled Leo's mind, a map of shimmering pathways with one landmark pulsing with urgency, the staircase of velvet moss. The cordling's touch conveyed more than direction. It conveyed a feeling of deep concern, of a world out of balance, and a fragile hope that rested on Leo's shoulders. The touch was a balm, a silent promise that he was not alone. He thanked the creature with a soft stroke of its fur, which felt like the finest velvet, and followed the mental map. The staircase of velvet moss was exactly as it sounded. It was a grand, spiraling descent hewn from a single, dark rock, but every step was carpeted in a thick, living moss of the deepest emerald green. It was cool and springy underfoot, releasing a rich, earthy fragrance with every step, a scent that was profoundly grounding after the ethereal library. As he walked down, the air grew warmer and carried the faint, electric scent of a coming storm, the scent of the auroras. He emerged at last into the cavern of echoing auroras. It was a sight that stole all thought. The cavern was so immense its ceiling was lost in a perpetual, swirling mist of color. This was not the skyborn aurora of the world above, but something richer, more tangible. Ribbons of emerald, violet, and crimson light drifted like lazy serpents through the air, and when they brushed against the cavern's crystal formations, they didn't just glow, they sang. A low, cello-like hum from the deep amethysts, a high, bell-like chime from the clusters of citrine, a soft, breathy whisper from the fields of milky quartz. The light had texture, passing through a curtain of green felt like stirring a pool of cool water, while a wave of crimson warmth was like stepping into sunlight. And in the center of it all, on a pedestal of obsidian, sat the Heartstone, or what was left of it. It was a large, geode-like crystal, but its interior, which should have been blazing with captured light, was dull and gray. Only the faintest, weakest pulse of blue flickered within, like a dying ember. Leo approached, his heart pounding. The prism had said he needed to find the spark. But how? He was just a boy with a blanket. He stood before the silent stone, feeling small and hopeless. The magnificent, singing lights of the cavern felt distant, their music failing to reach the stone's core. He thought of the luminals, their joyful lights fading into gray. He thought of the silent cloud city, the lost scent of jasmine on the cold air. A deep sadness welled up in him, not for his task, but for his friends. Instinctively, he opened his satchel and pulled out his blanket. He unfolded it, and the simple, homely scent of lavender and wood smoke bloomed in the electrically charged air. It was a stark, comforting contrast. He wrapped the blanket around his shoulders, the familiar nubbly texture a shield against the cavern's majestic despair. He remembered why this blanket was home. It was the blanket his grandmother had wrapped him in when he was scared of thunder. It was the blanket they had picnicked on under the old oak tree. It was the blanket that held the memory of safety, of unconditional love, of a light that did not come from magic crystals, but from a caring heart. Tears welled in his eyes, not of sadness, but of a profound love for his home, for the luminals, for this beautiful, wounded world. A single warm tear traced a path down his cheek and fell from his chin. It landed on the cold, gray surface of the heartstone. Where the tear touched, a tiny point of light flared, not the fierce light of lightning, but the gentle, enduring light of a hearth fire. It was a warm, golden, living light. The spark. The light did not explode, it unfolded. It spread from that single point like honey pouring over the stone, seeping into every microscopic crack and facet. The gray receded, replaced by a deep, internal luminescence. The weak blue pulse strengthened, synchronizing with the rhythm of Leo's own heartbeat. Then it began to drink. The singing auroras of the cavern, which had been drifting aimlessly, were suddenly drawn toward the stone. A ribbon of emerald light swept down, touching the stone and pouring its light and its cello hum into it. A spiral of violet followed, then a cascade of crimson. The heartstone was not stealing their light, it was remembering it, harmonizing with it. The cavern's music swelled from a disjointed chorus into a single, magnificent symphony, a song of reawakening. High above in the cloud city, a wash of warm, golden light erupted from the central spire. It flooded the streets and bridges, touching every listless luminal. Their dim cores flickered, then blazed. A symphony of light erupted, joyous gold, curious silver, contented amber, painting the cloud-stuffed pathways and sugar quartz towers in a celebration of color. The great resonance returned, a deep, soothing hum that vibrated in the chest, a feeling of a world sighing in profound relief. Leo stood, still wrapped in his blanket, watching the heartstone glow with a steady, peaceful light. He hadn't brought a magical artifact or spoken a powerful incantation. He had simply brought a piece of his home, and in a moment of heartfelt love, he had shared its essence. The greatest spark, he understood, was not one of power, but of connection. It was the memory of warmth that could rekindle the grandest of lights. The journey back was a gentle dream. The bridge of sighing glass chimed a triumphant, joyful melody as he passed. The cordlings in the library touched his hands, imparting feelings of deep gratitude and friendship. When he finally stepped back onto the soft pathways of his cloud city, he was greeted by a silent, breathtaking spectacle. Thousands of luminals had gathered, floating in a vast, swirling constellation. As one, they pulsed a soft, warm, golden light, the same light of his grandmother's hearth, the same light of his own heart, reflected back at him 1,000-fold. It was a thank you, written in the language of light. That night Leo sat on his balcony, his well-traveled blanket around his shoulders. The city slept peacefully below, bathed in the gentle, steady glow of the heartstone and the soft, dancing lights of the contented luminals. The air was sweet with jasmine, and the resonant hum of the world was a lullaby. He closed his eyes, the nubbly texture of his blanket under his fingers, the scent of lavender and wood smoke in his nose, and the warm, silent music of a world healed, singing him softly to sleep. He had gone out to help others understand their light, and in doing so he had found the truest, most enduring spark within himself. And that was a discovery more wondrous than any cloud city or singing cavern. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight dripped like silver honey through the canopy, there existed a forest so ancient that its roots drank from dreams and its branches combed the stars. This was a realm where night was not an absence of day, but a presence all its own, brimming with soft luminescence and hushed conversations between earth and sky. Here the air smelled of damp moss, blooming night-blooming jasmine, and the crisp, clean scent of stones that had known countless seasons. On this particular velvet evening, a small hedgehog named Pippin trundled along a path of pine needles, his tiny paws making no more sound than a falling leaf. He was weary, a deep-down weariness that had little to do with physical travel, and everything to do with a quiet sorrow nesting in his heart. The autumn had been long, and the promise of winter's sleep felt more like a lonely burden than a gentle reprieve. He sought a place to rest, but his spirit felt too restless for burrows and hollow logs. His journey led him to a clearing bathed in the soft, blue-green glow of foxfire mushrooms and hanging will-o'-the-wisp blossoms. In the center stood a brook, not babbling, but murmuring in a language of pebbles and current. Pippin sat on a smooth, moss-covered stone, its surface cool and comforting beneath him, and listened. Plink, plink, plink went the water droplets from an overhanging fern into a small pool. Swish, shh, swish, sang the breeze through the needles of the tall pines. The sounds wove together into a soothing tapestry, a natural lullaby that eased the tightness in his chest, if only a little. From the deep shadows of a great, gnarled oak, a pair of luminous amber eyes blinked open. They belonged to an elder owl, his feathers the color of storm clouds and wisdom. He was known simply as the Watcher, and he had seen countless cycles of the moon, witnessing the forest's endless dance of slumber and awakening. He did not hoot or call out. Instead, he shifted on his perch, and the soft rustle of his feathers was like the turning of a page in a very old book. Pippin looked up, drawn by the sound. "Your footsteps speak of a heavy heart, little traveler." The Watcher's voice was not a sound heard with ears, but a vibration felt in the soul, as deep and resonant as the forest's own hum. Pippin, surprised but not afraid, shuffled his paws. "The world is preparing to sleep, Watcher," he whispered into the stillness. "But my heart does not know how to be still. It feels untethered." The Watcher blinked slowly. "Then you have come to the right place. The forest knows the secret languages of stillness, but one must learn to listen not just with ears, but with roots and starlight. Come." With a silent swoop, the great owl landed beside the brook. He gestured with his beak toward the water. "Listen to the stream. It does not fight the stones in its path. It simply finds a way around, over, or through. Its song is one of constant movement and constant acceptance. It teaches the art of flow." Pippin leaned closer. The water's murmur began to form shapes in his mind, images of melting snow joining the current, of rain dancing on the surface, of the long, patient journey to the distant sea. It was a story of continuous renewal. Next, the Watcher led him to the base of the ancient oak. "Place your paw upon its bark," he instructed. Pippin did so, and a gentle thrumming traveled up his leg. It was the slow, steady heartbeat of the tree, a rhythm measured in centuries, not seconds. He closed his eyes, and the tree's silent language seeped into him. It spoke of deep roots drawing strength from the dark earth, of branches reaching for the light, of surrendering leaves in the fall with the quiet faith that new ones would come with the spring. It was a lesson in patience and trust in the cycle. "Now," the Watcher said softly, his amber eyes glowing in the bioluminescent light, "look up." Pippin tilted his head back. The canopy opened up to a tapestry of stars, each one a pinprick of brilliant, cold fire. The Milky Way flowed like a river of diamond dust across the velvet black. The sheer scale of it should have made him feel smaller, but instead he felt connected. The starlight was a silent, ancient language of constancy and wonder, a reminder that there was beauty and order in the vastness. "But how does this help my restlessness?" Pippin asked, his voice small. "The forest does not see rest as an emptiness," the Watcher explained. "It is a different kind of fullness. The stream rests in the deep, quiet pools. The tree rests in its dormant core. The earth rests beneath its blanket of snow. It is a time for gathering dreams, for listening to the whispers of what is to come. Your weariness is not a flaw, little one. It is the soil from which new strength will grow." As if on cue, a soft, warm rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle weeping of the sky. Pitter-patter, it drummed on the broad leaves above, a soothing percussion that mingled with the stream's murmur and the wind's sigh. Droplets caught the moonlight and the foxfire glow, sparkling like falling jewels before they landed, cool and refreshing, on Pippin's snout. He watched as the raindrops traced paths down the bark of the oak, as they plinked into the brook, sending ever-widening ripples across the glowing water. He saw how the moss on the stones seemed to drink the moisture in, becoming greener and more vibrant with every drop. This was the magic of the season, the gentle letting go, the nourishing descent into quietude. The watcher, seeing the understanding dawn in Pippin's eyes, gave a soft, feathery rustle. The greatest magic is not in avoiding the dark and the quiet, but in learning what they have to teach. The moon does not fight the night, it embraces it, and in doing so becomes a beacon. Pippin felt the restless knot in his heart finally begin to loosen. His weariness was no longer a burden, but an invitation to be like the pool, deep and still, to be like the tree, patient and rooted, to be like the earth, trusting in the return of the sun. He found a cozy nook between the great oak's roots, lined with dry leaves and soft moss. The sounds of the forest wrapped around him like a blanket, the rhythmic patter of the rain, the constant shh of the wind, the steady gurgle of the brook, and the distant, comforting call of another owl, a friend of the watcher, far across the woods. The bioluminescent fungi cast a soft, dreamlike light over his little den, a nightlight provided by the forest itself. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep, Pippin knew he was not alone. He was part of the stream's song, the tree's heartbeat, the stone's silence, and the star's distant glow. The winter would come and he would sleep, but it would be a sleep filled with the forest's whispered wisdom, a time of restoration and quiet growth. And high above, the watcher blinked his amber eyes once more, a silent blessing for the small creature who had learned to listen to the oldest story of all, the gentle, endless, reassuring cycle of rest and renewal, written in moonlight and whispered on the wind. The forest settled into its nocturnal symphony, a perfect, peaceful lullaby for all its children, under the watchful, star-dusted sky. Story 5. The fire crackled low in the great stone hearth, its flames casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to breathe against the walls of the quiet room. In this light everything felt softer, older, as if time itself had settled like dust upon the shelves and the worn armchairs. It was in this hushed space that a young woman named Sylvie found herself on a chill autumn evening, feeling a peculiar restlessness, a quiet tugging at the edges of her spirit. Sylvie had always felt slightly unmoored, like a boat drifting just a little too far from shore. Her life in the bustling, modern city was full of light and noise, but it lacked a certain depth, a resonance she couldn't name. She had come to her grandmother's old country house to sort through its contents, a task that felt both dutiful and daunting. The house was a repository of silence and forgotten things. On this particular evening, her fingers, dusty from old books, found their way to a small, intricately carved wooden box tucked away on the highest shelf of a tall secretary desk. It was a music box made of a dark, fragrant wood, sandalwood, she thought. The carvings depicted a great, sprawling tree, its branches reaching for the lid's edges and its roots diving deep into the base. At its center, nestled among the roots, was a small, silver inlay of a crescent moon. She lifted the lid. The mechanism was stiff, but with a gentle, persistent turn of the key, it gave way. A melody began to play, so faint and old it seemed to emerge from the wood itself. It was a simple, haunting tune, a lullaby she felt she knew in her bones but could not recall ever hearing. The notes were like drops of water in a quiet cave, each one echoing into a larger space. As it played, a phrase, soft and rhythmic, wove itself into her mind, matching the cadence of the music. Roots remember, branches reach, the old song the new will teach. She hummed it softly, the words feeling natural on her lips. The fire popped and a log settled, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. The room seemed to grow warmer, the shadows deeper. Exhaustion, or something like it, pulled at her eyelids. Curling into the large armchair, with the music box's gentle tune still spinning in the air, Sylvie drifted into a sleep that was not entirely her own. In her dream, she was standing under a colossal, ancient oak tree, its leaves whispering secrets in a language just beyond understanding. The air smelled of damp earth and blooming night flowers. A woman was sitting on a low, moss-covered stone, her hands busy with a spindle of silvery thread. She was not old nor young, her face held the calm of deep time. "You found the song," the woman said, her voice like the rustling leaves. "It has been waiting for you." "Who are you?" Sylvie asked. "I am the keeper of the roots," the woman replied. "One of them. My name was Leora." She gestured for Sylvie to sit. "The box you hold was mine, once. I carved it from a branch of this very tree, which grew from an acorn my own mother carried across the sea. The song it plays is the first song our family ever knew in this new land. It is a map of sorts." Leora began to tell a story, her voice weaving itself into the dream fabric. She spoke of a great journey from a homeland left behind, of a perilous sea voyage under unfamiliar stars. She spoke of her mother who hummed the lullaby to quiet her fears during the storms, who would whisper, "Roots remember, branches reach, the old song the new will teach." It was a promise that though they were adrift, they were still connected to something enduring. "When we arrived," Leora continued, "the land was strange and silent. My mother took an acorn she had saved from a tree that grew by her own childhood home. She planted it here on this very spot, and as she placed it in the earth, she sang the lullaby. She said the song would water it, that the tree's roots would drink the memory, and its branches would hum with the future. When the tree was grown, I carved the music box so the song would never be lost." As Leora spoke, the dream shifted. Sylvie was no longer just listening, she was there. She felt the salt spray on her face, the desperate grip on the ship's rail. She felt the profound relief of solid ground, the gritty soil under her fingernails as she helped press the acorn into the earth. She felt the love and the fear, the hope and the sorrow, all braided together like the roots of the great oak. When she awoke with a start, the fire had burned low, and the music box had long since fallen silent. But the dream was vivid, imprinted on her mind. The phrase echoed still, "Roots remember, branches reach." The next day, Sylvie explored the house with new eyes. She found a trunk in the attic, and within it a quilt. It was heavy, patched together from hundreds of scraps of fabric, velvets, rough-spun wools, delicate silks faded with age. Each piece was a different color, a different texture, a different story. Wrapped in the quilt was a small, leather-bound journal. Its pages were filled with elegant, looping script, but it was not a diary of events. It was a book of recipes, each one preceded by a few lines of story. The first entry read, "Alara's storm bread. My daughter Alara was born during the great blizzard of 1888. The wind howled like a wild thing, and we were snowed in for a week. With the flour running low, I made this dense, sweet bread with honey and the last of the dried berries. We ate it warm by the fire, and it made us feel safe and rich, even as the world outside raged. For Alara, it was always the taste of comfort." Sylvie could almost smell the baking bread, feel the howl of the wind shut out by thick walls. She traced the recipe with her finger, the ingredients a simple list of flour, honey, salt, berries. But it was more than a recipe, it was a story. It was a vessel. That night she fell asleep with the quilt wrapped around her and the journal on her bedside table. The melody from the music box hummed in her mind, a quiet invitation. The dream came more easily this time. She was in a warm, bustling kitchen. A woman with flour dusting her apron and a kind, tired face was kneading dough. A young girl, Alara, sat at a sturdy wooden table, watching her. "Why do you tell the story every time we make it, Mama?" the girl asked. The woman, whose name was Anya, smiled. "Because the bread is just flour and honey, my love. The story is what makes it ours. The story is what feeds the soul. It reminds us that even in the hardest times we can make something good. We can create warmth." She began to hum the familiar lullaby, and Alara joined in, their voices blending. "Roots remember, branches reach, the old song the new will teach." This quilt, Anya said, nodding to the very one Sylvie now slept under, is the same. Every patch is a piece of a dress, a shirt, a blanket from someone in our line. Your grandmother Leora's cloak is in there. My wedding shawl, your father's first winter coat. When you wrap yourself in it, you are wrapped in all of them. You are never alone. The dream shifted again, and Sylvie saw Anya, years later, teaching Alara's daughter the same recipe, telling the same story, adding a new patch to the quilt from a dress the little girl had outgrown. The tradition was not in the objects themselves, but in the actions, the kneading of the dough, the telling of the tale, the stitching of the cloth. It was a living thing. She awoke with a profound sense of clarity. The heirlooms were not the heritage, they were the keys. They were the doors through which the stories could be remembered and relived. The true inheritance was the doing, the continuing. Over the following days, a gentle melancholy settled over her. She realized there was a sorrow woven into the family tapestry, a thread of regret she could feel but not see. It was in the way the stories from the music box and the journal seemed to stop abruptly a few generations back. It was in a certain silence that hung over her own grandmother's life, a subject rarely discussed. That night she deliberately turned the key on the music box, let the lullaby play, and whispered the phrase before she closed her eyes. Roots remember, branches reach. This dream was different. It was quieter, sadder. She stood by the great oak tree, but it was winter now, its branches bare against a gray sky. A man stood with his back to her, looking up at the tree. He turned, and she saw her own features reflected in his face, the same curve of the jaw, the same serious gray eyes. He was her great-grandfather, Alasdair. "I thought I had to let it go," he said, his voice thick with a grief that had not faded with time. The old ways, the songs, the stories, the world was changing so fast. I thought they were chains, holding us to a past that had no place in the new century. I wanted my children to be modern, to look forward, not back. He looked at his hands as if they were guilty of something. I packed away the music box. I told my wife to put away the quilt, that it was just old rags. I stopped telling the stories. I thought I was setting them free, but I only made them orphans. I severed the roots, and for a time the branches forgot how to reach. Sylvie felt his regret as if it were her own, a cold, hollow ache. She understood now the source of her own feeling of disconnection. It was not her fault, it was an inherited silence, a skipped beat in the family song. "What can I do?" she asked him. Alasdair looked at her, and for the first time a small, hopeful light kindled in his eyes. "You have already begun, you are listening, you are remembering. The song is not in the box, little one, it is in the singing. The comfort is not in the quilt, but in the wrapping. The strength is not in the story, but in the telling. Do not make my mistake, hold on to both. The roots give the branches the courage to grow." He reached out and touched the bark of the great oak. A single, fresh, green leaf unfurled from a seemingly barren branch. "It is not too late," he whispered. "For them or for me, remembering is a form of forgiveness." Sylvie woke with tears on her cheeks, but they were cleansing tears. The old regret, though not hers to bear, had been gently resolved. It had been heard, acknowledged, and released back into the stream of time. The misunderstanding was healed. Her great-grandfather had not been a villain. He was a man who had loved his family and made a choice he believed was right. And now the choice could be made anew. On her last day at the house, Sylvie did not pack the music box or the quilt away. She left them out. In the old kitchen, with its large, ancient stove, she gathered the ingredients for Alara's storm bread. She followed the recipe from the journal, her hands learning the motions that Anya's and Alara's hands had known. As the dough rose and the kitchen filled with the scent of honey and baking bread, she hummed the lullaby. She sliced the warm bread and ate it by the fire, wrapped in the heavy, story-filled quilt. She felt them then not as ghosts but as presences. Leora with her spindle and her steadfast hope. Anya with her flower-dusted kindness. Alara Alara, who knew the taste of safety. Alistair, finally at peace. They were not in the objects, they were in the actions. They were in the making, the sharing, the remembering. She knew then that she would take the music box and the journal back to the city. But she would not put them on a shelf as mere decorations. She would wind the box and let its song fill her apartment. She would bake the storm bread for her friends and tell them the story of the blizzard and the brave woman who made her family feel safe. She would add a new patch to the quilt, a piece of fabric from a dress she loved. She would continue the song. Roots remember, branches reach, the old song the new will teach. The phrase was no longer a mysterious incantation from a dream. It was a simple truth. The roots of the great, sprawling tree of her family remembered everything, the journeys, the storms, the joys, the regrets. And she, Sylvie, was a branch, reaching for the sun of her own future, strengthened by that deep, nourishing memory. The old song carried through the music box, the quilt, the recipes, and the dreams, was now teaching her how to live. It was teaching her that she belonged to something vast and beautiful and enduring. And as the fire crackled its own low, warm song in the hearth, Sylvie felt, for the first time in her life, truly and completely at home. Story 6. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the small cottage like a living thing. Shadows swayed and bowed, and the warmth spread through the room like a gentle embrace. It was on such an evening, when the world outside was wrapped in a velvet blanket of night, that a story stirs. A story of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like captured embers. In a village nestled in a valley cupped by ancient, rolling hills, there lived a boy named Rowan. He was a quiet child, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that beat in time with the subtle rhythms of the world. While other children played boisterous games of chase, Rowan preferred the company of the whispering pines and the chattering brook. His greatest treasure was a small, smooth stone he had found, gray and unremarkable by day, but which, in the deep of night, held a faint, pulsing warmth, as if a tiny star had been sewn into its heart. One evening, as the last sliver of sun bled away behind the hills, Rowan sat on his windowsill, tracing the familiar contours of his stone. A peculiar restlessness settled over him. The wind, which usually sang a gentle lullaby, seemed to carry a new note, a faint, melodic humming that tugged at his curiosity. He slipped from his bed, pulled on his softest woolen socks, and crept to the door. The humming grew clearer, a silvery thread of sound weaving through the night air, leading away from the village and into the deep, dark woods that everyone was warned to avoid after sunset. Most would have hesitated, but Rowan felt no fear, only a profound sense of being called. Clutching his warm stone in his pocket, he stepped across the threshold and into the embrace of the night. The path was not one of packed earth, but of moonlight dappling through the canopy. It was a soft, blue-silver light that guided his feet. The forest was alive with a different kind of music now. Leaves rustled not just from the wind, but with the scurrying of tiny, unseen creatures. The air was cool, but the stone in his pocket pulsed with a comforting heat, a small, private sun against his leg. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the humming swelled into a chorus, and the trees began to change. The ordinary oaks and pines gave way to trees with bark that shimmered like mother of pearl and leaves that chimed softly as they brushed against one another. He had crossed an unseen border. He was in the Glimmerwood. In the heart of this enchanted place, the source of the humming was revealed. It was a grove lit not by moon or star, but by thousands of fireflies. But these were no ordinary fireflies. Their light was not a cold, electric flicker, but the deep, pulsating gold and orange of living embers. They drifted through the air, their collective glow casting a warmth that banished the night's chill. And in the center of the grove, sitting on a toadstool that glowed with a soft, buttery light, was one of these creatures, larger than the rest, its light dim and sputtering. As Rowan approached, the firefly looked up. Its eyes were not insectoid, but deep and intelligent, holding a sadness that echoed in Rowan's own quiet heart. "You are not of the Glimmerwood," the firefly said, its voice the sound of a distant wind chime. I heard the humming," Rowan whispered, his own voice feeling small and rough in this delicate place. "I am Ember," the firefly said, "and my light is failing." It gestured with a delicate leg to its abdomen, where the gentle pulse was uneven, like a heart skipping beats. "I am the keeper of the hearth light, the central flame that warms all the Glimmerwood. When my light fades, so does the warmth of this world. The ember flies," it said, indicating the others drifting sadly through the trees, "draw their light from mine. Without it, they will grow cold, and the Glimmerwood will fall into a slumber from which it may never wake." Rowan's heart ached for the beautiful creature. "How can it be restored?" he asked. Ember's antennae drooped. "The light is fueled by joy, by the warmth of shared stories and happy memories. But a shadow has fallen over the wood, a silence. The stories have stopped coming. The memories have grown faint." It looked at Rowan, its large eyes pleading. "You carry a warmth with you, little one. I can feel it." Rowan pulled the smooth stone from his pocket. In the heart of the Glimmerwood, it was no longer just warm. It glowed with a soft, steady radiance, the color of a perfect sunset. Ember's own light flickered with surprise. "A heartstone, I have not seen one in an age. They are drawn to those who listen more than they speak, who find wonder in quiet things. It holds a piece of the world's original warmth." A spark of hope lit in Ember's eyes. Perhaps together we can find the source of this silence and rekindle the stories." And so began their journey, a small, quiet boy and a fading, luminous firefly. They traveled deeper into the Glimmerwood, a place of breathtaking beauty. Streams flowed not with water, but with liquid light, gurgling softly over stones that sang bass notes when the light touched them. Fields of flowers chimed like tiny bells in a breeze that smelled of cinnamon and old books. But everywhere there was a hint of the encroaching silence. The chimes were softer, the streams flowed more sluggishly, and a subtle chill was beginning to creep into the air. Their first clue came when they met a family of moss folk, small beings whose bodies were made of soft, green moss and whose eyes were like dewdrops. They were huddled together, shivering. "The stories have gone quiet," the eldest moss folk murmured, its voice like rustling leaves. "The wind singer in the high canyons has fallen silent. She used to weave the tales of the outside world into her songs, and her voice carried them to every corner of the wood. Without her songs, we have nothing new to share. Our old stories are being forgotten." Rowan and Ember looked at each other. The wind singer. They had to find her. The path to the high canyons was a difficult one, leading up steep, sparkling slopes where the rocks were sharp and the air grew thin. Ember's light was growing weaker, its glow now little more than a faint shimmer. Rowan, feeling the firefly's weariness, held the heartstone close, sharing its warmth. It was a small gesture, but Ember felt it, a tiny infusion of courage that kept its light from guttering out entirely. When they finally reached the canyon, they found not a mighty singer, but a small, bird-like creature with feathers of spun silver, perched on a high ledge, weeping softly. Her tears were tiny, shimmering crystals that clinked as they hit the stone below. "Why do you weep?" Rowan called up, his voice echoing gently in the vast space. The wind-singer looked down, her eyes pools of liquid moonlight. "I have lost my song," she cried. "My voice is the echo of all the stories told in the world below, but a great gray sorrow has settled over the lands beyond the wood. The people have become too busy, too worried. They have forgotten how to tell their stories to the wind, to share their joys with the sky. My wellspring has run dry. There is no music left in me to give." Rowan understood this silence. He had felt it himself in the village, the hurry, the preoccupation, the the unspoken worries that hung in the air like a fog. He sat down at the base of the canyon, the heartstone warm in his hands. He didn't know any grand stories of heroes or monsters. He only knew the small, quiet stories of his own heart. So he began to speak. His voice was soft, but it carried in the strange acoustics of the canyon. He told the wind singer about the taste of the first wild strawberry of summer. He described the feeling of the sun on his face after a long winter and the sound of his mother humming while she kneaded bread. He spoke of the secret friendship he had with a particularly old and grumpy badger, and the day he found the heartstone, still warm from where it had lain in a sunbeam. He shared not epic tales, but tiny, glowing moments. Authentic, simple joys. As he spoke, a wonderful thing happened. The wind singer's tears slowed. She tilted her head, listening. And then a single, clear note escaped her beak. It was a note of pure, undiluted wonder. It echoed through the canyon, bouncing off the walls, multiplying and harmonizing with itself, until the entire chasm was filled with a symphony born from Rowan's small story. The gray sorrow that had clung to her seemed to melt away. She spread her silver wings and took flight, her voice rising in a glorious, wordless song that told of sun-warmed stones and grumpy badgers and the love in a mother's hum. The song swept out of the canyon and rushed through the glimmerwood. And as it did, Ember, who had been listening with tears of its own, tears of liquid light, felt a change. The song was a story, a new story, and it was filled with joy. A spark, bright and fierce, ignited within it. Its light, which had been so faint, flared into a steady, brilliant flame, warm as a cook fire and bright as a captured dawn. The ember flies in the grove below felt it instantly. Their own lights brightened, pulsing in time with the music, filling the glimmerwood with a renewed, glorious warmth. The streams of light flowed faster, the chiming flowers rang out clearly, and the moss folk stopped their shivering and began to dance. The silence was broken. The stories had returned. Rowan and Ember made their way back to the central grove, now ablaze with light and life. The transformation was complete. Ember was no longer just the keeper of the hearthlight, it was the light itself, reborn and radiant. "You did not bring a grand story, Rowan," Ember chimed, its voice now strong and clear. "You brought something far more powerful. You brought your truth. You reminded us that the greatest warmth does not come from roaring bonfires, but from the small, steady embers of a grateful heart." Rowan smiled, a true and peaceful smile. He felt different, too. The quiet boy was still quiet, but the restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep and steady confidence. He had faced the silence and filled it not with noise, but with meaning. "It is time for you to return to your world," Ember said gently. "But take this with you." It flew close and touched the tip of its glowing abdomen to Rowan's heartstone. The stone flared, and when the light faded, a new mark was upon it, a tiny, perfect symbol that looked like a flickering flame. It pulsed with the same steady rhythm as Ember's light. "Whenever you hold this," Ember said, "you will feel the warmth of the glimmerwood, and whenever you share a true, small joy from your heart, you will be sending a new story to the wind singer, and you will be keeping our light alive." Rowan nodded, his heart too full for words. He turned and walked back through the shimmering trees, the path of moonlight guiding him home. When he slipped back into his cottage, the fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, mirroring the warm, steady glow in his own chest. He climbed into his bed, the heartstone held tightly in his hand. He was no longer just Rowan, the quiet boy. He was a keeper of light, a teller of small tales, a friend to a world of wonder. He had been on a journey that had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away uncertainty and leaving behind a core of strength and peace. And as he drifted to sleep, he knew that the gentle, humming warmth of the glimmerwood was just a thought away, a secret ember glowing in the darkness, a friendship that would warm his heart for all his days. The mystery was solved, the world was safe, and all was well. The fire crackled its last soft goodnight, and Rowan slipped into dreams of silver songs and emberlight, cradled in a profound and peaceful resolution, ready for a rest that was as deep and quiet as the woods he had helped to save. Story 7. The village of Stillwater was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced together like fireflies in the twilight. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river ran so slowly it seemed to be dreaming, the village was known for its cobblestone streets that glistened after rain, its gardens that bloomed in impossible colors, and its clock tower whose chimes sang a different, gentle melody each hour. The air often carried the scent of baking bread from the ovens of Rowan, the village baker, mingled with the perfume of night-blooming jasmine and the clean, damp smell of moss on ancient stones. Rowan was a young man with flour often dusted across his nose like a constellation of tiny stars. He noticed things. He noticed when the bluebirds began building their nests with silver threads instead of twigs. He noticed when the morning dew tasted faintly of peppermint. And he was the first to notice when the stars began to disappear. It started subtly. One evening, as Rowan was closing up his bakery, the scent of warm cinnamon and yeast still clinging to the air, he looked up at the velvet sky and felt a small, peculiar emptiness. The constellation of the Little Weaver, a cluster of 7 bright stars that shaped a tiny loom, was missing one of its threads. A single star had simply vanished. He thought little of it, assuming it was a trick of the clouds. But the next night, another star from the same constellation was gone. And the next, another. Soon, the whole village was whispering. They would gather in the square as twilight deepened, their faces tilted upward, their conversations hushed. The missing stars weren't a cause for alarm, not truly, but a deep, shared curiosity settled over Stillwater. The night sky, their old friend, felt like a tapestry with threads being gently pulled out, one by one. Perhaps they've grown tired and gone to sleep in the moon's cradle, suggested Alara, the elderly weaver, her fingers never still as she worked on a new tapestry. Or maybe the wind has blown them out like candles, murmured Finn, the young lamplighter, as he went about his rounds, his long pole tapping each lantern to life with a soft click. The village council, a group of well-meaning but often flustered elders, decided it was a matter for the grand astrologer, a man named Corbin who lived in the high tower at the edge of the village. Corbin was a man of charts and calculations, of precise angles and complex theorems. He declared, after 3 days of frantic study, that the stars were being stolen. He pointed a trembling finger toward the Whispering Wood, a deep, ancient forest that bordered the village. "A thief lives there," Corbin proclaimed, his voice echoing in the quiet square. "A creature of shadow and silence, hoarding our starlight for itself." A ripple of unease went through the crowd. The Whispering Wood was a place of beauty, but it was deep and old, and its secrets were well kept. Rowan, however, felt a prickle of doubt. He had often walked at the edge of the woods, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves that sounded like far-away conversations, and he had never felt anything but a profound and gentle peace. That evening, as he sat in his bakery, the warm, yeasty air a comfort around him, he hummed an old nursery rhyme his grandmother had taught him. It was a simple, looping tune about the stars. 7 stars the weaver sews. With a silver thread the pattern grows. One for kindness, one for grace. One for the smile on a child's face. One for courage, one for mirth. One for the peace of the sleeping earth. The 7th star, a secret bright, is only seen in the deepest night. He had always thought it was just a children's song. But now the words echoed in his mind. The 7th star, a secret bright, is only seen in the deepest night. The little weaver had 7 stars, and they were disappearing one by one. What if the rhyme was a clue? What if the stars weren't being stolen, but were hiding? The next day, Rowan decided to investigate. He did not go with a weapon or a torch, but with a basket of freshly baked star-shaped shortbread cookies, their centers sprinkled with sparkling sugar. His first stop was not the Whispering Wood, but the home of Alara, the weaver. Her cottage was a symphony of color, with skeins of wool and silk hanging from the rafters like a rainbow caught in a net. The sound of her loom was a steady, rhythmic click-clack swoosh that was as much a part of the village's ambient music as the clock tower's chimes. Alara, Rowan said, offering her a cookie. "The nursery rhyme about the weaver's stars, do you know it?" "Of course, dear," she said, her eyes twinkling. "My grandmother taught it to me as hers taught her. It's very old." "What does it mean, the seventh star, a secret bright?" Alara's hands stilled for a moment. "Well now, that's the question, isn't it? The stories say the seventh star isn't a star of light, but a star of memory. It holds the echo of all the good things that have ever happened under its light. It only shows itself when it is needed most." This was Rowan's first real clue. The stars weren't just lights, they were connected to feelings, to memories. He thanked Alara and continued his walk, his mind whirring. He passed the clock tower just as it began to chime the hour. Instead of its usual melody, however, the bells played a slow, sad, and slightly off-key version of the nursery rhyme. Dong ding dong, it was a red herring, a strange and delightful discovery. The clock keeper, a flustered man named Pippin, was standing at the base, scratching his head. "It's the oddest thing," Pippin exclaimed. "The mechanism is fine, but the bells, they seem to have a mind of their own today. They've been playing that tune all morning." Rowan smiled. It felt like a confirmation, not a problem. The village itself was trying to tell the story. His next stop was the edge of the Whispering Wood. The air was cooler here, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. Wind chimes made of hollowed reeds and polished stones hung from the lower branches of the oak trees, their notes a soft, random melody that intertwined with the rustle of leaves. He saw no signs of a terrifying thief. Instead, he saw a family of foxes playing in a sun-dappled clearing, and a badger trundling along on its own important business. He sat on a mossy log and opened his basket. He wasn't sure what he was waiting for, so he simply sat, listening and observing. He noticed that the flowers at the very edge of the wood, tiny, bell-shaped blossoms that were usually a pale blue, were now a soft, luminescent silver. He reached out and gently touched one. It felt cool, and for a fleeting second he felt a wave of profound kindness, the memory of helping an old woman carry her shopping, of sharing his last loaf of bread with a hungry traveler. He touched another silver flower, and this one filled him with a bubbling sense of mirth, the memory of a village-wide dance during the last summer festival, of laughter that echoed into the night. The stars weren't in the sky. They were here. Their essence, their light, was being absorbed by the flowers at the edge of the wood. But why? Just then a small, shy creature emerged from behind a large fern. It was no taller than Rowan's knee, with fur the color of moss and eyes like dewdrops. It had long, delicate ears that twitched, and it moved with a silent, graceful caution. It was a glimmerling, a creature of the deep woods that few had ever seen. In its paws it held a single, shimmering petal from one of the silver flowers. The glimmerling looked at Rowan, then at the basket of cookies. It made no move to run, but its large eyes were filled with a deep, soulful worry. Rowan's heart swelled with empathy. This was no thief. This was a guardian. He slowly held out a star-shaped cookie. The glimmerling hesitated, then crept forward and took it, nibbling the edge with tiny, careful bites. "You're not stealing the starlight, are you?" Rowan said, his voice barely a whisper. "You're saving it." The Glimmerling looked up at him, and in its dewdrop eyes, Rowan saw a story unfold. He saw an image of the whispering wood, not as it was now, but as it might become, darker, quieter, as if a vital spark was fading. The Glimmerling was gathering the starlight, the essence of kindness, grace, courage, and mirth, because the wood itself was forgetting these things. The seventh star, the star of memory, was the key. It was the one that held everything together, and it was the next one destined to fade from the sky. The creature led Rowan deeper into the wood, to a small, hidden glen where an ancient, crystalline pool lay. The surface of the pool was not water, but something darker, like a slab of obsidian. And on its surface the remaining stars of the little weaver were reflected, but their reflections were dim, flickering weakly. The sixth star, the star of mirth, was just beginning to fade from the reflection. Soon it would vanish from the sky above, too. The Glimmerling pointed a tiny paw at the pool, then at the silver flowers, and then at its own heart. The connection was clear. The pool was a mirror of the sky's spirit, and it was growing dark. The Glimmerlings were using the flowers to capture the fading starlight, to preserve the memories and emotions they represented before they were lost forever, storing them in the only way they knew how. The problem wasn't in the sky, it was in the reflection. The pool was clouded not by malice, but by neglect. The village and the wood had grown apart over the years. The people of Stillwater rarely ventured into the wood, and the magic of the wood was no longer shared with the village. The connection was weakening, and the shared magic of the stars was fading because of it. Rowan knew what he had to do. He rushed back to the village, not with a cry of panic, but with an invitation. He went to every door, to every shop, to every garden. The wood is not stealing our stars, he explained. It is trying to remember our joy. It needs our help. He led the entire village, carrying lanterns and baskets of food, to the edge of the whispering wood. They were hesitant at first, but Rowan's calm certainty soothed them. They saw the silver flowers, and as they touched them, each villager was filled with a beautiful, personal memory. The baker remembered the joy on a child's face tasting their first pastry. The carpenter remembered the pride of building a family's first home. The weaver remembered the comfort of a blanket given to a newborn. They followed Rowan to the glen, their lanterns casting a warm, golden light that pushed back the deep shadows. The Glimmerlings watched from the trees, their eyes wide but no longer fearful. Rowan asked the villagers to gather around the dark pool. "It needs our light," he said simply. "It needs to remember us." One by one, the people of Stillwater began to share their stories. They spoke of small acts of kindness, of moments of courage, of shared laughter. They sang the old nursery rhymes, their voices soft and harmonious in the quiet glen. As they did, something magical began to happen. The dark, obsidian surface of the pool began to clear, as if a fog was lifting. It became a true mirror, reflecting not just the worried faces of the villagers, but the lantern light and, slowly, the stars above. As the sixth story of mirth was told, a hilarious tale about a goat that had once gotten into the council meeting, the sixth star, which had been flickering precariously in the reflection, suddenly blazed back to life. And high above in the real sky, the villagers saw it reignite, shining more brightly than ever before. Then, something even more wonderful occurred. A seventh star, one that had never been visible before, began to glow in the reflection within the pool. It was a soft, deep, secret light. It was the star of memory. As it brightened, the silver flowers around the glen began to change, their luminescence flowing back up into the sky like reverse rain, a river of light returning home. The flowers returned to their normal pale blue, but the memories they had held were now secure, anchored back in the heavens where they belonged. The little Weaver constellation was complete once more, and the seventh star now shone visibly in the true night sky, a new, gentle beacon of shared history and community. the glimmerlings crept out from the trees, no longer shy. They moved among the villagers, their tiny forms brushing against legs in a gesture of gratitude. The barrier between the village and the wood had been dissolved, not by force, but by shared stories and understanding. From that night on, the people of Stillwater and the creatures of the Whispering Wood were friends. Villagers would often walk in the wood to share news or a song, and the glimmerlings would sometimes be seen in the village square, listening to the children play. The clock tower's chimes always played the nursery rhyme perfectly now, a cheerful reminder of their shared adventure. And on quiet nights, when the gentle rain pattered on the roofs and the wind chimes sang their random tunes, everyone would look up at the 7 stars of the little weaver, knowing that their kindness, their grace, their courage, their mirth, and their shared memories were safely woven into the fabric of the night, forever bright, forever close. A cozy mystery solved not by accusation, but by a baker's empathy and a community's open heart. And in that knowing, they all slept a little more peacefully, dreaming under a sky that was once again and forever would be whole. Story 8. In a quiet corner of a valley cupped gently between sleeping mountains, there lived a boy named Leo. He was a quiet child, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that beat in time with the subtler rhythms of the world. His home was a cottage with a thatched roof, nestled beside a garden that was not quite like any other. This garden did not merely grow, it listened. It breathed. And sometimes it answered. Leo was a child of gentle changes, though he did not know it yet. His life had been a quiet stream, but lately he had felt a strange stirring within, a soft, persistent rustle, as if 1,000 tiny wings were beating against the walls of his heart. It was not a frightening feeling, but it was unfamiliar, and the unfamiliar can often feel like a chill draft in a warm room. The first sign came on a morning veiled in mist. Leo, feeling that inner rustle more strongly, went to sit on the old stone bench beneath the willow tree. As a sigh escaped his lips, a small, shimmering patch of skin appeared on the back of his hand. It was the color of a pearl and the texture of a moth's wing, and it caught the soft light in a way that made it seem as if it held a tiny, captive moon. He stared at it not with fear, but with a deep and wondering curiosity. It was then that he noticed the gardener. He had not seen her arrive. She was simply there, kneeling by a bed of sleeping lavender, her hands coated in dark, rich soil. She was neither young nor old, and her face held the quiet patience of stones and seasons. A woven basket rested beside her, filled with seeds that looked like tiny, sleeping embers. "Good morning," she said, her voice the soft crackle of dry leaves. "It seems the garden has a new bloom today." Leo held out his hand. "What is it?" The gardener smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "It is a piece of you learning to see the light, a little courage, perhaps, deciding it is tired of hiding." She did not ask questions or offer explanations. Instead, she handed him a small, plain pot filled with earth. "Every change needs a home while it grows, a place to feel safe. This is yours. When you feel that rustling inside, come here. Plant a seed, tend to it, watch what happens." The pot felt solid and comforting in his hands. That was the beginning. Leo returned to the garden each day. The shimmering patch on his hand grew slowly, spreading like dawn across a quiet sky. Sometimes, when he felt a surge of happiness watching a ladybug traverse a leaf, tiny, crystalline patterns would etch themselves around the pearly skin, catching the sun like dewdrops on a spider's web. Other times, when a shadow of sadness passed over him, the patterns would deepen to the color of a twilight sky, holding the sadness gently, making it beautiful. He began planting seeds in his pot. They were not ordinary seeds. The gardener would give them to him from her basket, and each one seemed to correspond to a feeling inside him. The first seed he planted was for his confusion. It was a small, gray thing, like a piece of gravel. He buried it in the dark soil of his pot, and watered it with a single tear that had escaped when he couldn't find the words to explain the rustling in his chest. Days passed. Nothing happened. He almost gave up, but the gardener would simply be there, weeding or humming, a calm presence that asked for nothing. Then one morning, a fragile green shoot, no thicker than a thread, pushed through the soil. Leo's heart leapt. It was a small victory, so small it could be missed by anyone not paying attention. But to Leo, it was a mountain climbed. His confusion had not vanished, but it had taken root. It was becoming something. He named the sprout Patience. As the weeks turned, the garden around him began to respond to Leo's quiet metamorphosis. The cherry tree near the stone bench, which had been barren, suddenly burst into blossom, not with pink, but with flowers the same pearly, moonlit color as the skin on his hand. When Leo sat beneath it, feeling a newfound sense of calm, the petals would drift down and settle in his hair like soft, silent blessings. The gardener taught him about cocoons. She showed him one, a silken, gray pouch hanging from a low branch. Inside, she whispered, everything is changing. The caterpillar is becoming soup, a liquid promise. It has to fall apart completely before it can become what it's meant to be. It is the ultimate act of trust. Leo understood. He felt like that sometimes, like he was all liquid promise, waiting for a shape to emerge. He planted another seed. This one was for his loneliness, a feeling that sometimes wrapped around him like a cold fog. The seed was a dark, spiky nut. He planted it with a whispered wish for a friend. This time the growth was not a single shoot, but a cascade of tiny, heart-shaped leaves that tumbled over the side of the pot. They were a deep, comforting green, and when he touched them, he felt a warmth that seeped into his fingertips. The plant was a companion in itself. He named it Connection. His transformations continued. One day, after he had helped the gardener untangle a young vine from a thorny bush, he found that the skin on his arms had developed delicate, feathery patterns in shades of green and gold, like sunlight filtering through a forest canopy. They didn't feel like scales or feathers, but like velvet moss or the softest petals. They were a map of the kindness he had offered the world. The garden celebrated with him. Flowers that had been a simple blue now bloomed in iridescent shades that shifted from sapphire to violet as he walked past. A patch of moss at his feet began to glow with a soft, green bioluminescence when he stood upon it, lighting his path on dusky evenings. The world was speaking his language, reflecting the beauty of his inner changes. The greatest challenge came with a storm. Not a storm of weather, but one of doubt. A thought crept into Leo's mind. What if this change never ends? What if I become something I don't recognize? What if I am no longer me? The rustling in his chest became a frantic fluttering. The beautiful patterns on his skin seemed to dull, and he felt a cold fear. He ran to the garden in the pouring rain, his pot clutched to his chest. The gardener was waiting for him under the shelter of the willow, its long tendrils creating a dry, peaceful cave. She didn't tell him not to be afraid. She simply sat beside him and listened to the rain drumming on the leaves above. The seed fears the dark soil, she said after a long silence. The caterpillar fears the dissolution of the cocoon, but the soil is not a tomb, it is a womb. The cocoon is not a prison, it is a sanctuary. Fear is just the old self, the comfortable husk trying to hold on. It is a natural part of the change. She pointed to his pot. You have nurtured confusion into patience. You have nurtured loneliness into connection. What will you nurture fear into? Through his tears, Leo looked at the last seed in his pocket. It was one the gardener had given him that very morning, a seed that felt like a smooth, warm river stone. He didn't know its name. He took it, and with hands that trembled only slightly, he pressed it into the soil of his pot, next to the thriving plants of patience and connection. He watered it with the rain that dripped from the willow leaves, and with the tears that acknowledged his fear. I name you trust," he whispered. As he spoke the word, a profound calm settled over him. The frantic fluttering in his chest stilled, replaced by a deep, resonant hum like the sound of the earth itself. He looked down at his arms. The patterns were not just restored, they were glowing, emitting a soft, internal light that pulsed gently in time with his heartbeat. They were now fully a part of him, not something that was happening to him, but something that was him. The rain stopped. The clouds parted and the moon emerged, full and brilliant. In its light, Leo saw that the garden had been utterly transformed. It was no longer just a garden that reflected his changes. It was a garden that was his change. Flowers of impossible colors bloomed everywhere, their petals shifting and swirling like living paintings. The air hummed with a silent, joyful music. And in the center of it all, the plant from the trust seed was already sprouting, a strong, silver stem topped with a bud that looked like it was woven from moonlight. The gardener placed a hand on his shoulder. Her work was done. "The cocoon has served its purpose," she said softly. "You don't need a sanctuary anymore, because you have learned to carry it with you." Leo understood. He looked at his pot, now a miniature, magical ecosystem of his own journey. He looked at his own skin, a living tapestry of his growth. He was not the boy he had been, and he was not yet the person he would be. He was simply, wonderfully, in the process of becoming. The gardener smiled, a smile that held all the wisdom of roots and stars. "This is not an ending, little one. It is a beginning. Every end is a seed. Every beginning is a bloom. Now your garden is wherever you go." And as the embers of the day faded into the starlit velvet of night, Leo sat on his stone bench, not as a boy waiting for a change to be over, but as a young man embracing a transformation that would last a lifetime. The rustling in his chest was now a quiet, constant song, the melody of his own unfolding story. He closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers, and knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that the most beautiful changes are those we learn to welcome, one gentle, patient breath at a time. The world was vast, and his wings, at last, were ready to unfold. Story 9. In the quiet heart of the whispering woods, nestled in a gentle valley where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with mossy roofs, where the air always smelled of damp earth and baking bread, and where the gentle, rhythmic chimes of the village clock tower marked the hours with a soft, melodic cadence. Every evening, as dusk settled, the villagers would light their firefly lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow that danced in harmony with the shadows. It was a peaceful place, a haven of harmony, until the peculiar happenings began. It started subtly, as such things often do. An elderly weaver named Rowan was the first to notice. Each night she would sit by her open window to stitch by the light of the North Star, her constant and faithful companion. But one evening, as she threaded her needle, she found the sky above her cottage emptier. The North Star, her steadfast guide, had vanished. Not a cloud obscured it, it was simply gone. She mentioned it the next morning at the village bakery, where the baker, a young woman named Hazel with kind eyes and a curious mind, listened intently while kneading dough infused with cinnamon and honey. Then other oddities surfaced. The village's oldest sundial, standing in the central square, began casting its shadow in reverse as the sun journeyed west to east. The luminous moonflowers that bloomed only at night now shimmered in shifting hues, soft violet at dusk, then pale green by midnight and silver by dawn. And a soft, continuous rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle mist that made the cobblestones gleam and the leaves glisten, its patter a constant, soothing rhythm in the background. The villagers murmured, their curiosity piqued, but their hearts unafraid. They were people of the woods, accustomed to small magics, but this felt different. a mystery woven into the very fabric of their home. Hazel, whose empathy was as finely tuned as her observation, decided to investigate. She didn't rush or demand answers. Instead, she watched, listened, and pondered. She began by visiting Rowan, bringing a loaf of fresh honey oat bread. As they sat by the crackling hearth, Rowan recalled an old nursery rhyme her own grandmother used to sing. When the star that points the way fades and quietly slips away, seek the map the sky once knew. In silver light make all anew. Hazel tucked the rhyme into her memory like a precious seed. A map in the sky, perhaps the constellations held a clue. That evening, wrapped in a woolen shawl, Hazel climbed the gentle hill behind her bakery, where an ancient stone circle stood. From there, the sky unfolded like a vast, dark tapestry embroidered with stars. But as she gazed up, she noticed more than the missing North Star. The familiar patterns seemed rearranged. The great bear's tail curved differently. The swan's wings were tilted. It was as if the sky itself had been gently shaken, and the stars had settled into new positions. She sketched what she saw on a piece of parchment, her lines unsure. The next day she visited the village archivist, a gentle badger named Thistle, who lived in a cozy burrow lined with books and scrolls. Thistle, upon comparing Hazel's sketch to an old star chart, confirmed her suspicion. The stars hadn't vanished, they had moved. But why? Another clue came from the sundial. Hazel noticed that the shadow it cast backward pointed directly toward the oldest tree in the Whispering Woods, the grandfather oak, whose gnarled branches stretched high above the canopy. Perhaps it was a sign. Venturing into the woods, the gentle rain pattering on the broad leaves above her, Hazel followed the reversed shadow's path. The forest was alive with ambient sounds, the distant tone of the clock tower marking the hour, wind chimes hanging from branches tinkling in the breeze, and the soft crunch of her boots on damp moss. Under the grandfather oak she found something unexpected, not an answer, but a red herring that led to a delightful discovery. A family of squirrels had nested in the hollow of the tree, and they'd collected an assortment of shiny objects, a lost locket, a silver button, and a small, polished stone that glowed with a faint inner light. The stone, Hazel realized with a smile, was a sunstone, capable of storing daylight. It wasn't the solution to the mystery, but it would make a wonderful night light for the village children. Returning to the village, Hazel shared her findings. The villagers, intrigued, began helping. An elderly potter remembered another fragment of a rhyme. When time flows back and shadows stray, find the key at close of day. Where colors shift and dreams take flight, weave the threads to restore the light. The colors shift clearly referred to the moonflowers. Hazel and a few others spent an evening in the moonflower garden, watching the blossoms change hue. They noticed that the flowers didn't change randomly. They followed a pattern, violet to green to silver, and each color corresponded to a different phase of the moon that wasn't visible through the gentle rain clouds. It was as if the flowers were reflecting a sky that they could no longer see. Another red herring emerged when the village clock tower chimed 13 times at midnight. The villagers rushed to the square, thinking it a major clue, only to find that a family of owls had built a nest in the clock mechanism, and their movements had triggered an extra chime. It wasn't part of the mystery, but the owls were so charming that everyone agreed to let them stay, and the clock's gentle mender adjusted the mechanism to accommodate them. Hazel, piecing together the rhymes and her observations, began to understand. The stars moving, time flowing backward, colors shifting. It was as if the natural order of Starlight Hollow was gently unraveling, like a tapestry with loose threads. And the rhyme spoke of weaving threads and making things anew. She recalled one final nursery rhyme, the oldest of all, sung to children at bedtime. The loom of heaven weaves the night, with silver thread and golden light. if threads fall loose or patterns stray. The weaver's heart will show the way. The loom of heaven, it was a legend, a mythical tapestry said to be woven by the first villagers to keep the harmony of the world intact. It was said to be hidden where the earth and sky met, guarded by silent sentinels. Where could that be? Hazel looked toward the highest point in the valley, the Starlight Peak, where the ruins of the first village watchtower stood. It was a place where the sky felt close enough to touch. Gathering the villagers, Hazel led a gentle procession up the path to the peak. The rain had softened to a mist, and the wind chimes they carried tinkled like fairy bells. At the summit within the old stone watchtower, they found it, the loom of heaven. It wasn't a physical loom, but a magical, shimmering weave of light suspended in the air, depicting the constellations, the flow of time, and the hues of the flowers, all connected by glimmering threads. But some threads had come loose. The thread of the North Star had slipped from its place, the thread of time was twisted, the thread of color was frayed. The loom was delicate, and over the centuries, its magic had weakened. Hazel understood then the true meaning of the rhymes. The weaver's heart wasn't a person, it was the collective heart of the community. The loom needed to be rewoven with shared intention, with empathy and unity. So, under the soft glow of the loom, the villagers gathered. Rowan, with her steady hands, gently guided the North Star's thread back into its constellation. The children, holding the glowing sunstone, focused on the thread of time, imagining it flowing true and steady. And Hazel, with the others, carefully smoothed the thread of color, visualizing the moonflowers returning to their natural cycle. As they worked together, their combined warmth and goodwill flowing into the loom, the threads brightened and tightened. High above, the stars slowly shifted back to their rightful places, the North Star gleaming once more over Rowan's cottage. The sundial's shadow returned to its proper path. The moonflowers settled into their soft, luminous white. And the gentle rain faded, leaving the air clean and fresh, with the clock tower chiming softly in the distance, marking the hour in perfect rhythm. The mystery was solved not by magic alone, but by observation, empathy, and the strength of community. The villagers descended the peak, their hearts light, their bonds deepened. They decided then to make tending the loom an annual tradition, a time to reaffirm their connections to each other and their home. And as the firefly lanterns were lit once more in Starlight Hollow, casting a cozy, golden light, Hazel sat by her bakery window, watching the now familiar stars twinkle in the clear night sky. The gentle sounds of the village, the clock tower, the wind chimes, the distant owl, wove together into a lullaby of peace. All was well, and the night held only sweet dreams and the quiet comfort of a mystery lovingly solved. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the room in warm, wavering patterns. It was a night for stories, a night where the world outside seemed to hold its breath, and the only sound was the gentle sigh of the wind and the pop of burning logs. So settle in, my dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a tale about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like captured embers in the dark. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who felt, more often than not, like a smudge of charcoal on a page of brightly colored ink. While other children in his village chased each other through the sun-drenched meadows with shouts and laughter, Leo preferred the company of the old forest that bordered his home. He was a listener, a noticer of things. He knew the specific sound a ladybug made when it unfolded its wings, and he could tell the time of day by the way the shadows stretched beneath the great oak trees. One afternoon, as a slow, golden hour settled over the land, Leo was sitting by the creek that whispered through the woods. He was tracing the patterns of water-smooth stones with his finger when he saw it. Tucked between the gnarled roots of a willow tree, half hidden by ferns, was something that made his breath catch. It was a small, smooth stone, no larger than a robin's egg, but it pulsed with a soft, warm, orange light. It wasn't a harsh glare, but a gentle, rhythmic glow, like the last embers of a campfire breathing in the dark. Cautiously, Leo reached out and picked it up. It was pleasantly warm in his palm, and as he held it, the light seemed to brighten just a little, as if in greeting. He turned it over. It was perfectly smooth, and deep within its translucent depths, flecks of gold and copper swirled, catching the light. He had never seen anything like it. He slipped the warm stone into his pocket, feeling a strange sense of companionship from its gentle heat against his leg. That night, as Leo lay in his bed, the village asleep around him, he took the stone from under his pillow. In the deep darkness of his room, it glowed more brightly, casting a soft, amber radiance that pushed back the shadows without chasing them away entirely. It was a comforting light, a light that promised safety and secrets. As he watched it, he noticed something new. The light wasn't just a steady glow, it pulsed, almost imperceptibly, in a slow, steady rhythm. Thump, 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 it was a heartbeat. The stone had a heartbeat. The following day, Leo returned to the willow tree by the creek. He held the glowing stone in his open palm, and as he did, he noticed something he hadn't before. A path so faint it was almost not there at all, veered off from the main trail. It was carpeted with moss so deep and soft it looked like emerald velvet, and it was bordered by ferns that curled inwards, as if guarding a secret. The stone in his hand pulsed a little faster, its light flaring with a soft intensity. It was an invitation. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Leo stepped onto the mossy path. The moment he did, the sounds of the familiar forest, the chattering of squirrels, the distant calls of birds, seemed to fade, replaced by a new, more delicate symphony. He heard the gentle chime of bell-like flowers nodding in a breeze he couldn't feel, and the soft rustle of leaves that sounded like pages of an ancient book being carefully turned. He had found the entrance to a hidden world. This was the Glimmerwood. Here, the light was different. It was dappled and golden, filtering through canopies of leaves that were tinged with silver at their edges. Mushrooms grew in spiral staircases around the bases of trees, glowing with soft blues and greens. Fireflies, larger and slower than any he'd seen before, drifted through the air like living sparks. And the stone in his hand shone with a joyful, steady light, as if it had finally come home. Leo walked slowly, his feet making no sound on the moss. He felt a profound peace settle over him, a feeling of belonging that was new and wonderful. He was so engrossed in the beauty around him that he didn't notice he was being watched until a soft, rustling sound came from a thicket of luminous ferns. He froze. A creature stepped out into the open. It was about the size of a fox, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that held the deep, knowing calm of a forest pool. Its most remarkable feature was its tail, which was long and bushy, and from its tip drifted soft, shimmering motes of light, like a trail of gentle embers. The creature didn't seem afraid. It tilted its head, its luminous eyes fixed on the glowing stone in Leo's hand. "Hello," Leo whispered, his voice barely disturbing the quiet. The creature took a step closer, and then another. It moved with a fluid grace, its ember tail painting soft, fading patterns in the air. It stopped just a few feet from Leo and let out a soft, chuffing sound. It was then that Leo noticed the creature held something in its mouth. It was a leaf shaped like a teardrop and veined with silver. The creature gently dropped the leaf at Leo's feet and then took a step back, watching him. Leo slowly bent down and picked up the leaf. It was cool and smooth to the touch. As he held it, the silver veins began to glow with the same soft, warm light as his stone. He looked from the leaf to the creature, understanding dawning. This was a gift, a greeting. "Thank you," he said, his voice a little stronger this time. The creature made the soft chuffing sound again, which Leo now recognized as a sound of approval. It turned and began to walk back into the thicket, pausing to look over its shoulder at him. It was an invitation to follow. This was the beginning of Leo's unexpected friendship with the creature, whom he came to know as Ember. Day after day, Leo would return to the Glimmerwood. Each time the glowing stone would guide him to the hidden path, and each time Ember would be waiting for him. Their friendship was built not on grand adventures, but on small, quiet moments. They would sit together by a pond where the water was so clear it reflected the glowing canopy above. Leo would talk, telling Ember about his life in the village, about feeling out of place, about the things he noticed that others missed. Ember would listen, its calm presence a balm to Leo's quiet soul. In return, Ember would show Leo the wonders of the Glimmerwood, a grove where the flowers hummed harmoniously at dusk, a stream that flowed with liquid light, a tree whose bark felt like velvet and smelled of cinnamon and rain. Leo learned that the glowing stone was a heartstone, a rare treasure that was deeply connected to the life force of the Glimmerwood. It was a key, a compass, and a friend all in one. Ember, he discovered, was one of the Lumini, the gentle guardians of this hidden realm. The embers from its tail weren't just for light, they were a part of its very being, a manifestation of its warm and protective spirit. But as the weeks passed, Leo began to notice a change. The light in the Glimmerwood was not as bright as it had been. The silver veins on the leaves were dimmer, the glowing mushrooms had a tired, flickering quality, and even the fireflies seemed to move more sluggishly. A subtle grayness was seeping into the edges of the world, like smoke from a distant fire. Ember, too, seemed affected. The embers from its tail were fewer, and they faded more quickly. Its once bright eyes held a shadow of worry. One afternoon, as they sat in their usual spot by the pond of liquid light, Leo saw that the pond's radiance was muted, its surface dull. Ember let out a soft, mournful sound, and nudged a small, gray leaf with its nose. The leaf was brittle and crumbled to dust at the touch. "What's happening?" Leo asked, his heart aching at the sight of his friend's distress. Ember looked at him, then towards the heart of the Glimmerwood, a place they had never ventured. It was a place the Lumini called the Silent Grove. Ember couldn't speak in words, but through a series of gentle nudges, pointed looks, and the soft, pictorial patterns it drew in the air with its fading embers, a story unfolded for Leo. The heart of the Glimmerwood, the great, ancient source of all its magic and light, was faltering. It was a gentle mystery, a slow fading that had no clear cause, a sickness that had crept in as silently as twilight. The Lumini, for all their magic, were creatures of gentle preservation. They did not know how to heal a wound so deep within their world. They could only watch as their home grew quieter, dimmer, and colder. Leo looked down at the heartstone in his hand. It, too, seemed to have lost some of its vibrant pulse. It glowed, but weakly, like a memory of a flame. He knew then why he had found it. It wasn't an accident. The stone had called to him, the listener, the noticer. It had chosen him. "I'll help," he said, his voice firm with a resolve he didn't know he possessed. "I'll find out what's wrong." Ember's eyes met his, and in their deep, calm pools, Leo saw a glimmer of hope. The journey to the Silent Grove was not a long one in terms of distance, but every step felt heavy. The further they went, the more the vibrant life of the Glimmerwood receded. The colors leached away, the comforting sounds fell silent, and a profound chill settled in the air. The moss underfoot was no longer soft and springy, but stiff and cold. The trees were skeletal, their branches clutching at the gray sky like bony fingers. Finally, they reached the grove. In its center stood a single, immense tree, so ancient it seemed to be made of time itself. This was the heart tree. But it was not as Leo had imagined. Its bark was gray and cracked. Its leaves, which should have been a canopy of brilliant, pulsing light, were dull and hung limply. From a great split in its trunk, a slow, gray mist seeped out, carrying with it a scent of damp ash and forgetfulness. This was the source of the blight. Leo approached the tree, his heartstone feeling like a sliver of ice in his hand. He placed his palm against the rough, cold bark. He closed his eyes, trying to listen, to notice, as he always did. He didn't hear the grand, magical song of a world tree. He heard a whisper, thin and frayed with sorrow. It was a story of loneliness. The tree, in its immense age, had become isolated. It had forgotten the simple, joyful connections to the smaller lives around it, the fungi that shared nutrients with its roots, the insects that pollinated its flowers, the birds that nested in its branches and sang it awake each morning. It had turned inward, and in its solitude, a coldness had taken root. This was not a mystery that required a heroic quest or a magical spell. It was a mystery of the heart. The healing would not come from a grand gesture, but from a small, authentic moment of reconnection. Leo opened his eyes and looked at Ember. "It's lonely," he whispered. He didn't know what to do. He was just a boy. But then he remembered the small moments that had built his friendship with Ember. The shared silences, the simple gifts, the act of paying attention. He sat down at the base of the great tree, his back against its cold trunk. He took the heartstone from his pocket and held it in his lap. Then he began to talk. He didn't speak of magic or grand things. He spoke of the small wonders he had seen in the Glimmerwood. He described the exact sound of the bellflowers chiming in the breeze. He recounted the pattern of light on the pond of liquid light at midday. He talked about the velvety texture of the cinnamon-bark tree and the friendly curiosity of the fireflies. He spoke of his friendship with Ember, of the comfort he found in its quiet presence. As he spoke, pouring all his attention, all his noticing into his words, a small, warm thing began to happen. The heartstone in his lap began to glow a little brighter. Its weak, flickering light steadied. Ember, watching, crept forward. It lay down beside Leo, its warm body pressed against his side, and its own faintly glowing tail rested against the tree's roots. The embers, few as they were, did not fade. They clung to the gray bark like tiny, brave stars. Leo kept talking, his voice a soft, steady stream in the silence. He talked until his throat was dry, pouring all the warmth of his memories, all the kindness of his friendship into the lonely tree. He was sharing his heart, and the heartstone was amplifying it, translating his simple, human care into a language the ancient magic could understand. Then he saw it. A single small root, poking up from the moss near his foot, twitched. It was covered in a gray, ash-like substance. Leo reached out, and with the utmost gentleness, he brushed the ash away. Underneath, the root was a healthy, pale gold. As his fingers made contact, a jolt of warmth, not heat, but pure, vibrant life, traveled up his arm. The heartstone flared, its light now a strong, steady beacon. He looked up. The gray mist had stopped seeping from the tree. High above, one of the limp, gray leaves shuddered. A faint pulse of gold traveled through its veins. Then another leaf did the same. And another. It was slow, like a heart restarting after a long sleep. The light spread from leaf to leaf, from branch to branch, a wave of returning warmth and color. The gray bark began to flake away, revealing rich, brown wood beneath. The chill in the air retreated, replaced by the gentle, earthy warmth Leo remembered. The silent grove was silent no more. A soft, humming vibration filled the air, the sound of a world waking up. The moss at his feet became soft and green again. All around, the forest began to respond. In the distance, he heard the chime of the bellflowers, stronger and more joyful than before. Ember stood up, its whole body quivering with happiness. It shook its tail, and this time a shower of bright, cheerful embers flew into the air, swirling around them like a constellation of warm fireflies. Its eyes shone with their former deep, calm light, now sparkling with gratitude. Leo had not performed a great feat of magic. He had not fought a monster or solved a complex riddle. He had simply offered his friendship and his attention. He had reminded the great, lonely heart of the wood that it was connected, that it was loved by the small, quiet lives it sustained. His own journey had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood. He had arrived a quiet boy who felt like a smudge, and he had become a healer, a friend, a bridge between worlds. His personal growth had been a slow, steady burn, fed by kindness and empathy, and it had burned true. He stayed for a little while longer, sitting with Ember as the glimmerwood healed itself around them. The light was now a brilliant golden amber, and the air was thick with the scent of blooming night flowers and damp, healthy earth. When it was time to go, the heart tree seemed to sigh, a sound of deep contentment. A single perfect leaf, glowing with inner light, drifted down and landed softly in Leo's hair. Ember walked him back to the edge of the hidden world. At the threshold where the mossy path met the familiar forest, the creature nuzzled his hand, its nose warm and soft. It was a goodbye, but not a forever goodbye. Leo knew the path would always be there for him now. He walked home through the twilight, the village lights appearing like distant stars. He felt different. The world seemed sharper, more beautiful, and he felt a part of it in a way he never had before. He was still quiet, still a listener and a noticer, but now he understood that these were not shortcomings. They were his own kind of magic. That night, as he lay in his bed, he placed the heartstone back on his bedside table. It glowed with a strong, steady, peaceful light, its pulse a calm and comforting rhythm in the dark. It was a reminder of the hidden world, of a friendship that warmed his heart, and of the quiet strength that can be found in simply paying attention. And as you lie in your own bed, my dear listener, with the memory of this story settling around you like a soft blanket, remember Leo's light. Remember that even the smallest kindness can be a beacon, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a quiet heart and a willingness to listen. Let the warmth of this tale and the gentle glow of the heartstone lull you into a deep and peaceful sleep. The fire is burning low now, its embers glowing softly in the dark. The world is quiet, and it is time for rest. Close your eyes and dream of golden woods and gentle, ember-tailed friends. Sleep well. Story 11. The air smelled of cinnamon and starlight, a peculiar combination that always made Leo's heart feel light. He stood at the edge of his balcony, watching as the last of the daylight faded behind the distant, floating islands of Aetheria. Each island drifted like a sleepy whale in a sea of twilight, connected not by bridges, but by shimmering, silvery threads of mist that hummed with a gentle, musical vibration. In his palm, Leo held a small, smooth river stone from his grandmother's garden, a real, earthly thing he always carried. It was cool and comforting, its gray surface veined with white, a tiny piece of the world below. It was his anchor, his home in a pocket. That evening, however, a new sound threaded through the familiar hum of the mist bridges. It was a soft, discordant chime, a note of sadness that made the floating city seem to sigh. Leo followed the sound, his bare feet whispering against the cloud-cobbled streets, which felt like walking on cooled velvet. The sound led him to the central plaza, where the great celestial lyre stood. Its strings, usually glowing with a soft gold light, were dim. One string, the lowest and deepest, was frayed, and with each gust of the night wind, it let out that mournful, broken note. An elder of the city, a woman with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that held the patience of ancient mountains, stood beside it. Her name was Kaelen. "The lyre's heartstring is weakening," she said, her voice like the rustle of old pages. Its music harmonizes the mists that connect our islands. If it snaps, the bridges will fade, and the islands will drift apart, isolated. Can it be fixed? Leo asked, his fingers closing around his river stone. It can, Kaelen said softly. But its repair requires a drop of starlight dew, which collects only in the heart of the Glimmerwood, and a single, perfect note from the crystal caves of Echo. Both lie far from here, along paths few remember. Leo didn't hesitate. I will go. And so, with his river stone a comforting weight in his pocket, and a small pouch of cloudberry cakes that tasted of sweet bread and honey, Leo set out. He stepped onto the nearest mist bridge. It was not a solid thing, but a path of condensed light and air that felt like walking on a sun-warmed, resilient cloud. It hummed beneath his feet, a steady, low sea that vibrated through his soles. His first landmark was the Whispering Archives, a library that existed between the folds of dimensions. It had no walls, but was instead a vast, open space where books floated like lazy butterflies, their pages rustling with stories that changed each time you read them. The air here smelled of old vanilla and crisp, cold parchment. Leo had to find the volume on the Glimmerwood. The librarian was not a person, but a creature made of living, shifting light, a lumen. It had no mouth, but communicated by projecting soft, colored patterns onto the air around it. A question of blue formed in Leo's mind. He focused on his need, picturing the Glimmerwood. The lumen pulsed a warm, approving gold and guided a large, leather-bound book to him. Its cover was textured like tree bark, and when Leo opened it, the words didn't lie flat on the page. They rose like tiny, three-dimensional sculptures he could almost touch. They told of the Glimmerwood, a forest where the trees sang with the voices of the wind, and their leaves shimmered with captured daylight. Following the book's guidance, Leo journeyed on. The mist bridge deposited him at the edge of a forest that seemed woven from light and shadow. This was the Glimmerwood. The moment he stepped beneath the canopy, the world changed. The air was cool and carried the scent of wet earth, night-blooming jasmine and ozone like the air after a summer rain. The trees were massive, their bark smooth and pale as birch, but they pulsed with a soft, internal light. As the wind moved through their crystalline leaves, it didn't rustle. It created a complex, whispering melody. He wasn't alone. Small, furry creatures with large, luminous eyes watched him from the branches. They were glimmerkits, and they communicated not with sounds, but by gently touching their noses to things, sharing feelings and images directly. One brave kit hopped down and nudged Leo's hand with its cool, damp nose. An image filled his mind, a clear pool deep in the woods, with droplets of pure light condensing on the mossy stones around it. The kit led the way, its path a winding one through the singing trees. Leo's fingers brushed against the trunks as he walked. They were smooth and strangely warm, thrumming with the forest's silent song. Finally, they reached a small clearing. In its center was a spring, so clear it was nearly invisible, surrounded by velvety moss of the deepest green. On the broad, flat leaves of a silvery plant, droplets of starlight dew gleamed. They weren't liquid but tiny, perfect spheres of captured starlight, cool to the touch and smelling faintly of mint and cold space. Leo carefully collected one into a small vial made of hollowed-out crystal that Kaelen had given him. He thanked the Glimmerkit by offering a piece of his cloudberry cake. The creature touched his knee, and a wave of pure, simple gratitude warmed him from within. His next destination was the crystal caves of Echo. The path there led him downward, into the heart of a floating island, where the mist bridges gave way to stairs carved from amethyst. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of wet stone and something clean and sharp, like crushed peppermint. The entrance to the caves was a grand archway of interlocking crystals that refracted the fading light into 1,000 tiny rainbows. inside the cave was a marvel. It was not dark, but illuminated by a silent, underground aurora. Ribbons of green, violet, and soft pink light drifted across the cavern walls, which were covered in enormous, perfectly formed geodes. The crystals hummed, each one tuned to a different musical note. The cave's inhabitants were the resonants, gentle, six-legged beings with bodies of polished, translucent stone. They communicated by tapping their delicate feet on the crystals, creating intricate, beautiful melodies that echoed through the chambers. Leo's task was to receive a single, perfect note from them. He walked deeper into the cavern, the floor smooth and cool beneath his feet. He found a large, circular chamber where the aurora light was brightest, pooling in the center like liquid silk. In the middle sat the eldest resonant, its form larger than the others, its crystal body holding faint, swirling colors within. Leo didn't know how to ask. He simply stood there, feeling small. He took his river stone from his pocket, its familiar, gritty texture a stark contrast to the perfect smoothness of the cave. He held it in his open palm. The elder resonant slowly approached. It didn't tap out a message. Instead, it gently, so gently, touched one of its fine, stone feet to the river stone in Leo's hand. A single, pure note rang out. It was not a sound that came from the cave, but one that resonated directly in Leo's soul. It was the note of home, of comfort, of belonging. It was the sound of his grandmother's laughter, the feel of sun-warmed earth, the taste of fresh bread. It was a perfect, whole, and complete note, and it held within it the essence of everything he carried with him. The resonant had not given him a random note. It had listened to the story of his stone and given him back the music of his own heart. Overwhelmed with a peaceful joy, Leo bowed his head in thanks. The resonant pulsed with a soft, blue light in acknowledgement. The journey back felt shorter, his steps lighter. He crossed the humming mist bridges, now hearing their music with new ears. He returned to the central plaza, where Kaelen waited by the silent lyre. Without a word, Leo handed her the vial of starlight dew. She smiled, uncorked it, and let the single, shimmering drop fall onto the frayed string. The string absorbed the light, glowing from within, the frayed ends weaving themselves back together. Then Leo stepped forward. He didn't sing or play an instrument. He simply closed his eyes, remembered the feel of his river stone, and let the perfect note the resonant had given him fill his mind. He hummed it, a soft, low, and resonant sound that flowed from his lips. The moment the note touched the lyre's newly repaired string, the instrument blazed with light. A wave of harmonious music swelled out from it, rich and deep and powerful. The mist bridges glowed brighter, their hum strengthening into a confident, joyful chord that wove through all the floating islands of Aetheria. The discordant sadness was gone, replaced by a symphony of connection. Leo stood there, the last vibrations of the note tingling on his lips. He felt Kaelen's hand on his shoulder. "You went seeking a way to fix a broken thing," she said gently. "But you found that the truest music, the kind that can heal, was already inside you. You just needed the journey to learn how to listen for it." That night, as Leo lay in his bed, the air once again smelled of cinnamon and starlight. The city hummed its peaceful, united song. He held his river stone, no longer just a piece of home, but a key that had unlocked a part of himself he never knew was there. He had ventured into foreign wonders and returned not just with a cure for the lyre, but with a deeper understanding of his own song. And as he drifted to sleep, he felt he was floating, not on a cloud, but on the gentle, unwavering notes of friendship, courage, and the quiet, constant music of home. Story 12. The little village of Stillwater was tucked between the gentle, rolling hills and the ancient whispering woods, a place where the clocks ticked a little slower and the air smelled perpetually of damp earth, baking bread, and wild honeysuckle. It was a village known for its peculiarities, which the residents accepted with a warm, knowing smile. The most notable of these was the celestial clock tower in the center of the village square, whose silver bells did not chime the hours, but rather the quarter hours, a soft, melodic reminder that time here was measured in moments, not milestones. Our story begins on an evening painted in hues of violet and gold, just as the sun dipped below the hills. A soft, persistent rain had begun to fall, tapping a lullaby on the cobblestones and slate roofs. From his cozy workshop, a young man named Leo heard the gentle rhythm. Leo was a mapmaker, not of lands and seas, but of smaller, more intimate things. The path of a ladybug across a leaf, the pattern of frost on a window pane, the way shadows stretched across the square at dusk. He was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of a twilight sky, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. It was his habit each night to step onto his small, vine-covered balcony and greet the first stars as they pricked through the velvet darkness. But on this night, something was amiss. He looked up, blinking the rain from his lashes, and felt a quiet jolt of confusion. The constellation of the Silver Lyre, which always shone directly above the old oak tree at the edge of the woods, was gone. Not obscured by clouds, but simply absent. A dark, lyre-shaped patch of empty sky stared back at him. The next morning, the village was abuzz with the news. The missing stars were all anyone could talk about near the baker's warm ovens and under the shelter of the clock tower's eaves. "It's the work of the Glimmer Goblins," declared old Hemlock, the woodcarver, with certainty. "Mischievous little things, they probably pocketed them for their treasure hoards." "Nonsense," countered Mistress Willow, the herbalist, as she arranged baskets of color-changing moon petals that shifted from blue to silver in the lamplight. "The stars have simply grown tired. They've gone to sleep in the deep pools of the Whispering Woods." This was the first peculiar happening. The second came just after the clock tower chimed its gentle 2:45 melody. Alara, the young girl who fed the songbirds in the square, came running, her cheeks flushed. "The rain," she cried. "It's falling upwards." And so it was. The gentle rain, which had been pattering down, now drifted lazily upwards, each droplet catching the diffuse light like 1,000 rising pearls. The villagers watched in awe, holding out their hands to feel the curious sensation of rain falling towards the sky. Leo listened to all the theories, his brow furrowed in thought. He didn't believe in thieving goblins or sleepy stars. He believed in patterns, in cause and effect. He spent the day observing. He noticed that the moon petals in Mistress Willow's baskets, which normally required moonlight to shift color, were now glowing a soft gold, the color of afternoon sunshine, despite the gray sky. He saw that the village's many wind chimes, made of seashells and polished stone, were perfectly still, not a single note sounding, even though a soft breeze rustled the leaves of the trees. That evening, as the upward-falling rain continued, he visited the village elders, a trio of sisters who lived in a cottage overflowing with books and memories. They were humming an old nursery rhyme, one every child in Stillwater learned at their grandmother's knee. "When the silver lyre's strings fall still, and rain ascends the highest hill, when petals wear the sun's gold gown, then the heart of the woods is feeling down." Leo's mind, which was a map of connections, began to draw lines between these points. The missing stars, the upward rain, the sun-gold petals. They were all clues not of a theft or a mischief, but of a sadness. The rhyme spoke of the wood's heart feeling down. The next red herring appeared when Hemlock the woodcarver found his newest creation, a little wooden badger, floating several feet above his workbench. "Aha, levitation," he proclaimed. "The very laws of nature are unraveling." This sent a ripple of excited, though not fearful, speculation through the village. But Leo, upon investigation, found that only objects carved from heartwood of the whispering trees were levitating. It was not a breakdown of physics, but a specific, localized phenomenon. He decided he must go into the Whispering Woods. Taking his lantern and his most detailed map of the forest's inner paths, a map that noted not just trees and streams, but the locations of particularly friendly squirrels and the best patches for wild strawberries, he ventured under the canopy. The sound of the upward falling rain was softer here, a hushed sigh rising through the branches. The woods were never silent, they were always whispering. But tonight the whispers were not of secrets, but of sorrow. It was a low, resonant hum that vibrated in the chest. He followed the sound, his lantern light casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to guide him more than frighten him. He came to the oldest part of the forest, a circular glen where the trees formed a natural cathedral. In the center stood the heartwood tree, a colossal oak so ancient its trunk was wider than Leo's cottage. And here, Leo found the source of the sadness. A great, gnarled root of the heartwood had been wounded, cracked by a recent lightning strike. From this crack seeped not sap, but a faint, shimmering light that pulsed with a slow, pained rhythm. And hovering around the wound, caught in the tree's own distressed energy field, were the missing stars of the silver lyre, swirling in a slow, sad dance. The upward falling rain was being drawn up towards this tear in the forest's heart, and the tree's anguish was affecting everything connected to it, the petals that mirrored its light, the wood from its body, even the flow of water. This was no mystery of theft, but of empathy. The woods were not being attacked, they were hurting, and their pain echoed in the world above. Leo did not have a magical spell or a powerful potion. He had only his kindness and his understanding. He sat beside the great root, placed his hand gently on the rough bark, and simply listened. He poured all his quiet empathy towards the ancient tree, not as a problem to be solved, but as a friend to be comforted. He hummed the old nursery rhyme, changing the words slightly. When the silver lyre's strings fall still, a friend is here on highest hill. When petals wear the sun's gold gown, let's turn your sad heart upside down. As he sat there, he noticed something his map had noted, but he had never understood. A particular pattern of moss and lichen that grew around the heartwood, a pattern that perfectly mirrored the constellation of the silver lyre on the forest floor. The stars above were not stolen, they were reflected. They had been drawn down to their mirror image, to the place that represented the heart of their harmony. He knew then what he had to do. He couldn't heal the wound with magic, but he could help the forest heal itself. He returned to the village and shared his discovery. There was no villain, no crisis, only a great ancient being in pain. The entire village gathered, Hemlock with his tools, Mistress Willow with her most soothing poultices made from crushed moon petals and honey, the baker with warm, nourishing bread made from grain blessed by Starlight, and all the children and their parents. Together they went to the glen. They worked not as laborers fixing a break, but as friends tending a loved one. They gently applied the herbal poultices to the cracked root. They sang soft, communal songs, their voices blending with the whisper of the leaves. They laid offerings of bread and kindness at the base of the tree. Leo, using his knowledge of patterns, carefully rearranged the glowing moss around the root to perfectly realign the constellation pattern on the ground, creating a circuit of gentle, healing energy. As the pattern was completed, a profound peace settled over the glen. The low hum of sorrow faded, replaced by a contented, vibrant silence. The stars of the silver lyre, their dance complete, slowly ascended, one by one, back to their rightful places in the night sky, now visible through the canopy. The upward falling rain paused, then gently began to fall downwards once more, with a sound like a million soft sighs of relief. The moon petals, no longer reflecting a pained golden light, slowly shifted back to their tranquil, silvery blue. The heart of the woods had been comforted. Back in the village square, under the now familiar stars and the gentle, downward falling rain, the community felt a new, deeper connection. The clock tower chimed its quarter-hour melody, a sound that now seemed to celebrate their shared compassion. The wind chimes, stirred by a happy breeze, began to sing their delicate, random harmonies once more. Leo stood on his balcony, looking up at the complete silver lyre. He hadn't solved a mystery through brilliant deduction alone, but through patient observation and a willingness to feel what the world was feeling. The village of Stillwater had not faced a threat but an opportunity to listen, to care, and to come together. And as the residents of the village drifted off to sleep that night, lulled by the familiar tap-tap-tap of rain on the roof and the distant, comforting chime of the clock tower, they all dreamed the same peaceful dream, of a great ancient tree, its leaves rustling with gratitude, and a sky full of stars, shining down on a community held close by the gentle, unbreakable bonds of friendship. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to breathe in time with the sleeping house. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the world wrapped in darkness. But inside, where the embers glowed like 100 watching eyes, a story waits to be told. A story about a quiet boy, a forgotten path, and the light we sometimes find when we are brave enough to step into the dark. His name was Leo, and he carried a quietness about him, the kind that settles like dust in an unused room. He lived with his grandmother in a cottage at the edge of a great, murmuring wood, a place where the sunlight fell in dappled coins, and the air smelled always of damp earth and pine resin. Leo was not unhappy, but he often felt as if he were a spectator to the world, watching its vibrant colors and loud joys from behind a pane of thin, clear glass. He longed for a connection, a purpose, something that would make his own heart feel as real and as warm as the fire his grandmother tended each evening. The change began on an afternoon in late autumn, the kind where the light is thin and golden, and the cold waits just beyond the horizon. Leo was gathering kindling at the wood's edge when he noticed something he had never seen before. Tucked between the gnarled roots of an ancient, grandfather oak was a narrow path. It wasn't a path made by human feet. It was more of a suggestion, a parting in the ferns and a slight wearing down of the moss, as if small, soft creatures had passed that way for 1,000 years. A curious feeling like the faint chime of a distant bell tugged at him. Without quite knowing why, he left his bundle of sticks and stepped onto the hidden trail. The path descended gently, the sounds of the familiar world fading into a deep, respectful silence. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of decaying leaves and something else, something sweet and elusive, like crushed mint and old honey. The light changed too, filtering through the dense canopy not as harsh sunlight, but as a soft, green-gold luminescence. Leo walked for what felt like both a minute and an hour, his feet making no sound on the velvety moss. He felt a strange sense of peace, the quiet anxiety that usually hummed in his chest beginning to still. He emerged into a small, circular clearing. In the center stood the most remarkable tree he had ever seen. It was a silver birch, but its bark shimmered with a soft, internal light, as if it had swallowed a piece of the moon. Its leaves, though touched with the gold of autumn, seemed to hold their own gentle radiance. And nestled among its roots, glowing with the deep, pulsating warmth of banked embers, was a flower. It was a small, cup-shaped bloom the color of a twilight sky, and from its heart emanated a light that was not a glare, but a comfort. It was a soft, orange-pink glow, the very color of warmth and safety. Leo knelt before it, his breath catching in his throat. He felt no urge to pick it, only to be near it. As he reached out a tentative hand, not to touch, but to feel the warmth on his skin, a voice, sharp and clear as a splinter of ice, spoke from the shadows. "That does not belong to you." Leo snatched his hand back, his heart leaping into his throat. From behind the luminous birch stepped a creature. It was a pine marten, sleek and brown, with a cream-colored throat and eyes as dark and bright as polished river stones. It sat on its haunches, its head tilted, regarding him with an unnerving intelligence. I wasn't going to take it," Leo stammered, his own voice sounding small and clumsy. The pine marten blinked slowly. "Intentions are like seeds, they must be planted to be known. I am Kael. This is the heart glow. It has been in the care of my family since the first snow fell on these woods." Leo swallowed, his initial fear giving way to a spark of fascination. "What is it?" "It is a reminder," Kael said, his voice softening slightly. "A piece of the world's oldest warmth, left over from when the stars were first kindled. It keeps the deep dark at bay in this little grove, but its light is fading." The marten gestured with his nose toward the flower. Indeed, as Leo looked closer, he saw that the ember-like glow pulsed irregularly, sometimes bright and strong, sometimes guttering to a faint whisper of light. "Why?" Leo asked. "It needs a story," Kael said simply. "A true one, a story of connection given freely. The old stories that sustained it have been forgotten. I have guarded it for many seasons, but I am a guardian, not a storyteller. My stories are of hunting and hiding, of wind in the branches and the taste of morning frost. They are not the kind that feed a heart glow." Leo looked from the anxious marten to the faltering flower. The quiet longing in his own heart echoed the flower's dimming light. "I don't have any stories," he whispered, the old feeling of being an outsider washing over him. Kael's whiskers twitched. "Everyone has a story, little quiet one. The question is whether you are brave enough to listen to it." And so an unexpected friendship was kindled there, in that hidden grove, between a boy who felt too much and said too little, and a sharp-tongued guardian who had run out of ways to save what he loved. Leo began to visit the grove every day. At first he would just sit, and Kael would tell him of the woods, of the fox family that lived in the rocky cairn to the north, of the badger who was a terrible grump but secretly left berries for the young hedgehogs, of the way the stars looked through the winter branches, like cracks of light in a dark bowl. Slowly, Leo started to talk back. He told Kael about his grandmother, about her hands, gnarled like the roots of the oak, and how they could soothe any hurt. He described the way she hummed old tunes while kneading bread, the smell of which filled their cottage with a love as tangible as the furniture. He spoke of his own small loneliness, of watching the other children from the village laughing together and feeling as though he were made of different, quieter stuff. Kael listened. He didn't offer advice or empty comfort. He simply listened, his dark eyes fixed on Leo, his presence a silent anchor. And as Leo spoke, he noticed something. The heartglow's light would steady. It wouldn't grow dramatically brighter, but its pulses would become more even, its warmth more consistent. His simple, true words were a kind of sustenance. But it wasn't enough. The flower was stable, but it was not thriving. The deep, vibrant glow of true health eluded it. "It needs a bigger story," Kael said one evening, as the green-gold light of the grove began to dim toward indigo. "A story of a journey, a transformation, the kind that changes the teller as much as the listener." Leo felt a cold knot of fear in his stomach. A journey where? Kael looked up toward the deepest part of the woods, where the trees grew so close together they formed a wall of shadow. To the whispering stones, it is a place of echoes where the oldest stories of the wood are said to be stored. If any tale can rekindle the heart glow, it is there, but the path is not easy. The deep dark gathers there, for it hates stories more than anything. The deep dark. Leo had heard Kael speak of it before. It wasn't a monster or a creature, but a presence, an absence, really. A cold silence that leached warmth and sound and memory. It was the opposite of the heart glow, the opposite of story. That night in his bed under the eaves, Leo stared at the moonlit square of his window. He was afraid. The hidden grove was one thing, it felt safe, enchanted. The deep woods were another. They were vast and unknown. But then he thought of the Heartglow's gentle, struggling light. He thought of Kael's steadfast guardianship. And he thought of his own quiet heart and the small, brave flame that had begun to flicker there since he'd found the grove and its guardian. The next morning, he told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods for the day. She packed him a lunch of bread and cheese and an apple, her wise old eyes seeing more than he said. She simply kissed his forehead and said, "Listen to the world, Leo. It has much to tell you if you are quiet enough to hear." He met Kael at the edge of the grove. The pine marten looked at the small pack and the determined set of Leo's shoulders and gave a single, sharp nod of approval. "Stay close, and whatever you do, do not let the silence inside you." The journey into the deep wood was a transformation in itself. The friendly, dappled light of the familiar forest gave way to a twilight gloom. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted into shapes that hinted at ancient, slumbering faces. The air was still and cold, and the only sound was the crunch of their footsteps and the occasional skittering of some unseen creature. Leo felt the old quietness trying to seep back into him, the urge to withdraw, to become small and unnoticed. But Kael was a lively presence, a thread of warmth in the cooling world. He would point out a luminous patch of foxfire on a rotting log, or the intricate, frost-like pattern of a spider's web beaded with dew. "Look," he would whisper. "The world is still making beauty even here. Remember this. This is part of the story." They followed a dry stream bed, its course a scar of pale stones through the dark earth. The sense of being watched grew heavier. The shadows between the trees seemed deeper, more solid. Leo found himself walking closer to Kael, his hand occasionally brushing the marten's warm, dense fur for comfort. After hours of walking, they reached the foot of a low, rocky hill. At its summit stood a circle of standing stones, tall and gray against the bruised purple of the sky. They were the Whispering Stones. But as they approached, Leo felt a profound chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was a chill of the spirit. The air was utterly dead, devoid of scent or sound. The very light seemed flattened and drained of color. "The deep dark is here," Kael murmured, his voice tight. "It is waiting." As they stepped into the circle of stones, the silence became a physical pressure on Leo's eardrums. He could hear the frantic thumping of his own heart. The stones themselves were smooth and featureless, but as he looked at them, he felt a profound sadness. They were like great, blind eyes, seeing nothing, remembering nothing. "What do I do?" Leo whispered, his voice swallowed by the oppressive quiet. "Find a story," Kael urged, his own small body trembling. "A true one, your true one, speak it." Leo opened his mouth, but no words came. The deep dark pressed in, feeding on his fear, his doubt, his lifelong belief that he had nothing of value to say. He thought of the grand, heroic tales he'd heard, of knights and dragons, of epic quests and mighty deeds. He had none of those. He had only the small, quiet moments of his life. They seemed like nothing in the face of this consuming silence. He felt the warmth leaching from his skin. He saw Kael huddle closer, his bright eyes growing dim. He was failing. The deep dark was winning. Despair, cold and heavy, began to fill him. But then, in that moment of utter emptiness, a memory surfaced. It was not a grand memory. It was a small one, so small he had almost forgotten it. It was from a year ago, a rainy afternoon. He had been feeling particularly lonely, sitting by the window, tracing patterns on the fogged glass. His grandmother had come and sat beside him, not speaking. She had simply taken his hand in hers, her skin papery and warm, and held it. They had sat like that for a long time, watching the rain streak down the pane. And in that silence, a different kind of silence from the one that now threatened to crush him, Leo had felt a wave of pure, wordless love. It was a connection so deep and so sure that it had filled the hollow space inside him, if only for a little while. It was a story. A small, quiet, true story. He took a deep, shuddering breath, fighting against the silence that wanted to steal his voice. "I remember," he began, the words a fragile thread in the vast quiet. "I remember the rain on the window. It made the whole world outside look soft and blurred, like a forgotten dream." The deep dark seemed to press closer, but Leo focused on the memory, on the feeling of his grandmother's hand. "I felt so alone that day," he continued, his voice gaining a little strength. "As if I were a single, forgotten leaf on a great, big tree. I didn't say anything. I didn't know how, but my grandmother, she came and sat with me. She didn't ask what was wrong. She didn't tell me to cheer up. She just took my hand." He closed his eyes, summoning the sensation, the warmth, the gentle pressure, the unspoken understanding. And we just sat there listening to the rain, and in that quiet I didn't feel alone anymore. I felt seen, not for anything I had done or said, but just for being me. And I realized that love isn't always a loud, cheering thing. Sometimes it's a very quiet thing. It's a hand held in the rain. It's a presence. It's a light that doesn't need to shout to be warm. As he spoke the last word, something shifted. The dead air in the stone circle stirred. A faint, silvery echo of his words seemed to ripple out from him, touching the cold stones. And then, one by one, the whispering stones began to glow. A soft, internal light, the color of moonlight on water, welled up from within them. The deep dark recoiled, slithering back into the shadows between the trees, defeated not by a shout, but by a whisper of profound truth. The silence was broken, replaced by a gentle, humming resonance, as if the stones themselves were humming a tune of ancient comfort. Leo stood breathless, watching as the circle filled with this clean, moonlit radiance. He had done it. Not with a hero's tale, but with his own. Kaelen uncurled himself, his fur fluffing out with relief. He looked at Leo, and for the first time, there was something like awe in his dark eyes. "You see," he said softly, "you had the story all along." When they returned to the hidden grove, the heartglow was waiting. Leo knelt before it, and without a word, he placed his hands on the earth beside it. He didn't need to speak the story aloud again. He simply held it in his heart, feeling its truth and its warmth. The flower responded instantly. Its light, which had been the weak glow of embers, surged into the steady, brilliant radiance of a tiny, captured star. Waves of gentle warmth pulsed from it, washing over Leo and Kaelen, filling the grove with a light that was the very essence of comfort and connection. The silver birch above it seemed to sigh, its leaves shimmering with renewed joy. Leo was transformed. The journey had not given him a loud voice or a brash confidence. Instead, it had burned away the doubt that had clouded his heart. He had discovered that his quietness was not a weakness, but a depth. That his true stories, the small, authentic moments of connection and love, were powerful enough to push back the deepest dark. He had found his own inner glow, and it burned steady and true. He continued to visit the grove, his friendship with Kaelen deepening into a bond as strong as the oldest roots in the wood. He would tell the heartglow stories, of the new buds in spring, of the taste of his grandmother's blackberry pie, of the way the firelight danced on the walls of his cottage. And the flower's light never faltered again. Back in his own world, Leo was still a quiet boy. But the quiet was different now. It was a peaceful quiet, a listening quiet. He found he could connect with others in small ways, a shared smile with a village child, helping an elderly neighbor carry a heavy basket. He saw the stories in their eyes, and he understood that everyone carried their own heartglow, their own small, brave light against the dark. And so, as the fire in the hearth now settles into a bed of glowing coals, and the shadows in the room grow deep and soft, remember Leo's story. Remember that the most powerful magic is not in grand feats or loud proclamations, but in the quiet, steady warmth of a kind heart. The journey you take in your dreams tonight may not be through an enchanted wood, but it is yours alone. And within you always is a light that the dark cannot extinguish, a light fed by love, by memory, and by the simple, brave act of being truly yourself. So close your eyes now, and let the warmth of this tale wrap around you like a soft blanket. Listen to the whisper of the embers, each one a tiny story of its own, burning bright in the kindly dark. Let your breath be slow and deep, and know that all is well. The story is told, the heart is warm, and the world is sleeping, safe and sound. Story 14. The first time the tiny, woven basket appeared on the windowsill, filled with fresh cloudberries that tasted like sweetened air, Alara wasn't afraid. She was 7, and the world was still soft at the edges, still ripe with quiet magic. Each night a new gift arrived, a petal that chimed in the breeze, a smooth river stone still warm from a sun she couldn't see, a single feather that shimmered with captured starlight. With each gift came a feeling, a gentle nudge against her heart, a whisper of a place that needed her. Now at 12, the call had grown into a clear, resonant hum. It was time to follow. She packed a small satchel made of worn, buttery soft leather, a gift from her grandfather. Inside, she placed only what was essential, a canteen of cool, clear water, a crust of bread for practical comfort, and the small, gray, river-worn stone from that very first gift. It was her anchor, her piece of home. When her fingers closed around its smooth, cool surface, she could feel the steady, loving rhythm of her own hearth, no matter how far she wandered. The journey began not with a road, but with a descent. Behind the waterfall at the edge of the woods, hidden by the thunderous curtain of water, was a staircase carved from living rock, moss clinging to its steps like a velvet blanket. The air changed as she descended. The scent of damp earth and cold stone gave way to something else, something ancient and electric. It was the smell of ozone after a lightning strike, mixed with the fragrance of rain-soaked lilacs and a hint of warm, honeyed beeswax. This was the entrance to the Glimmerdeep, the realm of underground auroras. The staircase opened into a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in a soft, luminous mist. This was no dark, damp cave. The very air was alive with light. Rivers of color flowed overhead, ribbons of emerald, sapphire, and amethyst that pulsed and swirled in a silent, graceful dance. They were the Ori, the living auroras, and this was their home. The light they cast was not harsh, but gentle and velvety, painting the world in soft, shifting hues. The ground was not stone, but a springy silver moss that felt like walking on a thick, heavenly carpet. When she touched it, it released a scent of fresh linen and morning dew. In the center of the cavern stood the first great landmark, the Whispering Spire. It was a colossal crystal formation, clear as water, that rose from the mossy floor to touch the swirling lights above. As the colors of the Ori washed over it, the spire would hum, translating their light into a complex, beautiful music that filled the cavern. It was a symphony without sound, a vibration that you felt in your bones, a melody of peace, of history, of gentle sorrow. The spire was a waypoint, its hum a guide for those who knew how to listen. Alara stood before it, the stone warm in her palm, and listened. The music was sad. A thread of discord ran through it, a faint, jarring note of anxiety. The Ori above seemed to flicker, their vibrant streams thinning in places as if they were growing tired. A small creature, no larger than a rabbit, emerged from behind a cluster of glowing mushrooms. Its body was made of the same soft light as the Ori, but condensed into a solid, fuzzy form. It had large, dark eyes that held the depth of the night sky, and long, delicate ears that twitched to the spire's music. This was a lumen, a child of the light rivers. It did not speak with words, but as it cautiously approached Alara, it reached out a paw that glowed with a soft, buttery yellow light. Understanding, Alara held out her own hand. The lumen's touch was not solid. It was a sensation of warmth and a sudden flood of images and feelings directly into her mind. She saw the Ori, once strong and vibrant, now weakening. She felt their fear. Their light was the memory of the world above, the echo of every sunset, every dawn, every joyful spark of life. But the memories were fading, growing dim. The great library where they were stored, the nexus of echoes, was failing. Without its stabilizing presence, the Ori would dissolve into nothing, and the glimmer deep would fall into permanent twilight. The lumen's message was clear. The nexus needed a new heartstone, a focus of pure, stable, and heartfelt memory. The reason for her exploration was now as bright as the cavern around her. She was here to help. The journey to the nexus was a path of wonders. They crossed bridges made of solidified moonlight, which felt cool and smooth as polished marble under her feet, but flexed gently with each step. They passed through forests of crystal flowers that chimed a delicate, glassy song when the lumen brushed past them, filling the air with a sound like 1,000 tiny wind chimes. The scent here was of crushed mint and cold, clear water. At times, the lumen would stop, its whole body glowing a specific color, a soft blue for caution, a warm orange for joy, communicating its mood and guidance through this gentle, silent language of light. Finally, they arrived at the second great landmark, the Nexus of Echoes. It was not a building of stone and wood, but a library woven from light and shadow, a place between dimensions. It appeared as a vast, domed lattice of silver filaments, and within each opening swirled a captured moment. A child's first laugh, the warmth of a hug, the quiet peace of a forest walk. These were the memories that fed the Ori. But the nexus was dim. The memories flickered weakly, and at its center, where a great, clear crystal should have been pulsing with power, there was only a dull, gray shard, its light almost gone. The old heartstone was dying. Alara approached the center, the lumen clinging to her shoulder, its light a small, brave beacon. She understood. The nexus needed a stone imbued not with magic, but with the essence of home, a memory so strong, so stable, and so loving that it could anchor all others. She looked down at the river stone in her hand. It was just a stone. It was from a river near her house. It was ordinary. But then she remembered. It was the first gift. It was the beginning of her belief. It was the tangible proof that she was connected to something wonderful. It held the memory of her 7-year-old self, full of unquestioning wonder. It held the steady, patient love of her grandfather who had given her the satchel. It held the scent of her own home, of baking bread and burning logs. This simple, gray stone was a vault of everything that was stable and good in her life. This was the reason for her journey, and in that moment she understood herself. She was not a great sorceress or a mighty warrior. She was a keeper of small, quiet things, a guardian of gentle memories, and that was a power all its own. She didn't throw the stone. She didn't chant a spell. She simply knelt before the dying heartstone and placed her own river stone gently against its cold, gray surface. She poured all her feeling into it, the safety of her bed, the taste of cloudberries, the sound of her grandfather's stories, the warmth of the lumen's trust. She poured in the memory of home. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single thread of warm, golden light traveled from her fingertips, through her stone, and into the heartstone. It was like a seed taking root. The light spread slow and sure, filling the cracks and flaws in the great crystal. The gray faded, replaced by a deep, clear luminescence that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping giant's heartbeat. The effect was instantaneous. All through the nexus of echoes, the captured memories brightened, their colors deepening, their forms becoming sharp and vivid. The child's laugh rang out clear and true. The warmth of the hug became a tangible heat. The high above, the rivers of the Ori responded. their flickering ceased. They swelled, their colors becoming richer, their dance more joyful and powerful. The entire glimmer deep was bathed in a renewed, vibrant light. The whispering spire in the distance hummed a new, triumphant chord that vibrated through the very moss under their feet, a symphony of restoration and gratitude. The lumen on her shoulder glowed a brilliant, sunny gold. It nuzzled its face against her cheek, its touch a wave of pure, unadulterated thankfulness that washed over her, warmer than any blanket. Her task was complete. The journey back was a quiet celebration. The crystal flowers chimed a joyous fanfare. The moss seemed to spring even more softly under her feet. When she reached the whispering spire, its music was a gentle lullaby, a promise of peace and protection. She ascended the stone staircase, the scents of the glimmer deep, ozone, lilacs, and honey, lingering on her clothes like a beautiful dream. She stepped out from behind the waterfall into the familiar woods of her own world. The moon was high, and the stars were sharp pinpricks in the velvet sky. She was home. Her satchel was a little lighter, for she had left her stone behind, but her heart was immeasurably fuller. She now carried the memory of the glimmer deep within her, the feel of velvet light, the sound of a crystal symphony, the scent of a hidden world, and the warmth of a friendship forged in silent understanding. As she walked back to her sleeping village, she knew the tiny gifts would likely stop. They were no longer needed. The call had been answered. She climbed into her bed, the blankets soft and familiar, and closed her eyes. And in her dreams she floated not on a cloud, but on a river of shimmering, gentle light, soothed by a distant, humming melody, forever a part of the enchanted realm she had helped to save, forever carrying its wonder in the quiet home of her heart. Story 15. The air smelled of rain-kissed stone and distant thunderstorms, a crisp, electric scent that filled the lungs with the promise of something new. It was the scent of the glimmer tide, the one night each cycle when the veil between the waking world and the enchanted realm grew thin as cobweb silk. And on this night, a young girl named Anya stood at the edge of her own small, familiar garden, watching as sparks of pure starlight rose from the earth, swirling upwards to join the constellations. In her hand she clutched a single, soft gray feather, given to her by the old gander who nested by the pond. It was not much to look at, but it was her tether, her piece of home. It smelled of sun-warmed down and sweet clover, and when she pressed it to her cheek, its texture was a whisper of comfort against her skin. One of the rising sparks, larger and brighter than the others, dipped and danced before her. It did not speak in words, but in a feeling, a gentle pulling curiosity that tugged at her heart. Without a second thought, Anya reached out her hand. The spark settled on her palm, not hot, but cool and tingling, like the fizz of morning dew. The world around her, the sleepy cottage, the rustling oak trees, the familiar path, began to soften and dissolve, as if being washed away in a watercolor dream. When her senses returned, she was standing on a pathway of solidified cloud. It was springy and cool beneath her bare feet, a sensation like walking on the most perfect moss. All around her towers spiraled into a sky of perpetual twilight, their spires crafted from spun sugar and moonbeam, their bridges flowing ribbons of liquid silver. This was the city of whispers, and it was built upon the clouds themselves. The air hummed with a low, melodious thrum, the collective breath of the city, and it carried the scent of ozone and blooming, night-blooming jasmine. Small, fluffy creatures with eyes like polished jet rolled and tumbled in the plush streets. They were cloud kittens, and they communicated not with meows, but with soft, chiming purrs that shimmered in the air like visible sound. One, bolder than the rest, bounced over and nudged her ankle. Its purr was a question, a series of rising, bell-like notes that translated in her mind as, "You are new. You are solid. Why are you here?" Anya knelt, her fingers sinking into the kitten's impossibly soft fur. I followed a spark," she said, her her voice seeming too loud in the gentle city. "I think I'm supposed to help someone." The cloud kitten's purr shifted into a chord of understanding. It turned and began to lead her through the winding, cloud-wrought streets. They passed the Starlight spire, a monument that pulsed with a soft, internal light, casting shifting patterns on the cloudy ground, a waypoint for travelers and a thing of breathtaking beauty all at once. Anya reached out and touched its surface. It was smooth and warm like a stone left in the sun. Her guide led her to the edge of the city, where the cloud path ended, giving way to a vast, open sky. But spanning the chasm was the Bridge of Sighs, a magnificent, arching structure woven from rainbows and spider silk. It looked fragile, but as Anya stepped onto it, it felt as solid as granite beneath her feet, though it thrummed with a vibrant energy that traveled up through her soles. The bridge sang a low, humming song as they crossed, a melody of wind and resilience. On the other side, the world changed again. They descended a gentle slope into the mouth of a great cavern, the entrance hidden behind a waterfall that flowed upwards, its droplets catching the strange light and looking like a shower of diamonds. Inside was the underground aurora. The cavern was so vast its ceiling was lost in shadow, but from that darkness cascaded rivers of light, violet, emerald, cerulean, and gold. They flowed and swirled in a silent, breathtaking dance, their light reflecting off millions of crystalline formations that jutted from the walls and floor. The air here was cool and carried the clean, sharp scent of quartz and deep earth. The only sound was a faint, crystalline chiming, like 1,000 tiny wind chimes being stirred by a breeze she could not feel. The cloud kitten gave a final, soft chime and nudged her towards the center of the cavern. There, nestled amongst the glowing crystals, was a great, slumbering creature. It was a stone whale, its body carved from obsidian and amethyst, its size so immense it seemed a small island. But its light was dim. The beautiful, shifting patterns that should have danced across its crystalline skin were faint and sluggish. As Anya approached, a smaller creature, no larger than her hand, fluttered down from the whale's back. It was a lumen fly, its body a pulsating lantern of soft gold. It did not speak or buzz, but instead landed on her shoulder, and a wave of pure emotion washed over her, a deep, profound sadness and a plea for help. The stone whale's song, the music that kept the aurora flowing, was fading. Without it, the lights would go out, and this wondrous cavern would be plunged into eternal darkness. "How can I help?" Anya whispered, her heart aching for the great, gentle creature. The lumen fly pulsed, and an image formed in her mind, a single perfect note, a note of pure joy and remembrance that needed to be found and returned to the whale's heart. The memory of its song was lost, scattered across the realm in moments of beauty it had witnessed long ago. Her quest was clear. She had to find the lost notes of the song. Her first journey took her to the gardens of echoing glass. Here, flowers were not made of petals, but of delicate, transparent crystal. They grew in wild, beautiful formations, and when the gentle wind blew through them, they did not rustle, but rang with clear, perfect musical notes. The scent was of honey and cold glass. Anya walked slowly through the garden, the gray feather still clasped tightly in her hand. She listened, her soul straining to hear not just the beauty, but the truth within it. One flower, a bell-shaped bloom of sapphire blue glass, rang with a note that was not just sound, but a feeling of profound peace. It was the peace of a silent, snow-covered forest, the peace of a sleeping child. As the note hung in the air, it solidified into a shimmering, blue orb of light. Anya reached out, and it floated gently into her open palm, cool and humming with serene energy. Next, the lumen fly guided her to the library between dimensions. It had no walls or ceiling, but was instead a labyrinth of floating, leather-bound books that drifted slowly through a soft, golden haze. The air smelled of old paper, dried lavender, and melting candle wax. To find a book, you did not look for its title, but for the feeling it evoked. Anya thought of courage, of a small, brave heart facing a great challenge. A large book, bound in deep green leather, drifted into her hands. It fell open to a page that showed not words, but a scene, a small bird defending its nest from a storm. As she watched, the scene poured from the page not as an image, but as a warm, amber-colored note of pure, defiant courage. It joined the first note, orbiting her hand like a tiny, brave star. The final note was the most difficult to find. It was the note of unconditional love. They traveled to the shores of murmuring sand, where the grains of sand were tiny, polished moonstones that whispered secrets as the tide of liquid starlight ebbed and flowed. The sound was a constant, soothing susurrus, and the air tasted of salt and nostalgia. Anya sat on the cool, smooth sand, feeling a little lonely and very far from home. She missed the weight of her own blanket, the sound of the kettle whistling, the simple, solid feel of her own world. She brought the gray feather up to her face again, inhaling its familiar, homely scent. She thought of the gander who had given it to her, of her parents reading by the fire, of the simple, deep-rooted love of the place she came from. A tear, warm and salty, traced a path down her cheek and fell onto the moonstone sand. Where it fell, the sand began to glow with a soft, rosy light. From that spot rose the final note, a deep, resonant crimson tone that felt like a hug, like safety, like coming home. It was the most powerful note of all, and as it joined the others, the three orbs, blue, amber, and crimson, swirled together around her hand, their combined light casting a brilliant, hopeful glow. She returned to the slumbering stone whale in the underground aurora. The lumen fly pulsed with excited light. Anya placed her hand, surrounded by the three orbiting notes, upon the cool, smooth obsidian of the whale's side. "This is what you have forgotten," she whispered. "The peace of the world, the courage within it, and the love that connects it all." She pushed her hand forward, and the three notes sank into the whale's stony flesh. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum began to emanate from the great creature, a vibration that traveled up through Anya's legs and settled in her bones. A crack of light appeared on the whale's back, then another and another. The dim patterns on its skin ignited, flooding the cavern with a brilliance that made the aurora above seem to dance with renewed vigor. Violet, emerald, and gold light cascaded in waterfalls of pure joy. The stone whale opened its eyes, great orbs of polished opal, and they held a deep, ancient kindness. It did not speak in words or even in music she could hear, but a wave of gratitude so immense and warm washed over her that she felt tears spring to her eyes once more. It was a thank you that filled her from her toes to the tips of her hair. The lumen fly, now glowing as bright as a miniature sun, danced around her head in a joyful pattern. Her work was done. The song was restored. The journey back was a blur of gentle farewells. The cloud kitten chimed a melody of fond goodbye at the bridge of sighs. As Anya stepped back onto the cloud path of the city of whispers, the world began to soften once more, the towers of sugar and moonlight dissolving into the familiar darkness of her own night. She was standing once again in her garden, the gray feather still clutched in her hand. The last of the glimmer-tide sparks were winking out overhead. But something was different. The air seemed sweeter, the stars seemed closer, and in her heart she carried a new understanding. She had gone to help another, but she had discovered that the peace, courage, and love she had sought for the whale were the very same things she carried inside herself all along, symbolized by the simple feather from her home. She walked back to her cottage, her feet on the solid, comforting earth, and slipped inside. As she climbed into her soft bed, the memory of the humming bridge, the chiming garden, and the singing whale was a lullaby more beautiful than any other. She had been a tiny spark in a vast, enchanted realm, and she had helped to rekindle a great light. And with that warm, wondrous truth cradled in her heart, She drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the silent, snow-covered forest she had helped to remember. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped. her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter. Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest,
Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely travelers found themselves stranded, far from the familiar skies of their homeworlds. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, where communication happened not through words, but through shifting hues that danced across their gelatinous forms. His name was Azul, and when he was anxious, as he very much was now, he turned the pale blue of a twilight sky. He had been collecting samples of iridescent moss from asteroid fields when his ship's crystal drive fractured, sending him spiraling down to Lumen's surface. The second was a creature from the world of Symphonia, where thoughts were expressed through delicate, bell-like harmonies that chimed from the delicate filaments growing along her arms. Her name was Lyra, and her current song was a worried, minor-key melody that fluttered like a trapped moth. She had been charting sonic patterns in nebulae when an unexpected solar flare scrambled her navigation crystals, leaving her vessel nestled between Lumen's silvery dunes. They discovered one another at the edge of a vast, crystalline forest, where trees of amethyst and quartz caught the light of three small suns and fractured it into rainbows that danced across the ground. Azul, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a startled shade of violet. Lyra, in turn, chimed a high, surprised note that echoed through the crystals. At first, their differences seemed impossible to bridge. When Azul tried to express his peaceful intentions by glowing a soft sunrise orange, Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning and responded with a defensive, sharp C-sharp that made the nearby crystals vibrate. When Lyra attempted to share her loneliness through a gentle, descending melody, Azul read it as sadness and turned a melancholy indigo, which Lyra then mistook for disapproval. But necessity is the mother of connection, and as Lumen's nights grew cold, with temperatures that turned the very air to shimmering frost, they realized they would need to work together to survive. They found shelter in a great geode cave, its walls lined with glowing cyan crystals that pulsed with a gentle, innate warmth. Here, they began to build their safe space. Azul, with his malleable form, could squeeze into narrow crevices to gather clusters of warm light crystals, while Lyra, with her precise harmonic abilities, could test the structural integrity of the cavern by singing certain frequencies that made the walls hum in response. Slowly, a friendship began to blossom in that crystalline haven. They developed their own way of communicating, a beautiful fusion of color and sound. Azul would glow in patterns that Lyra learned to interpret like musical notes, while Lyra's harmonies took on hues that Azul could understand as emotions. A soft green glow accompanied by a lilting melody meant, "I found fresh water." A pulsing gold light paired with a warm major chord meant, "You are safe with me." One afternoon, as they worked together lining the floor with soft moss Azul had collected, a misunderstanding arose that would become one of their fondest memories. Lyra noticed that Azul had arranged the moss in careful, concentric circles. To her, circles were a symbol of containment on Symphonia, used only for things that were dangerous or needed to be restricted. She chimed a concerned sequence of notes, her filaments trembling. Azul, sensing her distress, flushed a confused lavender. He had arranged the circles because on Chroma, circles represented unity and protection, the shape of their communal nests. He glowed a bright, questioning yellow. For a moment they simply looked at one another, unable to comprehend the other's concern. Then Lyra hesitantly sang a questioning phrase that meant, "Why confine?" while gesturing to the circles. Azul's form shifted to a realization of soft pink, and he pulsed a pattern that meant, "Not confine, embrace." Understanding dawned in Lyra's large, luminous eyes. She responded with a chuckle that came out as a series of bubbling, joyful notes,
while Azul shimmered with laughter in ripples of gold and silver. They spent the rest of that day teaching each other about their cultural symbols, Lyra singing stories of symphonian traditions, while Azul illustrated them in bursts of color across his form. As days turned into weeks, their crystalline cave became more than just shelter. It became a home. They cultivated a garden of bioluminescent fungi that cast a soft blue glow in the evenings. They discovered that by combining their abilities, they could create beautiful displays of light and sound that danced across the geode walls. Lyra would sing a melody, and Azul would interpret it in swirling colors that pulsed in time with her music. But their favorite ritual came each evening, when Lumen's 3 suns would set and the stars emerged in breathtaking multitudes. They would settle near the cave entrance, where the crystal ceiling opened to the sky, and watch the cosmos together. During these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Lyra would hum a soft, wandering tune that spoke of longing and wonder, while Azul would glow in deep blues and purples that mirrored the nebulas swirling above. They found comfort in the shared silence between notes, in the gentle fade of one color into another. They learned that friendship needed no translation when it was felt in the soul. One evening, as a shower of shooting stars streaked across the velvet darkness, Lyra noticed a familiar constellation, the Northern Lyre, which guided travelers home in her culture. She sang a hopeful, rising melody and pointed upward. Azul followed her gaze and recognized the pattern too. On Chroma they called it the Cascade of Tears, but it signaled the same thing, a path to the wormhole that connected this sector to their inhabited galaxies. They looked at each other, and without any need for light or sound, they understood the mixture of emotions between them, the joy of possible rescue, the sorrow of impending separation. Azul glowed a bittersweet blend of sunset orange and twilight blue. Lyra answered with a chord that was both happy and sad, like sunlight through rain. Together, they devised a plan. Using the natural amplifier qualities of the geode cave, Lyra sang a powerful, sustained note tuned to the emergency frequency of interstellar vessels, while Azul focused his entire being into a brilliant beacon of light that pulsed in a distress pattern known across the star systems. For 3 days they continued their signal, taking turns to rest and sustain their efforts. On the 4th evening, as they sat watching the stars as usual, a new light appeared among them, a soft, pearlescent ship that descended gracefully toward Lumen. The rescue vessel was from a neutral exploration guild, its crew familiar with many species. The captain, a gentle being with kind eyes and translating crystals embedded in her antennae, explained that they had detected both a sonic and visual distress call of remarkable harmony and intensity. As preparations were made for departure, Azul and Lyra lingered in their crystalline home one last time. They knew their paths would now diverge, Azul returning to Chroma's color-drenched oceans, Lyra to Symphonia's singing forests. But instead of sadness, they felt gratitude. Azul glowed in a pattern he had created just for Lyra, a swirling dance of colors that meant, "You are my star-made friend." Lyra responded with a melody she had composed for Azul, a song that translated to "Your light will always guide me." The captain, watching them, offered a solution. The Exploration Guild maintained a neutral space station called the Harmony Nexus, where beings from different worlds could meet to share knowledge and friendship. She extended them both an open invitation. As they boarded the rescue ship, Azul and Lyra shared one last look at their crystalline cave, now glowing softly in Lumen's twilight. They knew it would remain there, a testament to friendship forged across worlds, waiting for any other travelers who might need shelter. Years later, on the Harmony Nexus, there is a particular observatory dome that is always filled with color and music. Here, a being of shifting hues and a creature of gentle harmonies often meet to watch the stars together. They have taught many others how to communicate beyond words, how to build bridges instead of barriers, and how the universal language of kindness needs no translation. And sometimes, when the station orbits through a particularly beautiful nebula, they can still be found side by side, one glowing in soft patterns, the other humming a quiet tune, remembering their time in a crystalline cave on a forgotten moon, where two strangers learn that friendship is the truest shelter in any universe. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to beckon you deeper into the story. Tonight we journey to the heart of the Elderglen, an ancient forest where time moves like the slow, deep breaths of the earth itself. Here, beneath a sky thick with stars, moonlight doesn't just fall. It weaves itself into the very air, turning spiderwebs into silver lace and dewdrops into scattered diamonds. And when the world sleeps, the Elderglen truly wakes, humming with a quiet, profound magic. Our tale begins with a small, rather weary hedgehog named Fern. Fern was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a strange restlessness prickled beneath her spines. Sleep eluded her. Her cozy burrow, lined with fragrant dried clover and downy milkweed silk, felt strangely confining. Outside, the forest sighed a long, low sound like the earth settling. It wasn't just the wind in the pines, it was the trees themselves, murmuring in their slow, woody language. Fern knew this language, as all true dwellers of the Elderglen did. It spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, and tonight it spoke of a subtle shift, a sigh of change carried on the cool air. Pushing aside her mossy door, Fern stepped into the silvered night. The air was crisp, tasting of frost to come and damp earth. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through the canopy, illuminating a path of moss-covered stones that gleamed like polished jade. Each step she took released the scent of crushed thyme and damp loam. Nearby, the whispering brook babbled its endless song, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves overhead. Its language was one of movement and connection, tales of mountain snowmelt, journeys through sun-dappled glades, and the secrets carried by minnows. Fern paused by the brook, dipping her snout to drink. The water was achingly cold and sweet. As the ripples settled, she saw reflected not just the moon, but clusters of tiny, soft green lights clinging to the undersides of broad ferns nearby. Moon moss, it was called, glowing with its own gentle bioluminescence, like captured starlight. The sight calmed her a little, but the restless feeling persisted, a quiet hum beneath her fur. Trouble sleeping, little root tapper. The voice was deep, soft, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through the soles of Fern's paws. She looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, wider than 10 hedgehogs laid nose to tail. High above, 2 great luminous eyes blinked slowly. Silas, the elder owl. He was as much a part of the forest as the bedrock beneath it, his feathers the color of tree bark and shadow, his face etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. Silas, Fern whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The trees, they sigh differently tonight, and the stones feel expectant. She placed a small paw on a large, smooth stone warmed slightly by the day's sun. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant thrum she felt rather than heard. The stones spoke the oldest language of pressure, time, and stillness. Silas tilted his great head, moonlight catching the silver edges of his feathers. They do, little one, they speak of the great turning. The season of deep sleep draws near. The forest prepares to rest, to dream beneath the frost. He ruffled his feathers softly, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. Restlessness before the quiet is natural. It is the forest gathering its breath, settling its accounts. But why does it make me feel so adrift? Fern asked, tracing the cool, damp moss on the stone. A gentle breeze sighed through the leaves above, a susurrus that sounded like distant, whispered secrets. Listen, listen. Perhaps, Silas mused, his voice a soothing rumble, the forest senses you have not yet found your piece of the puzzle. Every creature, every leaf, every drop in the brook has a role in the turning. What small task waits for Fern? Fern thought. She gathered seeds, she tended the moss near her burrow, she listened to the brook's stories. But Silas's words resonated. There was a feeling, a quiet pull, like the tug of the moon on the tides, drawing her deeper into the Elderglen, towards the starlight clearing, a place rarely visited, except on nights of potent magic. Follow the moon path, Silas suggested gently, not commanding, but offering a key. Listen to the stones, they remember the way. With a soft whoosh of silent wings, he melted back into the shadows of the oak, leaving Fern with the comforting sounds of the night. The drip, drip, drip of sap from a pine, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a still pool, the soft crunch of her own paws on the frost-kissed moss. Taking a deep breath, Fern set off. She followed the broadest moonbeam, a river of silver light cutting through the trees. She paused often, placing her paw on the cool, smooth stones that marked the path. Each hummed its own unique note, a deep bass thrum from a granite boulder, a higher, crystalline chime from a piece of quartz. Together, they formed a silent melody guiding her steps. The whispering brook's voice grew fainter, replaced by the deeper sigh of older trees, ancient beeches whose bark felt like cooled leather beneath her touch, murmuring of long summers and deep winters endured. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling of damp stone, and something else, something sweet and faintly electric. The forest grew denser, the canopy thicker, yet the moonlight seemed brighter here, concentrated. Fern pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, beads of moisture glistening like tiny moons, and gasped. The starlight clearing lived up to its name. It wasn't large, but the canopy opened completely to the vast, star-strewn sky. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of diamond dust. But the true wonder lay below. The entire clearing floor was carpeted in luminous blue and green moss, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Giant, translucent mushrooms like frozen moonbeams glowed with a gentle white radiance, casting long, soft shadows. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Fern had seen, drifted lazily, their golden light weaving patterns in the air. It was pure, breathtaking bioluminescence, a secret heart of light held within the sleeping forest. In the very center of the clearing stood a figure Fern had only heard tales of, Elderroot, the oldest tree in the Elderglen. Not an oak or a beech, but a colossal willow. Its trunk was a tapestry of gnarled bark, silvered by moonlight and time. Its long, trailing branches, tipped with the last golden leaves of autumn, swept the glowing moss like gentle fingers. The air around it shimmered faintly, humming with an ancient, peaceful power. Fern approached slowly, awestruck. The humming of the stones was louder here, harmonizing with a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from Elderroot itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a slow, steady pulse like the heartbeat of the earth. "Welcome, child of the turning earth," the voice wasn't spoken. It blossomed directly in Fern's mind, warm and deep as rich soil, as comforting as the crackle of the fire you hear now. You feel the sigh of the great turning. "Yes, Elderroot," Fern whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Silas said, "I might have a piece of the puzzle." A sense of profound understanding washed over her, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. "Look," the voice resonated. Fern looked down at her feet, amidst the glowing moss. Nestled there, almost hidden, were clusters of tiny, perfect berries. They weren't glowing themselves, but they reflected the starlight and the bioluminescent moss with an intense, silvery sheen. Moonberries. Rare, precious, said to hold the essence of the autumn moon. They have ripened under the turning moon, Elderroot's thought flowed. Their time is now, before the deep frost seals the forest sleep. They carry the dream seeds of renewal. They must be shared, scattered where the sleepers dream, so their essence nourishes the roots of spring. Fern understood. This was the quiet task. The restlessness had been the forest's gentle nudge, the sighing trees and expectant stones its subtle directions. She carefully, reverently, began to pluck the moonberries. They were cool and smooth in her paws, smelling faintly of frost and distant stars. The clearing watched her. The glowing moss pulsed softly, the fireflies danced intricate patterns above, the ancient willow hummed its deep, grounding song. The gentle patter of a light, icy rain began, kissing the leaves high above, a soothing, rhythmic whisper adding to the symphony of the night. She gathered a small pouchful, the berries shining like captured starlight. As she worked, a profound peace settled over her, deeper than any sleep. The restlessness melted away, replaced by a warm sense of purpose, of being perfectly woven into the Elderglen's grand tapestry. She was part of the sigh, part of the turning. Well done, little keeper, Elder Root's thought brushed her mind like a trailing willow branch. Carry the moon's promise to the dreamers. The forest rests easier knowing its treasures are tended. Fern bowed her head, a deep feeling of gratitude filling her small chest. She turned, the pouch of moonberries held gently. The path back seemed clearer now, the stones humming a comforting, familiar tune. The rain fell a little heavier, a soft shush-shush-shush on the canopy, but beneath the trees, Fern walked in a pocket of quiet peace. She stopped by the whispering brook, scattering a few moonberries along its banks. They gleamed like fallen stars against the dark water, destined to nourish the roots of water plants dreaming below. She left some near the entrance to the rabbit warren, where deep sleepers would unknowingly breathe in their renewing essence. Finally, she placed a few precious berries near her own burrow entrance, a promise for the spring to come. Her task complete, Fern slipped back inside her cozy burrow. The scent of clover and milkweed welcomed her. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a delicious, bone-deep weariness. The forest sighs outside were no longer unsettling, but a gentle lullaby, the sigh of contentment, of settling into rest. The drip-drip-drip of rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of the brook, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth, it was a symphony of peace. She curled into her nest, the pouch of remaining moonberries glowing softly beside her, a tiny piece of the starlight clearing brought home. Outside, the Elderglen settled deeper into its seasonal slumber. The moonberries, scattered and nestled into the earth, began their quiet work, weaving dreams of green shoots and warm sun into the fabric of the frozen months. The great turning was complete. Fern closed her eyes, her breath slowing, matching the deep, restful rhythm of the ancient forest. She drifted into sleep, not adrift, but anchored, cradled by the wisdom of owls and trees, the language of stones and streams, and the soft, luminous promise of renewal that glowed even in the deepest dark. The fire crackles softly now, mirroring the gentle pulse of the Elderglen's heart, a reminder that even in stillness life dreams and prepares, ever so gently, to bloom again. Sleep well, little dreamer, sleep well. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots, where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. "I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. I didn't see any moss. Didn't see. The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch? It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. I truly didn't mean to, Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. My name's Oliver. I followed this compass. He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. The Heartwood Seeker, it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill. It gave a small, grudging nod. Keeper of the moon moss and apparently reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders. It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. But things aren't right, Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away. Quill's small face was etched with worry. The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails. He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. Their inscription says, "Seek the Heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help. Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even thornkin avoid it. But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the Vale. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the Vale was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the Vale without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. Echo wraiths, Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here. Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. Lost, always lost, hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. Pointless, you can't help, murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. Cold, so cold, alone, a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it? Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies. Luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the Vale, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the Vale within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the Vale creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger," clumsy oaf. "And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the Vale's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-woven river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was not the kind that roared with thunder or flashed with lightning, but the kind that hummed in the background, like the gentle ticking of the old clock tower at the village square, or the soft chime of glass ornaments hanging from the eaves of every cottage. It was a magic of small wonders and gentle happenings, and for a long time it had been as predictable as the sunrise. until the day the colors began to fade. It started subtly. Young Finn, a boy with a quiet nature and eyes that noticed the flight patterns of bees and the secret language of tree rings, was the first to notice. The brilliant crimson of the maple leaf he'd pressed in his book yesterday had softened to a pale pink. The vibrant yellow sunflowers in his mother's garden now wore the muted hue of old parchment. It wasn't a frightening change, but a puzzling one, as if the world was slowly being washed in a gentle, colorless rain. The village of Stillwater was abuzz with theories, spoken in hushed, curious tones over cups of chamomile tea and bowls of spiced stew. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the library and knew more about the world's oddities than anyone, suggested it was the work of a chroma thief, a mischievous spirit from a forgotten nursery rhyme. Others whispered that the great celestial clock in the sky was winding down, and with it, all of life's vibrancy. Finn, however, didn't believe in thieves or broken clocks. He believed in patterns. He spent his days walking the cobbled paths, his ears tuned to the ambient music of Stillwater, the plink-plonk of water dripping from mossy gutters after a soft rain, the harmonious dong of the clock tower marking each hour, and the constant, gentle rustle of the wind chimes that hung from every porch, their notes tinkling like frozen starlight. He noticed other small peculiarities, too. The hands on the sundial in the town square occasionally quivered and spun backwards for a single, breathless second. The stars at night seemed fewer, as if someone were gently plucking them from the velvet sky like ripe berries. And the flowers in the glimmerwood just beyond the village didn't just lose their color. Some of them began to change hue entirely, a bluebell turning the soft green of a new leaf, a buttercup blushing a faint lavender. One evening, sitting by the crackling fireplace with his grandmother, Finn remembered an old rhyme she used to sing to him when he was very small. It was a simple, looping melody about the weaver of hues and the tuner of time. When the weaver's thread grows thin and slight, and the tuner's chime forgets the light, seek the map the stars have drawn, before the coming of the dawn. Find the heart where colors blend, and make the fractured world mend. No one had thought much of it, it was just a nursery rhyme. But to Finn it felt like a clue. The map the stars have drawn, he murmured, looking out his window at the night sky. He grabbed his warmest cloak and a lantern, its light a brave, golden star in the encroaching dimness, and made his way to the village square. The old clock tower stood sentinel, its face illuminated by the moon. Finn looked up not at the clock, but past it, to the constellations. He knew them all, the great oak, the silver trout, the dancing maidens. But tonight he saw something new. Or rather, something old that he'd never noticed. A faint cluster of stars, usually overlooked, now seemed to form a distinct pattern, a spiral like a snail's shell or an unfurling fern. It looked exactly like the ancient mosaic set into the floor of the town hall, a mosaic everyone walked over but no one really saw. This was his map. The next day Finn gathered a small, curious party. Alara, the baker's daughter, whose pastries could brighten the gloomiest day, Rowan, the woodcarver, whose hands could feel the life within a piece of timber, and Cora, the weaver, who understood the language of threads and dyes. He showed them the star map and the mosaic, and together they saw that the spiral pointed toward the heart of the Glimmerwood. Their journey into the woods was filled with delightful red herrings. They found a clearing where a family of badgers was collecting fallen, gray leaves, not out of mischief, but to line their den, finding the softer textures more comfortable. They discovered a stream where the water flowed upwards over a small waterfall, creating a tinkling, musical cascade that defied logic. Rowan, investigating the phenomenon, found that the stones beneath the water were magnetized, a natural wonder that explained the backwards flow. It wasn't the cause of their problem, but a beautiful, hidden secret of the woods they were now privy to. Following the star map's spiral, they ventured deeper. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. The wind chimes of the village were a distant memory, replaced by the soft hoot of an owl and the crunch of their own footsteps on a carpet of pine needles. The colors here were the most fractured of all. A patch of moss shone with a faint silver, and a cluster of mushrooms pulsed with a gentle, internal golden light. Finally, they arrived at the very center of the spiral, a small, circular grove where the trees formed a perfect ring. In the center of the grove grew a single, magnificent tree, unlike any they had ever seen. Its bark was the color of mother-of-pearl, and its leaves were a shifting tapestry of every color imaginable, though now they were dim, like a stained-glass window with no sun behind it. Wrapped around its base were thin, silvery threads that seemed to pulse with a weak, fading light. At the foot of the tree, curled and trembling, was a small, fox-like creature. Its fur was normally a brilliant, fiery orange, but now it was a pale, washed-out beige. Its large, intelligent eyes were filled with a deep, resonant sadness. It was softly humming the tune of the nursery rhyme. This was no chroma thief. This was the weaver of hues. Finn approached slowly, his movements gentle and non-threatening. He sat a few feet away, not speaking, just observing. He saw how one of the creature's paws was tenderly resting on a root of the great tree, and how with every pained breath it took, a thread of silver light would flicker and dim. The creature wasn't stealing the color, it was connected to it. It was in pain. "Your thread," Finn said softly, his voice barely a whisper. "It's growing thin, isn't it?" The creature looked at him, surprised. It gave a slow, sad nod. It gestured with its nose towards its paw, and Finn, with empathy guiding his eyes, saw the problem. A sharp, dark thorn from a bramble was deeply embedded in its pad, and a faint, shadowy discoloration was spreading from the wound. The thorn of sorrow, Finn thought, another fragment from the old rhymes. The creature's suffering was directly causing the magic of the world to fade. Rowan, with his carver's steady hands, carefully approached. "May I?" he asked the creature. It looked at Finn, then back at Rowan, and hesitantly offered its injured paw. With a delicate touch born of a lifetime of working with fragile things, Rowan extracted the thorn. The moment it was free, the creature let out a soft, shuddering sigh of relief. But the color did not immediately return. The shadowy infection remained. Cora, the weaver, understood. "The thread is still frayed," she said. "It needs to be mended." She reached into her pouch and brought out a small, luminous spindle she always carried, a tool passed down through her family. She didn't know its true purpose until this very moment. She held it out, and a strand of the silvery, fading light from the tree drifted towards it. With practiced, soothing motions, she began to respin the thread, her movements as rhythmic and calming as the ticking of the clock tower. Alara, meanwhile, had brought a basket. From it she took one of her famous honey and sunseed cakes, still warm from her oven. She broke off a small piece and offered it to the weary creature. As it ate, a tiny spark of its natural, fiery orange returned to the tip of its tail. The mending was a communal effort. Finn held the light steady, Rowan supported the creature, Cora respun the threads, and Alara provided comfort and sustenance. As the silver thread grew stronger and brighter, the magic began to flow back into the world. It started in the grove. The mother-of-pearl bark of the great tree of hues began to gleam, and its leaves ignited with 1,000 brilliant colors, casting dancing, prismatic light across their faces. The color washed out from the center of the grove in a gentle, visible wave. The silver moss turned a deep, vibrant green. The golden mushrooms shone like little lanterns. The wave continued through the glimmerwood, restoring the bluebells and buttercups to their proper glory, and then swept into Stillwater itself. Back in the village, people gasped with delight as the crimson returned to their quilts, the gold to their thatch, and the deep blue to the evening sky, now dotted with a full complement of twinkling stars. The clock tower chimed a perfect, clear note that seemed to resonate with the newly restored harmony of the world. The weaver of hues, now restored to its brilliant, beautiful self, nuzzled each of their hands in gratitude. It was the guardian of the world's palette, a gentle spirit who blended the light of the stars with the pigments of the earth, and it had been suffering in silence. Finn and his friends returned to Stillwater as the sun was setting, not with a tale of vanquishing a monster, but with a story of healing a friend. The mystery was solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and the simple, powerful act of helping someone in need. That night, the entire village gathered in the square. The air was filled with the scent of Alara's pastries, the sound of laughter, and the gentle, constant music of the wind chimes. The community was closer than it had ever been, bound by the shared wonder of the mystery and the joy of its resolution. They looked at their world with new eyes, appreciating every hue, every chime, every ticking second. And as they all looked up at the now complete tapestry of stars, they saw the constellation of the Weaver, shining brighter than ever before, a permanent map in the sky reminding them that the most powerful magic of all is the kindness woven between friends. The fire crackled, the night was warm, and in the peaceful, colorful silence of Stillwater, everyone drifted into dreams painted in the most vibrant and comforting of hues. In the quiet heart of the whispering woods, nestled in a gentle valley where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with mossy roofs, where the air always smelled of damp earth and baking bread, and where the gentle, rhythmic chimes of the village clock tower marked the hours with a soft, melodic cadence. Every evening as dusk settled, the villagers would light their firefly lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow that danced in harmony with the shadows. It was a peaceful place, a haven of harmony, until the peculiar happenings began. It started subtly, as such things often do. An elderly weaver named Rowan was the first to notice. Each night she would sit by her open window to stitch by the light of the North Star, her constant and faithful companion. But one evening, as she threaded her needle, she found the sky above her cottage emptier. The North Star, her steadfast guide, had vanished. Not a cloud obscured it, it was simply gone. She mentioned it the next morning at the village bakery, where the baker, a young woman named Hazel with kind eyes and a curious mind, listened intently while kneading dough infused with cinnamon and honey. Then other oddities surfaced. The village's oldest sundial, standing in the central square, began casting its shadow in reverse as the sun journeyed west to east. The luminous moonflowers that bloomed only at night now shimmered in shifting hues, soft violet at dusk, then pale green by midnight and silver by dawn. And a soft, continuous rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle mist that made the cobblestones gleam and the leaves glisten, its patter a constant, soothing rhythm in the background. The villagers murmured, their curiosity piqued, but their hearts unafraid. They were people of the woods, accustomed to small magics, but this felt different, a mystery woven into the very fabric of their home. Hazel, whose empathy was as finely tuned as her observation, decided to investigate. She didn't rush or demand answers. Instead, she watched, listened, and pondered. She began by visiting Rowan, bringing a loaf of fresh honey oat bread. As they sat by the crackling hearth, Rowan recalled an old nursery rhyme her own grandmother used to sing. When the star that points the way fades and quietly slips away, seek the map the sky once knew. In silver light make all anew. Hazel tucked the rhyme into her memory like a precious seed. A map in the sky, perhaps the constellations held a clue. That evening, wrapped in a woolen shawl, Hazel climbed the gentle hill behind her bakery, where an ancient stone circle stood. From there the sky unfolded like a vast, dark tapestry embroidered with stars. But as she gazed up, she noticed more than the missing North Star. The familiar patterns seemed rearranged. The great bear's tail curved differently, The swan's wings were tilted. It was as if the sky itself had been gently shaken, and the stars had settled into new positions. She sketched what she saw on a piece of parchment, her lines unsure. The next day she visited the village archivist, a gentle badger named Thistle, who lived in a cozy burrow lined with books and scrolls. Thistle, upon comparing Hazel's sketch to an old star chart, confirmed her suspicion. The stars hadn't vanished, they had moved. But why? Another clue came from the sundial. Hazel noticed that the shadow it cast backward pointed directly toward the oldest tree in the Whispering Woods, the grandfather oak, whose gnarled branches stretched high above the canopy. Perhaps it was a sign. Venturing into the woods, the gentle rain pattering on the broad leaves above her, Hazel followed the reversed shadow's path. The forest was alive with ambient sounds, the distant tone of the clock tower marking the hour, wind chimes hanging from branches tinkling in the breeze, and the soft crunch of her boots on damp moss. Under the grandfather oak she found something unexpected, not an answer, but a red herring that led to a delightful discovery. A family of squirrels had nested in the hollow of the tree, and they'd collected an assortment of shiny objects, a lost locket, a silver button, and a small, polished stone that glowed with a faint inner light. The stone, Hazel realized with a smile, was a sunstone, capable of storing daylight. It wasn't the solution to the mystery, but it would make a wonderful night light for the village children. Returning to the village, Hazel shared her findings. The villagers, intrigued, began helping. An elderly potter remembered another fragment of a rhyme. When time flows back and shadows stray, find the key at close of day. Where colors shift and dreams take flight, weave the threads to restore the light. The colors shift clearly referred to the moonflowers. Hazel and a few others spent an evening in the moonflower garden, watching the blossoms change hue. They noticed that the flowers didn't change randomly. They followed a pattern, violet to green to silver, and each color corresponded to a different phase of the moon that wasn't visible through the gentle rain clouds. It was as if the flowers were reflecting a sky that they could no longer see. Another red herring emerged when the village clock tower chimed 13 times at midnight. The villagers rushed to the square, thinking it a major clue, only to find that a family of owls had built a nest in the clock mechanism, and their movements had triggered an extra chime. It wasn't part of the mystery, but the owls were so charming that everyone agreed to let them stay, and the clock's gentle mender adjusted the mechanism to accommodate them. Hazel, piecing together the rhymes and her observations, began to understand. The stars moving, time flowing backward, colors shifting. It was as if the natural order of Starlight Hollow was gently unraveling, like a tapestry with loose threads. And the rhyme spoke of weaving threads and making things anew. She recalled one final nursery rhyme, the oldest of all, sung to children at bedtime. The loom of heaven weaves the night, with silver thread and golden light. If threads fall loose or patterns stray, the weaver's heart will show the way. The loom of heaven, it was a legend, a mythical tapestry said to be woven by the first villagers to keep the harmony of the world intact. It was said to be hidden where the earth and sky met, guarded by silent sentinels. Where could that be? Hazel looked toward the highest point in the valley, the Starlight Peak, where the ruins of the first village watchtower stood. It was a place where the sky felt close enough to touch. Gathering the villagers, Hazel led a gentle procession up the path to the peak. The rain had softened to a mist, and the wind chimes they carried tinkled like fairy bells. At the summit within the old stone watchtower, they found it, the loom of heaven. It wasn't a physical loom, but a magical, shimmering weave of light suspended in the air, depicting the constellations, the flow of time, and the hues of the flowers, all connected by glimmering threads. But some threads had come loose. The thread of the North Star had slipped from its place, the thread of time was twisted, the thread of color was frayed. The loom was delicate, and over the centuries, its magic had weakened. Hazel understood then the true meaning of the rhymes. The weaver's heart wasn't a person, it was the collective heart of the community. The loom needed to be rewoven with shared intention, with empathy and unity. So, under the soft glow of the loom, the villagers gathered. Rowan, with her steady hands, gently guided the North Star's thread back into its constellation. The children, holding the glowing sunstone, focused on the thread of time, imagining it flowing true and steady. And Hazel, with the others, carefully smoothed the thread of color, visualizing the moonflowers returning to their natural cycle. As they worked together, their combined warmth and goodwill flowing into the loom, the threads brightened and tightened. High above, the stars slowly shifted back to their rightful places, the North Star gleaming once more over Rowan's cottage. The sundial's shadow returned to its proper path. The moonflowers settled into their soft, luminous white. And the gentle rain faded, leaving the air clean and fresh, with the clock tower chiming softly in the distance, marking the hour in perfect rhythm. The mystery was solved not by magic alone, but by observation, empathy, and the strength of community. The villagers descended the peak, their hearts light, their bonds deepened. They decided then to make tending the loom an annual tradition, a time to reaffirm their connections to each other and their home. And as the firefly lanterns were lit once more in Starlight Hollow, casting a cozy, golden light, Hazel sat by her bakery window, watching the now familiar stars twinkle in the clear night sky. The gentle sounds of the village, the clock tower, the wind chimes, the distant owl, wove together into a lullaby of peace. All was well, and the night held only sweet dreams and the quiet comfort of a mystery lovingly solved. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer grain, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother of pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen. That is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. "We have to go in." Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. "Listen," Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. "Not just with your ears. Feel the stone, feel the cavern." Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. "Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water." Fern's eyes widened. "The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns." Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. "The Naiad," Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. "The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why?" Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the Heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten, you are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the Heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the Heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the Heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The Heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the Heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The Naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. "You did it, Rowan, you listened." As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The Heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the Heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the Heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, Whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets, a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. "Lost whispers, you say?" It squeaked, whiskers twitching. "Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things." Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. "I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness." Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. "Trouble brewing," he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. "The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root. Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the high tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. "Who disturbs my sorrow?" The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears, like liquid granite, rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cirrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen." The spirit's grinding voice faltered. "Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone." More stony tears fell. "Ask about the friend," the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. "Your friend." Oliver asked softly, "What happened?" A tremor shook the spirit. "The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone." Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cirrus drifted over the desolate pool. "I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force." The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. "The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned." The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. "Imprisoned, not forgotten." "No," Oliver said firmly. "We can't help find its voice again." Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cirrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cirrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. "Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking," Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. "Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song." He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. Deep within the heart of the world lay the Elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots were rumored to cradle the very dreams of the earth. It was a place where moonlight did not merely fall, but pooled in silver puddles between the gnarled roots of sleeping trees, and where the air itself hummed with a soft, forgotten magic. The creatures who called this place home were the children of the night, their lives a quiet symphony played to the rhythm of the stars and the gentle turning of the seasons. On this particular night, the air was crisp with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the first true breath of autumn. A young fox, whose coat was the color of autumn rust and whose eyes held the inquisitive gleam of untold stories, sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Rowan. He was listening, as he often did, to the secret language of the forest. It began not with words, but with sensations. A soft, percussive plink, plink, plink of dew dripping from a broad oak leaf onto a moss-covered stone below. The stone, smooth and dark, seemed to absorb the sound, humming back a vibration so low it was felt more than heard, a contented, grounding thrum. A little way off, a brook babbled over a bed of pebbles. To Rowan it was not mere noise, but a constant, cheerful chatter, telling tales of the high mountain snowmelt from which it came, and the distant sea it hoped to one day meet. The wind, a gentle sigh through the pine needles, carried whispers from the treetops, stories of the sun-warmed day now past and the creatures that had passed beneath their boughs. Rowan loved these sounds. They were the forest's heartbeat, a lullaby of belonging. But lately a new note had entered the symphony, one that filled him with a restless unease. It was a feeling of ending, of withdrawal. The vibrant green canopy was beginning to blush with gold and crimson. The air, once soft and warm, now carried a sharpness that hinted at frost. The chatter of the daytime birds had faded, replaced by the deeper, more contemplative sounds of the night. He felt a pull towards stillness, a desire to burrow and sleep, and it confused his lively spirit. "The forest is preparing to dream," a voice said, soft and deep as the earth itself. It was not a sound that traveled through the air, but one that seemed to form directly in Rowan's mind. He turned to see the great oak, the eldest being in the elderwood. Its trunk was wider than a dozen foxes laid nose to tail, and its branches were a sprawling, intricate map of the sky. In a hollow where a lower branch met the massive trunk, two luminous golden eyes blinked slowly. It was Orion, the great horned owl, who had made his home in the oak for more seasons than the stones in the brook could count. Preparing to dream. Rowan asked, his voice a small rustle in the vast quiet. But why must it sleep? The summer was so full of light and life, it feels like a loss. Orion shifted slightly, his feathers making a soft, rustling whisper. "Come," he hooted gently. "Let us walk. The forest has wisdom to share, if you know how to listen." Together, they moved from the clearing into the deeper woods. The path was carpeted with moss so thick and soft it muffled their footsteps entirely. Moonbeams, slender and silver, pierced the canopy, illuminating patches of the forest floor where bioluminescent fungi grew in ethereal clusters. They glowed with a soft blue-green light, like fallen stars content to rest upon the earth. Delicate, ghost-pale flowers unfurled their petals only for the moon, releasing a fragrance as faint and sweet as distant memory. "You hear the brook's chatter," Orion said as they walked beside it. "But listen deeper. What is it saying now?" Rowan paused, focusing beyond the cheerful gurgle. He closed his eyes and let the sound wash over him. Beneath the surface melody, he detected a slower, more resonant tone. The water was flowing with less urgency. The stones it passed over, usually slick and quick, were now more exposed, their dark surfaces drinking in the moonlight. "It's slowing down," Rowan realized. "Its song is becoming quieter, more thoughtful." "Exactly," Orion murmured. "The stream is not dying, it is gathering its stories, turning them over like smooth stones in its current. In the deep silence of winter, it will hold them close, and in the spring, its song will return, richer for the quiet contemplation." They walked on, and the wind picked up, stirring the high branches. A shower of golden leaves spiraled down around them, a silent, beautiful rain. The sound was a dry, gentle shushing, a sound that begged for quiet and rest. "And the trees," Orion prompted. "What is their language tonight?" Rowan looked up at the mighty maples and whispering aspens. Their leaves, once vibrant green, were now aflame with color. As they fell, they did not cry out in sorrow, but rustled a gentle farewell. He placed a paw on the trunk of a birch, its bark like peeled parchment. He felt a slow, steady pulse, a rhythm that was slowing, deepening, pulling inwards. "They are letting go," Rowan whispered, a pang of understanding striking his heart. "They are not being stripped bare. They are releasing what they no longer need, storing their strength deep within, in their roots." "A tree that never shed its leaves would break under the weight of the winter snow," Orion said wisely. "The letting go is not an ending, Rowan. It is an act of resilience. It is how they ensure their return." Their journey led them to a part of the forest Rowan had never seen. It was a hidden grove where the air sparkled with drifting motes of light, tiny, winged spirits that glowed like embers. In the center of the grove stood a circle of ancient standing stones, draped in velvet moss and silvered by the moon. In the middle of the stones, a small, still pool reflected the star-strewn sky so perfectly it was impossible to tell where the earth ended and the heavens began. "This is the Heartwood Glade," Orion said, his voice filled with a reverent quiet. "It is where the forest remembers its dreams." As they approached the pool, Rowan saw that its surface was not entirely still. Faint, shimmering patterns swirled just beneath, like liquid starlight. He peered closer and saw images forming in the luminous water. A memory of a sun-drenched meadow from high summer, the joyful leap of a young deer, the profound, dark silence of a midwinter's night, and the first, brave green shoot breaking through the snow at the cusp of spring. He saw the endless, beautiful cycle. The vibrant, energetic expansion of summer was not the whole story. It was followed by the gentle, releasing grace of autumn, the deep, restorative sleep of winter, and the hopeful, miraculous rebirth of spring. Each phase gave meaning to the others. The rest made the renewal possible. A gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft, pattering shower. Each drop that hit the broad leaves above made a soft plop before gathering and dripping down to the moss below with a soothing plink. The rain kissed the surface of the starlit pool, creating countless tiny ripples that set the shimmering images dancing. The wind joined the chorus, a soft soughing through the pines, a natural lullaby that spoke of comfort and release. Rowan sat back on his haunches, all his restlessness washed away by the gentle rain and the profound understanding that had bloomed within him. He was not witnessing an ending, but a transformation. The forest was not dying, it was breathing out, preparing to breathe in again, deeper and richer than before. "Thank you," he said to Orion, his voice full of a newfound peace. The owl simply blinked his great golden eyes, a silent acceptance. "The wisdom was always here, little one. You only needed to learn its language." Rowan made his way back to his den, a cozy hollow beneath the roots of the great oak. The sounds that had once made him anxious now cradled him. The rustle of falling leaves was a blanket being tucked in for the long sleep. The slower song of the brook was a soothing hum. The patter of rain on the canopy was a gentle promise that all was well. He curled up in his nest of dried ferns and soft moss, his rust-colored fur blending into the shadows. As he drifted into sleep, he felt the deep, slow dream of the forest envelop him. He was not separate from the cycle, he was a part of it. His own quiet time of rest was not a loss, but a gathering of strength, a storing of stories, a silent preparation for the day when the sun would grow warm again, and he would emerge, renewed and ready for the next chapter of his life under the dappled light of the elderwood. And high above, Orion watched over the slumbering forest, his wise old heart beating in time with the turning of the world, a silent guardian of the sacred, endless dance between rest and renewal. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelen and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelen, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelen nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelen remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the Vala's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the Vala's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kaelen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kaelen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kaelen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. In a quiet corner of the spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like powdered sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was called Kaelen, from the planet Veridia, where the very air shimmered with soft green light, and the inhabitants communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin. The other was named Rin, from the crystalline world of Xylos, where thoughts were shared through gentle, bell-like harmonies that chimed in the air around them. Their first meeting happened by chance, when both their small exploration vessels were drawn toward the same shimmering nebula, a place known as the Whispering Vale. Kaelen's ship, grown from living wood and threaded with glowing moss, had been caught in a gentle solar tide. Rin's vessel, carved from singing crystal, had strayed too close to a magnetic bloom. Drifting helplessly, they found one another amid the swirling pastels of gas and light, two lonely travelers in the vast and silent deep. At first, they did not know how to speak. Kaelen's skin bloomed with worried amber spirals, while Rin's form resonated with a low, uncertain hum. But soon Kaelen extended a hand, and from their fingertips drifted a soft, blue light, the color of calm on Veridia. Rin in turn chimed a clear, rising note, the sound of greeting among their people. It was not language as either knew it, but something deeper, something understood in the heart before it reached the mind. Together, they guided their damaged ships toward a small, forgotten planetoid nestled within the nebula's embrace. There they discovered a cavern system lined with lucent crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. It was here they decided to build a shelter, not a home for one, but a sanctuary for two. Kaelen, with their deep connection to living things, cultivated glowing fungi and star moss in the rich soil near a thermal vent. Rin shaped the crystals with their resonant voice, tuning them until they hummed in harmony, filling the space with a gentle, ever-present music. They called their shared haven the Luminous Hollow, a place where light and sound wove together into something warm, something safe. But not every moment was seamless. There were times when their differences led to confusion and even quiet distress. One afternoon, as Kaelen arranged a bed of phosphorescent blossoms in a spiral pattern, a gesture of gratitude in their culture, Rin accidentally stepped through it, thinking it mere decoration. Kaelen's skin flushed a deep, bruised violet, the color of sorrow. Rin, not understanding, chimed a questioning tone. It took many soft blue lights and gentle, rising notes before Kaelen could show, without words, that the spiral was a gift, a thank you for friendship. Rin, in turn, shaped a new crystal into a perfect spiral and set it glowing at the heart of the garden. They both learned that day, one to tread more carefully, the other to explain with patience. Another time, Rin began to sing a complex, layered melody, a Xylosian lullaby. To Rin, it was a song of comfort. But Kaelen, whose people experienced sound as subtle vibrations rather than notes, grew uneasy at the high, piercing harmonies. Their skin paled to a worried gray. It was only when Rin noticed and softened the song into a single, warm tone that Kaelen relaxed, their skin returning to its usual soft green. They laughed then, not at each other, but with one another, a shared delight in learning how to care. In the evenings, they would often climb to the highest point of the hollow, where the crystal ceiling thinned to transparency, and sit together beneath a canopy of swirling nebula and distant suns. Kaelen's colors would shift slowly, painting stories of forest planets and rain that fell upward. Rin's harmonies wove tales of mountains that rang like bells and skies filled with drifting, musical spores. They did not need a common tongue to share these memories. The feelings flowed between them, a sense of wonder, a touch of homesickness, the quiet joy of companionship. One night, as a particularly bright star pulsed in the distance, Kaelen glowed a soft, steady gold, the color of deep affection. Rin answered with a chime so pure and tender, it seemed to hang in the air long after the sound had faded. In that moment they both understood something that transcended color and song, that kindness needs no translation. It is felt in the gentle touch, the shared silence, the willingness to listen even when words are absent. As seasons turned in that far-off corner of space, their sanctuary grew ever more beautiful. New plants bloomed in response to Rin's music. Crystals learned to pulse in time with Kaelen's glowing patterns. They had created not just a shelter, but a small world where two cultures had softly, gently become one. And when the day came that their ships were repaired, and the call of home grew strong in both their hearts, they did not say goodbye. Instead, they made a promise, not in words, but in a shared language of light and sound that they alone understood. They would return again and again to the luminous hollow. For they had learned that friendship, once rooted, cannot be undone by distance. It lingers like starlight, traveling across the dark to remind us we are not alone. And so, under the quiet watch of 1,000 distant suns, two friends from separate worlds parted, not with sorrow, but with the quiet certainty that some bonds are written not in words, but in the heart of the universe itself. And in the luminous hollow the crystals still hum, and the star moss still glows, waiting patiently for their return. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook that sang lullabies all through the night, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path softened into mossy earth, and where the fireflies danced in patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Each evening, as the ancient clock tower chimed 7 times, its bronze bells echoing through the misty air, Anya would sit by her window and watch the stars begin to pepper the velvet sky. But one autumn evening, as the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke curled from chimneys, and the wind chimes hanging from every eave played their gentle melodies, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. Well, not all of them. The constellation known as the Silver Swan, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed the shape of a swan in flight, was missing entirely from the heavens. In its place was a patch of empty, dark sky that seemed to swallow the moonlight. The next morning the village awoke to whispers and wonder. Old maps were unfurled in the town square, and elders squinted at parchments that showed the positions of stars from centuries past. No one could recall such a thing ever happening before. Some thought it an omen, others believed it a trick of the clouds. But Anya, with her curious heart and keen eyes, noticed something else. The flowers in her window box, usually a cheerful sun yellow, had turned a soft, shimmering silver overnight, the same silver of the missing stars. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the thatched roofs and leaves outside, Anya decided to investigate. She pulled on her warmest woolen cloak, its hood lined with rabbit fur, and stepped out into the misty air. Her first stop was the home of Elder Bram, the village stargazer, who lived in a crooked little house filled with telescopes and star charts. The silver swan is gone, child, he murmured, shaking his head as he peered through a brass spyglass. But look, the other constellations remain unchanged. It's as if those 7 stars decided to take a holiday. Anya frowned thoughtfully. Elder Bram, have you noticed anything else unusual lately? The old man tapped his chin. Well, now that you mention it, the town clock struck 6 times at 7 o'clock last evening. Backwards, you might say, and my morning tea went cold the moment I poured it. Very odd indeed. Thanking him, Anya continued her walk, the rain now a soft drizzle that made the world glisten. She passed by the village baker, who was scratching his head over a tray of burnt scones. They were perfect a moment ago, he sighed. Then, poof, burnt to a crisp, as if time jumped ahead. Anya's ears perked up. Time jumping. Backwards clocks. Silver flowers. It had to be connected. That evening she sat by her crackling fireplace, a quilt wrapped around her shoulders, and hummed an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan takes flight from the velvet night, and time flows like a stream, seek the place where shadows dance, by the light of a silver dream. Could it be a clue? Anya had always thought it just a sweet rhyme, but now it seemed to hint at something more. The next day, she decided to follow the rhyme's advice. The place where shadows dance, that had to be the old willow grove at the heart of the forest, where sunlight dappled through leaves in shifting patterns. With a small satchel of oat cakes and a flask of spiced apple cider, Anya ventured into the woods. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and pine. Wind chimes hanging from low branches, left by previous travelers, tinkled softly in the breeze. As she walked, she noticed more oddities, a stream that seemed to flow uphill for a few feet before correcting itself, and mushrooms that glowed with a faint silver light. Deep in the willow grove, she found something extraordinary. There, nestled between the roots of the oldest tree, was a small, trembling creature, no larger than her hand. It had fur the color of moonlight and eyes like liquid starlight. It was shivering, and with each shudder, the air around it flickered. A tiny silver star would appear and vanish above its head. "Hello there," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly. "You look lost." The creature, a starling, she realized, a being she'd only read about in old tales, looked up with wide, fearful eyes. "I am," it squeaked. "I fell from the silver swan constellation when a gust of cosmic wind blew too strong. I've been trying to get back, but every time I try to fly, I disrupt things. Time, colors, light, it's all connected to a star folk." So that was it. The missing stars weren't missing. One was simply earthbound and causing gentle chaos with its distress. Anya sat with the starling for a long while, sharing her oat cake and listening to its story. It had been trying to find a way back home, but grew weaker with each failed attempt. The silver flowers, the backwards time, the burnt scones, all were side effects of its magical energy leaking into Glimmerbrook. "I remember the rhyme now," the starling said softly. "By the light of a silver dream. That means I need starlight to regain my strength, but not just any starlight. I need the light of a kind heart reflected in something silver." Anya thought for a moment, then smiled. "The village well," she said. "Its bucket is made of polished silver, and on a clear night it reflects the stars perfectly." Carefully she carried the starling back to Glimmerbrook, where the villagers had gathered in the square, murmuring about the strange occurrences. When they saw Anya with the tiny celestial being, their fear turned to wonder. Together they devised a plan. As night fell, they polished the silver bucket until it shone like a mirror. They placed it by the well, right where the moonlight could catch it. Then one by one they held out lanterns, not to light the darkness, but to reflect their own warmth and kindness into the silver surface. The starling perched on the edge of the bucket, and as it gazed into the shimmering reflection, a pool of starlight and human kindness. It began to glow brighter and brighter. The silver flowers in Anya's window box lifted their faces, and all across the village, time righted itself with soft, whirring clicks. The clock tower chimed 7 times, perfectly in tune. Then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the starling rose into the air, growing brighter and larger until it was a brilliant star once more. It soared upward, returning to its place in the constellation, and the silver swan was whole again, shining more brightly than ever before. The villagers cheered, not with loud shouts, but with soft laughter and embraces. They had faced a mystery not with fear, but with curiosity and empathy, and in doing so, they had helped a lost friend find its way home. That night, as Anya lay in her bed, listening to the gentle rain and the distant wind chimes, she looked out her window and smiled. The silver swan glowed peacefully in the sky, and the flowers in her window box had returned to their sunny yellow, though now at their centers there was a faint, permanent silver sparkle, a reminder of the night their kindness lit up the heavens. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that some mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring us closer together, under the same sky, in the same gentle, starlit peace. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. An old grandfather mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. "Willow," Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. "Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish." Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. "I saw it from above," he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. "Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big." Willow patted the water gently. "Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet." She looked at Pip. "Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones." Pip bobbed his head. "On my way." He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. "And Fern," Willow continued, "find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared." Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. "A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots," Acorn mused, tapping a claw. "The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines." By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. "Careful now," rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. "Don't let the mudslide downstream. Steady." The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. "Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free." Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. "Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already." Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above, and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the Whispering Woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It wasn't the flashy kind that shot sparks or turned pumpkins into carriages, but something softer, woven into the very fabric of daily life. Wind chimes made of seashells and silver tinkled from every cottage eave, their melodies carried on the breeze. The village clock tower, ancient and wise, chimed not just the hours, but also the seasons, its deep bronze bells ringing differently for autumn's crispness or spring's first blush. And every evening, as dusk settled, the villagers would light their lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow that rivaled the stars beginning to pepper the twilight sky. Our story begins with a young baker named Rowan, whose kind heart was as warm as the ovens in which he baked his honey oat bread and lavender shortbread. Rowan noticed things others often overlooked, the way the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, the particular scent of rain before it fell, the secret language of birdsong at dawn. He lived above his bakery, the gilded crust, and every night before bed he would open his window to count the stars, a ritual that brought him immense peace. But one evening, as Rowan leaned on his windowsill, a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand, he noticed something odd. The constellation known as the Weaver's Spool, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed a delicate thread across the northern sky, was missing one of its gems. He blinked, thinking perhaps a wisp of cloud had drifted past. But no, the sky was clear, and the Weaver's Spool now had only 6 stars. Rowan felt a gentle tug of curiosity, not fear, but a sense that something in the harmonious order of Starlight Hollow had shifted. The next morning the village buzzed with other strange happenings. Old maps carefully preserved in the library seemed to have redrawn their streams and footpaths overnight. Flowers in Alara Meadow, which normally bloomed in soft pastels, had changed to vibrant, jewel-like hues overnight, ruby reds, sapphire blues, and emerald greens. And most peculiar of all, the village clock tower had begun chiming backwards, its bells ringing 9 times at 3 o'clock and 3 times at 9. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with wonder and mild confusion. "It's the work of the Glimmer folk," declared Mr. Thistlewick, the clockmaker, adjusting his spectacles. "They've always been mischievous." Others whispered about forgotten spells or the shifting of ancient ley lines. But Rowan simply listened, his empathy sensing no malice, only a strange sort of longing behind these peculiar events. That afternoon, while delivering a basket of cinnamon buns to the village library, Rowan found the elderly librarian, Miss Juniper, humming an old nursery rhyme as she dusted the shelves. The tune was familiar, one every child in Starlight Hollow learned at their grandmother's knee. When the spool loses a thread, and the clock counts time in reverse, seek the key the stars have shed, in the map's forgotten verse. Rowan's ears perked up. "Miss Juniper," he said gently, "that rhyme, do you think it could be connected to what's happening?" She smiled, her eyes twinkling. "All old rhymes hold a kernel of truth, dear boy, but which kernel is the right one to plant?" She gestured to a wall of ancient, leather-bound books. "Somewhere in these pages lies the answer, if one has the patience to look." Rowan spent the rest of the day poring over books of folklore and star charts. He discovered that the Weaver's Spool constellation was tied to an old legend about a celestial weaver who mended the fabric of the night sky. If a star went missing, it was said, the weaver had dropped a thread that could be found somewhere on Earth, disguised as something ordinary. Meanwhile, the village continued to experience delightful oddities. Thinking the backwards chiming of the clock tower was a clue, Mr. Thistlewick spent a day taking the clock apart, only to discover a family of songbirds had built a nest inside the mechanism, their sweet chirping somehow affecting the gears. It wasn't the solution to the mystery, but it was a joyful discovery, and the whole village came to admire the brave little birds. Another red herring emerged when the vibrant flowers in Alara Meadow were thought to be the key. The village children spent an afternoon following the color patterns, believing they formed a map. Instead, they found a hidden patch of the sweetest, ripest strawberries any of them had ever tasted, a delightful treasure that prompted an impromptu picnic. But Rowan, observing everything with quiet attention, noticed something else. Each time a peculiar event occurred, the wind chimes throughout the village would suddenly fall silent, as if holding their breath. And he remembered the nursery rhyme's last line, in the map's forgotten verse. He returned to the library and asked Miss Juniper about any maps that might include verses or poems. Her eyes lit up. Why, of course, the Starlight Atlas. She led him to a dusty corner and pulled out a large, rolled parchment. When they spread it on the table, Rowan saw it was no ordinary map. It depicted Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, but instead of place names, it was labeled with lines of poetry. One verse near the depiction of the Weaver's Spool constellation read, "Where the lost thread falls to earth, guarded by stones of ancient birth, listen not with ears but heart, for that is where the light will start." Rowan's empathy stirred. Guarded by stones of ancient birth, that could only refer to the standing stones in the Whispering Woods, a circle of ancient monoliths where the village held its annual Starlight Festival. And listen not with ears but heart, that meant the answer wasn't something to be heard but felt. That evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, its soft patter a soothing rhythm on the cobblestones, Rowan made his way to the standing stones. The woods were peaceful, filled with the scent of wet earth and pine. The stones stood tall and silent, their surfaces glistening with raindrops. In the center of the circle, Rowan closed his eyes and did as the verse instructed. He listened with his heart. He felt a faint, warm pulse emanating from one of the smaller stones at the edge of the circle. Kneeling, he saw that a crack in the stone was glowing with a soft, silvery light. Carefully, he reached into the crack, and his fingers closed around something smooth and cool. He drew out a single, perfect crystal that shone with an inner light, as if it contained a tiny star. At that moment, the missing star in the Weaver's Spool constellation flickered back into place overhead. The village clock tower chimed correctly, a deep, resonant 9 times. The wind chimes, which had been silent, suddenly burst into a joyful, tinkling chorus. And the flowers in Alara Meadow slowly returned to their gentle pastel shades. But the mystery was not fully solved. Rowan brought the crystal back to the village square, where everyone had gathered under the now clear sky. As he held it up, the crystal pulsed with light, and from it emerged a faint, shimmering figure, the celestial weaver of legend. She was made of starlight and moonlight, and her voice was like the whisper of the wind through the pines. "Thank you, kind one," she said to Rowan. "I am Astris, the weaver of the night sky. I come to your village once every century to mend the fabric of the constellations, but this time I grew lonely. I wanted to remind you of the magic around you, to bring you together in wonder and curiosity, so I let a thread fall, and with it, a bit of playful chaos." She explained that the crystal was a star seed, a fragment of starlight that held the memory of the sky. It had been her way of inviting the villagers to look up, to remember the stories in the stars, and to connect with one another in solving a gentle mystery. The villagers listened, their hearts swelling with understanding. They hadn't been frightened by the peculiar events, only intrigued, brought closer by their shared curiosity. Mr. Thistlewick offered to help Astris by crafting a special compartment in the clock tower where the starseed could be kept safe, its light ensuring the clock would always chime true. The children who had found the strawberries promised to leave berry offerings at the standing stones each year in gratitude. And Rowan, whose empathy and observation had solved the mystery, was asked to become the keeper of the star seed, a role he accepted with humble joy. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow paid even more attention to the world around them. The music of the wind chimes, the patterns of the stars, the colors of the flowers. They understood that magic was not just in grand gestures, but in the gentle, everyday wonders, and in the bonds of community that grew stronger with each shared mystery. And as Rowan returned to his bakery that night, the gentle rain having ceased, he opened his window and looked up at the fully restored Weaver's Spool, its 7 stars twinkling brightly. The ambient sounds of the village, the distant, correct chiming of the clock tower, the soft tinkling of wind chimes, the rustle of the breeze through the pines, lulled him into a state of perfect peace. He knew that in Starlight Hollow, even the most peculiar happenings were simply reminders to listen with the heart, to observe with kindness, and to always, always look for the light in the darkness. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, under a sky now perfectly, beautifully whole. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to breathe in time with the rhythm of the night. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the slumbering world. But within the warm circle of firelight, a story waits to be told, a tale of quiet magic and unexpected journeys, of friendships that glow like embers in the darkness, and transformations that happen not in grand explosions, but in the slow, steady warmth of understanding. Our story begins with a young boy named Rowan, who lived in a cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. Rowan was a quiet child, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked, the way morning dew clung to a spider's web like a necklace of diamonds, the particular scent of rain on dry earth, the hidden pathways of field mice through the tall grass. But lately a restless feeling had settled in his chest, a quiet yearning for something he could not name. It was a hollow sort of feeling, like an unlit fireplace in the depths of winter. One afternoon, as the sun bled orange and purple across the sky, Rowan was gathering kindling at the wood's edge when he noticed something unusual. Tucked between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was smooth and oval, fitting perfectly in the palm of his hand, and its color was a deep, smoky gray. But as the twilight deepened, the stone began to change. From its very core, a soft, pulsing light emerged, the color of warm embers at the heart of a fire. It didn't blaze or flash, but glowed with a gentle, rhythmic light, as if it held a tiny, sleeping star within. Fascinated, Rowan picked it up. The stone was warm to the touch, and holding it sent a curious sense of calm through his restless spirit. He tucked it safely into his pocket and carried it home, the ember glow a secret companion in the growing dark. That night he placed the stone on his windowsill. As he lay in bed, its gentle pulse painted his ceiling with soft, shifting patterns of light, and for the first time in weeks he felt a flicker of peace. He fell asleep to its quiet rhythm, and as he slept, he dreamed. Not a dream of wild adventures, but of a path of dappled sunlight that wound deep into the heart of the forest, a path that seemed to call to him. The next morning the yearning in his chest was stronger, now accompanied by the memory of the dream path. The ember stone on his windowsill was dormant again, a simple gray rock in the daylight. But Rowan knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he had to follow that path. He packed a small satchel with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of cool water, and with the ember stone tucked securely in his pocket, he stepped into the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of damp moss and pine resin. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy overhead, creating pools of gold on the forest floor. Rowan walked for what felt like hours, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chirping of unseen birds. He had no map, but he felt a strange pull, an internal compass guided by the memory of his dream and the faint, reassuring warmth of the stone in his pocket. Just as he began to wonder if he had been foolish, he saw it, a narrow, almost hidden trail, exactly as it had appeared in his dream. Ferns bowed over it, and it was carpeted with a thick layer of bronze pine needles. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped onto the path. The further he walked, the more the world seemed to change. The light grew softer, tinged with a golden-green hue. The trees were older here, their trunks wide and wise, their branches woven together like the vaulted ceiling of a great, natural cathedral. He heard the gurgle of a hidden stream and felt the temperature shift to a perfect, gentle coolness. He had entered a part of the forest he had never known existed, a hidden world nestled deep within nature's embrace. It was here in this enchanted stillness that he heard a sound that was out of place, a soft, distressed chittering. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, Rowan found the source. A small, fox-like creature was trapped. Its back leg was caught in a tangle of thorny vines that seemed to have grown around it, tightening their grip. The creature's fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes were large and intelligent, now wide with fear and pain. Around its neck was a delicate collar of woven bark, from which hung a single, polished acorn that gleamed in the dappled light. Rowan's heart ached for the little animal. He approached slowly, his hands held open to show he meant no harm. "SHHH," he whispered, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It's all right. I'm going to help you." The creature stilled, watching him with a wary but hopeful gaze. Rowan worked carefully, his fingers gentle as he began to untwist the tough, prickly vines. The thorns scratched his hands, drawing tiny beads of blood, but he didn't stop. He spoke to the creature in a low, soothing murmur, telling it about the ember stone, about his cottage, about the restless feeling in his chest. He didn't know if it understood his words, but it seemed to understand his tone, its panicked breathing slowly calming. After what felt like a long time, the last vine snapped free. The creature scrambled back, shaking its freed leg. It looked at Rowan, then at his scratched and bleeding hands, and its large eyes softened. It took a tentative step forward, then another, until it was close enough to gently nuzzle Rowan's injured hand with its cool, damp nose. A wave of warmth, not from the stone but from somewhere deep inside, spread through Rowan. The hollow feeling in his chest lessened just a little. The fox creature then turned and began to limp away, pausing every few steps to look back at him. Rowan understood. He was being invited to follow. Their journey continued, but now it was different. He was no longer alone. His new companion, whom he decided to name Pip for its small, chittering voice, led him deeper into the hidden world. Pip's limp soon vanished, and it moved with a graceful, silent fluidity, its bushy tail held high. As they walked, Pip would occasionally stop to point its nose at a particularly beautiful cluster of glowing mushrooms, or a bird's nest woven from silver thread and spider silk, sharing the wonders of its home. They came to a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in velvety moss and intricate carvings worn smooth by time. In the center of the circle burned a small, perpetual fire that gave off no smoke, its flames a silent, mesmerizing dance of gold and blue. Sitting beside the fire was an old woman. Her hair was long and silver, flowing over her shoulders like moonlight, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of the forest itself. She was weaving a basket from river reeds, her fingers moving with a practiced, peaceful rhythm. She looked up as they approached, and a smile touched her lips, as gentle as a sunbeam. "Ah," she said, her voice like the sound of wind through pine needles. "The boy with the quiet heart and the ember stone, and you found Pip. I see you've already begun your journey." Rowan was startled. "You know about the stone." The woman gestured for him to sit by the fire. The warmth it gave off was not just for the skin, but seemed to seep into his very bones, soothing his tired muscles. Pip curled up at her feet, looking completely at home. "I am a keeper of this wood," she said. "And I know the signs. The emberstone does not glow for just anyone. It awakens for those who are on the cusp of a change, whose inner light is ready to burn more steadily. Tell me, Rowan, what is it you are seeking?" Rowan looked into the silent flames, trying to find the words for the feeling that had plagued him. I don't know," he admitted softly. "It's just a feeling, like I'm waiting for something, or like a part of me is missing." The keeper nodded slowly. "A mystery of the heart," she mused. "They are the most gentle and the most persistent of mysteries. They do not shout, they whisper. They do not unravel in a day. They unfold like the petals of a night-blooming flower, or the patterns in smoke rising from a fire." She pointed a long, graceful finger at the stone in his pocket, which had begun to glow again, its ember light pulsing in time with the silent fire. "The stone is a guide, not an answer. It responds to the light you carry within. The restlessness you feel is the friction of your own spirit, growing. Like a seed pushing through the soil, it is uncomfortable, but it is necessary." She told him then of the Glimmerwood, the true name of this hidden realm. It was a place where the boundary between the world of things and the world of feelings was thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here inner light could manifest as soft glows, and sorrow could make the streams run slow and quiet. Your journey is not to a place but through yourself, she explained. The path you are on will show you what you need to see. Pip will be your guide, for he knows the hidden trails of the heart, and then Burstone will be your lantern, showing you the way when the path seems dark. But remember, its light is fed by your own courage and kindness. As she spoke, Rowan felt the truth of her words settle over him. The mystery was not something outside of him to be solved, but something inside of him to be understood. He thanked the keeper, and with a renewed sense of purpose, though a quiet one, he and Pip continued on their way. The path led them through landscapes that seemed to reflect the chambers of a heart. They walked through a meadow where the flowers chimed softly like tiny bells when the breeze touched them, a place of pure, simple joy. They crossed a bridge over a stream that flowed with water as clear as crystal, which the keeper had said mirrored one's own clarity of thought. Pip drank from it and Rowan cupped his hands, the water tasting of clean, cold mountain air. Later they entered a grove of weeping willows, their long, trailing branches creating a private, shadowy space. The air here was still and carried a faint, melancholic scent. As Rowan walked beneath the canopy, memories rose to the surface of his mind, not loud or painful, but soft and bittersweet. The day his old dog, Badger, had passed away. The time he had felt lonely in a crowd of laughing children. The emberstone in his pocket dimmed, its pulse slowing. Pip pressed close to his side, a warm, living comfort. Rowan stopped and sat on a mossy log, letting the feelings wash over him. He didn't fight them or try to push them away. He simply acknowledged them, sitting with them as one would sit with a friend who was sad. He realized that this sadness, this loneliness, was a part of him too. It wasn't an enemy to be defeated, but a color in the vast tapestry of his heart. As this understanding dawned, the emberstone began to glow a little brighter, its warm light pushing back the shadows of the grove. The hollow feeling in his chest shifted, no longer an empty space, but a space that could hold both joy and sorrow. Pip chittered softly as if in approval, and led him out of the willow grove. The greatest test came as dusk began to settle. The path descended into a narrow, dark ravine. No moonlight reached its depths, and the air grew cold. This was the ravine of doubt, Pip conveyed through a series of gestures and empathetic looks. Here shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and whispers echoed off the stone walls, voices that sounded like his own, asking, "Are you lost? What are you even doing here? You're just a boy. You'll never find what you're looking for." A cold knot of fear tightened in Rowan's stomach. The emberstone's light, which had been his steady companion, flickered uncertainly. The darkness felt heavy, pressing in on him. He wanted to turn back. He looked at Pip, whose eyes were wide with a shared anxiety, but who stood his ground, refusing to retreat. Rowan closed his eyes, blocking out the intimidating shadows. He thought of the keeper's words. Its light is fed by your own courage and kindness. He thought of the warmth he'd felt when he freed Pip. He thought of the quiet strength he'd found in simply acknowledging his own sadness in the willow grove. He took a deep, shaking breath and focused on that warmth, on that strength. He pulled the emberstone from his pocket and held it in his cupped hands, not as a magic tool, but as a focus for the light he carried inside. "I am not lost," he whispered to the darkness, his voice small but firm. "I am on my path." As he spoke, the emberstone responded. It did not flare into a blinding beacon, but its glow grew steady and strong, pushing back the immediate darkness around them in a firm, unwavering circle of warm, ember-like light. The whispering voices faded into silence. The shadows ceased their menacing dance. The light was just enough to see the path forward, one step at a time. Pip let out a happy chirp and nudged his hand, and together they walked through the ravine, protected by the steady, true light of Rowan's own spirit. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves at the shore of a vast, still lake. The water was a perfect mirror, reflecting the first stars peppering the twilight sky. And in the center of the lake, on a small island, grew a single, magnificent tree. Its bark shimmered with a soft, silver light, and its leaves were not green, but 1,000 shades of gold, crimson, and orange, as if it captured an eternal autumn sunset. It was the heartwood tree, the keeper of the Glimmerwood's deepest peace. A small wooden boat, seemingly carved from a single piece of driftwood, was tied to a post at the water's edge. Rowan and Pip climbed in, and the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently across the glassy surface of the lake. The only sound was the gentle dip of the paddle and the soft lapping of water against the hull. As they reached the island, Rowan felt a profound sense of calm. The air was still and fragrant, and the light from the tree bathed everything in a warm, golden glow. He stepped onto the soft grass and approached the tree. There was no grand revelation, no booming voice from the heavens. Instead, he simply felt whole. He sat with his back against the warm, shimmering bark of the heartwood, and Pip curled up in his lap. He held the emberstone in his hand, and now its light was constant, no longer pulsing but burning with a soft, unwavering flame. He looked out over the still lake at the reflection of the starry sky and the glorious tree, and he understood. The restless feeling was gone. It had been the feeling of his own heart, stretching and growing, learning to hold more of the world, the joy and the sorrow, the courage and the fear, the light and the shadows. He hadn't been missing a piece, he had been becoming more complete. The journey had transformed him, not into someone new, but into more fully himself. The mystery was solved not by finding an answer, but by realizing he had been living the question all along. He had come seeking a magical solution, but the true magic was the friendship he'd found in a small, fox-like creature, the wisdom shared by a quiet keeper of the wood, and the steady, growing light of his own kind and courageous heart. After a long, peaceful while, the little boat carried them back across the lake. The path home seemed shorter, easier. When he arrived at the edge of the whispering wood, right near his own cottage, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Pip chittered a soft goodbye, nuzzling his hand one last time before turning and disappearing back into the depths of the Glimmerwood, a flicker of autumn leaves in the morning mist. Rowan walked into his cottage. The fire in the hearth had died to ashes, but the room was warm with the memory of its glow. He placed the emberstone on the mantelpiece. It no longer pulsed but rested, its deep gray surface holding a permanent, soft inner light, a quiet reminder of the journey and the friendship and the light within. He was no longer restless. He was no longer yearning. He was simply Rowan, a boy with a quiet heart who knew that even the smallest light could illuminate the darkest path, and that the greatest transformations often happened in the silence of one's own soul. And as you, dear listener, rest your head upon your pillow, let the warmth of this story settle around you. Let the image of the gently glowing stone and the steadfast friendship bring you comfort. Remember that within you, too, burns a steady and true light, a quiet ember that can guide you through your own journeys, both waking and in dreams. The fire in the hearth has burned low now, its whispers growing softer, its light fading to a warm, dark red. The story is told. The world is quiet. It is time to close your eyes, to let your breathing grow slow and deep, and to drift into a restful sleep, carried on the gentle currents of the Glimmerwood and the peaceful, resolved heart of a boy named Rowan. Sleep well. The firelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and if you listened very closely, you could almost hear the gentle pop and crackle of a story beginning to unfold. It's a story about a place not too far from here, if you measure distance in daydreams, called the Valley of Gentle Nonsense. In this valley, the rivers flowed backwards, which was terribly convenient if you ever dropped your hat in the water. You could simply walk upstream a little way and wait for it to float politely back into your hands with a soft, gurgling whoosh. The forests were inside out, meaning the cozy, rooty parts with all the little animal burrows were on the outside, and the tall, leafy parts were in the middle. This made for excellent hide-and-seek, though sometimes a squirrel would accidentally end up in the sky. And in the very heart of this valley, perched precariously on a hill that wiggled when it laughed, was an upside-down tea shop. It was called the Steaming Kettle, though the kettle was always on the floor, and the floor was, technically, the ceiling. Patrons would sit on the ceiling, which was wonderfully carpeted, and their teacups would cling magically to the floor above their heads. It was run by a fellow named Barnaby, a cloud shepherd by trade, who spent his days gently herding fluffy, white cumulus clouds with a crook made of a giant's wishbone. He only ran the tea shop on Tuesdays, because Tuesdays, he said, were inside-out days, and it made perfect sense to him. Barnaby's best friend was a dragon named Pippin. But Pippin was not a fearsome dragon. Oh no. Pippin was a dragon with a passion for porcelain. He collected teacups. Not jewels or gold, but the most delicate, hand-painted, whimsically patterned teacups you could ever imagine. His cave was a labyrinth of carefully dusted shelves, each holding a cup that chimed with a tiny, crystal ping if you tapped it. His greatest treasure was a cup that looked like it was made of a captured rainbow, which made a sound like a happy sigh when you poured tea into it. Their other dear friend was a woman named Cora, a professional dream painter. Each evening, with a brush made of a single moonbeam and paints distilled from starlight and memories, she would add little details to people's dreams. An extra sprinkle of glitter on a fairy's wings, a slightly funnier hat on a dancing badger, or the perfect, buttery scent to a dream of warm toast. One particular Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that felt like a warm blanket, a most peculiar problem arose. Barnaby was in his upside-down tea shop, trying to serve a pot of lullaby lavender tea to a family of moles who were wearing very tiny, very fashionable sunglasses. But when he went to pour, the tea didn't fall down towards the cups on the floor ceiling. Instead, it poured up. Sploosh. A stream of lavender tea arched gracefully towards the actual ceiling, which was the floor, and pooled against a heavy oak beam. "Oh dear," said Barnaby, scratching his head with his shepherd's crook. "That's not right at all." The moles, who were very polite, sipped at their empty cups and murmured, "Lovely aroma," but they looked a bit disappointed. Just then Pippin the dragon came shuffling in, his large, gentle feet making a soft thump-thump-thump on the ceiling-turned floor. He was carrying his newest acquisition, a teacup painted with swirling, snoozing sheep. "Barnaby," he boomed in a voice that was like a cello wrapped in velvet. "I've come for a cup of chamomile calm. I need to test the sheep. They look like they'd enjoy it." "I've got a bit of a situation, Pippin," Barnaby said, pointing his crook at the puddle of tea on the floor above their heads. "The tea seems to have forgotten which way is up." Pippin peered at the puddle. "It does seem confused. Perhaps it's having an inside-out day, but it's only Tuesday." He let out a thoughtful rumble that made the teaspoons on the walls vibrate with a gentle bzzz. They decided to consult Cora, the dream painter, who was the wisest of them all when it came to matters of gentle confusion. They found her by the backwards river, which was flowing bloop-bloop-bleep towards the mountains. She was dipping her dream brush into the water, which turned the river a lovely shade of twilight blue for a moment. "Cora," said Barnaby, "the tea is pouring upwards. It's causing a dreadful puddle on the floor that's a ceiling." Cora tapped her moonbeam brush against her chin. "An inversion of intention," she mused. "The tea wishes to rise, not fall. It's a very ambitious tea, but it is still tea, and tea's true purpose is to be sipped from a lovely cup." She looked at Pippin's new sheep cup. "Especially one like that." "But how do we convince it?" asked Pippin, his tail twitching with worry and nearly knocking over a tree that was growing sideways. "We must remind it of its purpose," said Cora. "We need to create a spectacle of sipping so delightful, so utterly irresistible, that the tea will forget its foolish ambitions and simply want to be drunk." And so they hatched a plan. It was a silly plan, but in the valley of gentle nonsense, the silliest plans were often the best ones. Barnaby went to herd the most content-looking clouds, the ones that looked like sleeping lambs and overstuffed pillows. He gently nudged them over to the tea shop until they formed a soft, fluffy staircase leading from the puddle on the high ceiling down to the cups on the low floor. F-whoomp, went the clouds as they settled into place. Pippin rushed back to his cave and returned with his most beautiful, most melodic teacups. There was the rainbow cup that side, a cup that chimed like a tiny bell when touched, and another that had a pattern of bubbles that actually fizz-pop-fizzed softly. Cora, with her dream painter's skill, did the most important job. She didn't paint the tea, she painted the air above each cup. With a flick of her wrist, she painted little swirls of steam that carried the scent of honey and biscuits. With another flick, she painted the sound of a contented murmur and the feeling of a warm, cozy chair. She painted the very idea of a perfect afternoon tea. Finally, everything was ready. Barnaby stood by the teapot. Pippin arranged his cups. Cora gave a nod. "Now, Barnaby," she said. Barnaby poured. Sploosh. Once again, the lullaby lavender tea streamed upwards, defying gravity with all its might. It reached the puddle on the ceiling floor. But then, something new happened. The tea, curious, began to trickle onto the first cloud step. Instead of splashing, it went blorp and was absorbed into the fluffy whiteness. The cloud, now smelling wonderfully of lavender, seemed to sigh with pleasure. Encouraged, the tea flowed onto the next cloud, and the next, each step a little blorp and a sigh, creating a cascading staircase of scent. It reached the bottom cloud, which was hovering just above Pippin's rainbow teacup. The tea hesitated for a moment, hovering over the cup that sighed with anticipation. And then it happened. The rainbow cup let out its happy little sigh. The bell cup gave a faint ting. The bubble cup fizz-pop-fizzed. And the air above them, painted by Cora, shimmered with such irresistible coziness that the tea could no longer resist. With a final, gentle plink, a single drop of tea fell into the rainbow cup. Then another and another, until a steady, graceful stream of tea was flowing down the cloudy staircase, each drop landing perfectly in a waiting cup. The tea had remembered its job. The moles, who had been watching with their tiny mouths agape behind their sunglasses, clapped their little paws. Barnaby beamed. Pippin did a happy little jig that made the teacups rattle a cheerful melody. Cora smiled, adding one last painted detail to the air, a tiny, shimmering rainbow that arched over the entire scene. They all sat down, on the ceiling of course, and had the most wonderful tea party. The tea tasted all the better for its little adventure. The moles declared it the best tea they'd ever almost not had, and Pippin's sheep cup proved to be the perfect home for chamomile calm. And as the firelight here dances its own sleepy dance, you should know that in the valley of gentle nonsense, the tea now sometimes still pours upwards, just for the fun of flowing down the cloud stairs. Because even problems, when faced with friendship and a little bit of painted steam, can turn into the most delightful sort of nonsense. A soft, quiet sigh of an ending, perfect for drifting off to sleep. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light.
At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come.
In the quiet, sleepy village of Amberwood, where chimney smoke curled into the twilight like lazy gray ribbons, there lived a young boy named Kaelen. His cottage stood at the very edge of the woods, where the whispering pines seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets with the wind. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, Kaelen would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and pop, a symphony of warmth and light that kept the encroaching shadows at bay. But tonight was different. Tonight, as a particularly stout log split open under the heat, something unusual tumbled from its heart. It was no ordinary piece of wood. It glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the color of ripe apricots in autumn sunsets. It was warm to the touch, but not hot, comforting like a hand held in friendship. Kaelen carefully picked it up, marveling at the way it seemed to breathe in his palm, its light ebbing and flowing like a tiny, captive star. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary ember. It felt alive. That night, as he lay in bed with the ember resting on his bedside table, its gentle glow painted shifting patterns on the ceiling. And in the quiet between heartbeats, he heard it, a faint, melodic hum like a distant song carried on the breeze. It was a sound that spoke of ancient forests and hidden pathways, of mysteries waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The next morning, Kaelen awoke with a new restlessness. The ember still glowed softly beside him, and its hum seemed to have woven itself into his dreams, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose. After a breakfast of warm oatmeal sweetened with honey, he bundled up in his warmest woolens, tucked the ember safely into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny fairies. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden flowers. But Kaelen did not wander aimlessly. The ember in his pocket seemed to guide him, its hum growing slightly louder when he chose the right path, softening when he hesitated. He walked for what felt like hours, the world around him shifting from familiar oak and birch to older, grander trees with bark like wrinkled parchment and roots that sprawled across the forest floor like sleeping serpents. The light grew dimmer, the air cooler, and a deep, resonant quiet settled over everything. It was a silence that felt sacred, not lonely. And then he saw it, a door. It was woven into the massive trunk of an ancient willow, its frame formed by living, bending branches, and its surface an intricate tapestry of moss, lichen, and shimmering spiderwebs that caught the light like dewdrops. It was a door that seemed both part of the tree and something altogether magical. The ember in his pocket flared warmly, its hum now a clear, inviting melody. Hesitantly, Kaelen reached out. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing not the hollow of a tree, but a path descending into soft, dappled darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world that unfolded around him was unlike anything he had ever imagined. He found himself in a vast, subterranean grotto, but it was not dark. The walls and ceiling were studded with crystals that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, blues, greens, and gentle golds that shimmered like captured starlight. Giant mushrooms, their caps as wide as wagon wheels, dotted the landscape, emitting a soft, rhythmic pulse of light. A shallow stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its water clear as glass and filled with tiny, glowing fish that darted like living sparks. And there, sitting by the stream with her feet dipped in the water, was a girl. She looked to be about his age, with hair the color of moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing glimmer of the oldest forests. She was humming the same melody that his ember had sung. She looked up as he approached, but she did not seem surprised. "You found the heart ember," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I wondered when it would call someone new." Her name was Leora, and she was the guardian of this hidden world, a place she called the Glimmer Deep. She explained that the heart ember was a fragment of the forest's oldest magic, born from the first fire ever kindled under these trees. It occasionally found its way into the world above, seeking out those with kind hearts and curious spirits. "The ember is fading," Leora said softly, her gaze falling to the glowing stone in Kaelen's hand. Indeed, its light seemed weaker now, flickering uncertainly. "The balance above is shifting, the old trees are forgotten, the streams are choked with silence. The Glimmer Deep draws its strength from the health of the forest above. If it weakens, we weaken." Kaelen's heart ached. He thought of the woods he loved, the quiet groves and chattering brooks. He had not realized they were in pain. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Leora smiled, a small, sad thing. "The Ember chose you for a reason. It believes you can help, but the way is not easy. The source of the fading is a mystery, a quiet sorrow that has settled over the land. We must find its heart and soothe it." And so began their journey, not a frantic race, but a slow, deliberate exploration of both the Glimmerdeep and the woods above. They walked together, Kaelen with his warming ember, Leora with her innate connection to every root and stone. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories, Kaelen of his life by the hearth, of baking bread with his grandmother and listening to the owl's call at night, Leora of dancing with fireflies and understanding the language of trees. As they traveled, Kaelen began to notice things he had never seen before. A patch of ground where nothing grew, though the soil seemed rich. A stream that flowed clear, but where no frogs sang. An old oak, its branches bare despite the season, standing lonely in a clearing. Each place felt heavy, burdened by a silence that was more than mere quiet. The ember would grow warm in these spots, its light pulsing slowly, as if in sympathy. It was near the silent oak that they met another unexpected friend. A small, elderly badger, her fur grizzled with age, was digging patiently at the base of the tree. She paused as they approached, looking up at them with wise, dark eyes. "You feel it too," she said, her voice a low, gravelly rumble. "The loneliness." Her name was Thistle, and she had lived by this oak for many seasons. She told them that the tree had once been the heart of a great gathering place for forest creatures. But over time, as animals grew scarce and humans kept more to their villages, the meetings had stopped. The tree had withdrawn into itself, its sorrow seeping into the earth around it. "It's not just this tree," Thistle sighed, settling onto her haunches. "It's many places. The forest forgets its own songs." The three of them sat together under the oak's skeletal branches, and Kaelen felt a profound sadness wash over him. It was not his own but the tree's, a deep, weary loneliness. Without thinking, he drew the heart ember from his pocket. It was glowing faintly, its light a pale, hopeful yellow. He placed it gently against the rough bark of the tree. A soft warmth spread from the point of contact, flowing up the trunk and down into the roots. The ember's light grew brighter, steadier. And then something miraculous happened. A single tender green leaf unfurled from a twig above their heads. It was small and fragile, but it was alive. Thistle let out a soft, amazed breath. Leora placed her hand on the tree, closing her eyes. "It remembers," she whispered. "It remembers it is not alone." They realized then that the mystery was not one single thing to be fixed, but many small fractures in the spirit of the forest. Places of forgotten joy, of abandoned connection. The fading was a loneliness that had taken root. Guided by the ember and Thistle's knowledge of the woods, they visited these places one by one. A meadow where no rabbits played anymore. A bend in the river where the kingfishers had nested for generations, now empty. Each time Kaelen would place the ember there, and its warm, persistent light would seem to awaken something, a memory of community, of shared life. And each time the ember itself grew stronger, its light more vibrant, its song clearer. It was as if by healing these lonely places, they were feeding the magic that sustained it. Throughout their journey, the friendship between Kaelen and Leora deepened. He taught her how to whistle using a blade of grass. She showed him how to listen to the stories the wind carried in its arms. They shared quiet meals of foraged berries and nuts, their laughter a new, joyful sound in the quiet glades. Thistle often joined them, her gruff warmth a steady comfort. Kaelen found himself changing, too. The boy who had been content to simply watch the fire now understood its true nature, not just as a source of warmth, but as a gatherer, a storyteller, a keeper of hearts. He understood that transformation was not always a dramatic burning, but often a slow, steady glow that nurtured new growth. One evening, as the three of them rested in a soft hollow carpeted with moss, the heart ember suddenly rose from Kaelen's palm. It hovered in the air between them, spinning slowly, its light now a brilliant, steady gold. The melody it hummed was no longer faint but full and complete, a song of wholeness, of balance restored. It floated to Leora, brushing softly against her cheek, then to Thistle, touching her nose, and finally back to Kaelen, resting once more in his hand. Its job was done. "The forest remembers its song," Leora said, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Thanks to you." But Kaelen shook his head. "Thanks to us." He looked at his friends, the forest guardian with mossy hair, the old badger with a heart as soft as her paws, and the magical ember that had brought them together. It was never about one person fixing everything. It was about remembering to listen, to care. The next day, Kaelen knew it was time to return home. The path back to the woven door felt familiar now, no longer strange or frightening. At the threshold he hesitated, looking back at Leora and Thistle. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Leora smiled. "The forest is always with you, Kaelen, and so are we. Listen for the hum in the hearth, look for the light in the leaves. We are never as far apart as it seems." Thistle nudged his hand with her wet nose. "Visit the old oak," she rumbled. "I'll save you the best blackberries." With a final, grateful look, Kaelen stepped through the door and back into the familiar woods of Amberwood. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He walked home, the now dormant heart ember cool and smooth in his pocket. It was just a stone again, but the magic it had carried was now a part of him. That night, as he sat by his crackling fireplace, the flames seemed to dance with a new, knowing light. He could almost hear a faint, familiar hum woven into the pop and hiss of the burning logs. He knew with a calm certainty that the forest was healing, that he had helped, that he had made true friends in unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the events of his journey replaying in his mind like a sweet, lingering dream. The warmth of the friendship, the gentle guidance of the ember, the quiet triumph of healing, it all settled around him like a soft, comforting blanket. Outside his window, an owl called into the night, a deep, soothing sound that spoke of wisdom and watchfulness. In the distance, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak, now sporting a brave crown of new green buds. The world was as it should be, connected, remembered, loved. And as Kaelen drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the true magic was not in glowing embers or hidden doors, but in the willingness to listen, to care, and to reach out a hand in friendship. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its light flickering across the room in a gentle, rhythmic dance, keeping watch over the boy who had learned to hear the song of the world and who would never feel alone again. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. "Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake." Pip's ears did a frantic jig. "Fear not, Fig, we'll find the source of this gummy gloom." Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear beans, but beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off. Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of fig sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. "Bravo, encore." Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth, The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words. Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling thank you. Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. Listen closely, she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found. And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground.
Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream.
The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Listen closely now, for I have a tale to tell, a story about a boy who learned that the greatest warmth often comes from the most unexpected places. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight and hair the shade of oak bark. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Kaelen often wandered alone along the forest paths, collecting interesting stones and listening to the secret language of the woods. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kaelen was returning from one of his solitary walks. His pockets were heavy with smooth stones and pine cones, and his heart felt unusually light. As he approached the edge of the forest where it met the village, something caught his eye, a faint, pulsing glow coming from beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity, that quiet companion of lonely souls, tugged at him. Kneeling down, Kaelen carefully brushed away the fallen leaves and rich, dark soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, smooth and oval-shaped, with colors that shifted like captured sunset, deep oranges, soft golds, and the occasional flicker of crimson that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like embers breathing in the darkness. As Kaelen's fingers closed around the stone, a wonderful warmth spread through his hand, not the harsh heat of a fire, but the comforting warmth of sunlight remembered on a chilly day. He tucked the stone into his pocket, feeling its gentle heat against his thigh as he walked the final distance home. That night, as Kaelen lay in bed with the strange stone on his bedside table, he had the most peculiar dream. He dreamed of winding pathways deep beneath the earth, lit by the same gentle glow that pulsed from his stone. He dreamed of soft, melodic voices that seemed to hum through the very roots of trees, and of doors hidden in the sides of hills, waiting for just the right key to open them. When he awoke the next morning, the stone still pulsed with its soft light, and the memory of the dream felt more like a recollection than a fantasy. Throughout the day, whether helping his mother in the garden or studying his lessons, Kaelen found his thoughts drifting back to the stone and the underground pathways of his dream. That evening, as twilight settled over the village once more, Kaelen found himself drawn back to the ancient oak tree. The stone in his pocket seemed to grow warmer as he approached, its pulsing light quickening slightly. Standing before the massive tree, Kaelen noticed something he hadn't seen before, a narrow opening between two particularly large roots, just wide enough for a boy to slip through if he turned sideways. Taking a deep breath of the crisp autumn air, Kaelen squeezed through the opening. To his astonishment, instead of finding himself in the small, earthy space between roots he expected, he discovered a downward-sloping tunnel, its walls embedded with countless stones that glowed with the same gentle light as the one in his pocket. The air smelled of damp earth, growing things, and something sweet like honey and cinnamon. The tunnel descended gradually, curving gently as it went. Kaelen walked slowly, his hand brushing against the glowing walls, which felt smooth and warm to the touch. The only sounds were his soft footsteps and a distant, melodic humming that seemed to vibrate through the very stone around him. After what felt like both moments and hours, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern that took Kaelen's breath away. The ceiling arched high above, dotted with glowing crystals that twinkled like captured stars. Strange, beautiful plants grew in clusters, their leaves shimmering with soft light and their flowers emitting gentle chimes when the faint breeze stirred them. Through the center of the cavern flowed a stream whose water glittered, as if filled with liquid starlight. But most astonishing of all were their inhabitants. Small, gentle creatures moved about the cavern, their forms seeming to be made of earth and moss and stone. They had luminous eyes and moved with a graceful, flowing motion that reminded Kaelen of wind through grass. They tended the glowing plants, gathered crystals in baskets woven from glowing fibers, and spoke to each other in soft, musical tones. One of these creatures noticed Kaelen standing at the tunnel's entrance. Instead of being alarmed, it approached him with a curious tilt of its head. It stood about as tall as Kaelen's waist, with skin that looked like polished river stone and hair like trailing moss. Its eyes glowed with the same warm light as the stones in the walls. "Hello," it said in a voice that sounded like wind chimes and flowing water. "You have the Heartstone. We wondered when you would come." Kaelen looked down at the stone in his hand, which was pulsing in rhythm with the crystals throughout the cavern. "The Heartstone?" he asked. The creature nodded. "It calls to those who need to find their way here. My name is Bramble. Welcome to the gloaming, the world between roots and rock, between setting sun and rising moon." Bramble extended a hand that felt surprisingly like smooth, warm stone. Kaelen took it, and together they walked deeper into the cavern. As they went, other creatures paused in their tasks to offer gentle smiles and nods. They seemed neither surprised nor concerned by Kaelen's presence. "Many seasons ago," Bramble explained as they walked along the starlit stream, "the Heartstone was created when a piece of sunset became trapped in Earth during the world's first twilight. It occasionally finds its way to the surface, always seeking someone who needs to discover our world, and perhaps, in doing so, discover something about themselves." Kaelen listened, mesmerized by both Bramble's words and the wonder of the world around him. "But why me?" he asked softly. Bramble's glowing eyes seemed to twinkle. The stone knows what the heart needs before the mind understands. Tell me, child of the surface world, do you often feel alone, even when surrounded by others? Kaelen nodded slowly, surprised that this stranger could understand something he had never spoken aloud. The heartstone often finds those who carry quietness within them, Bramble said gently. But here in the gloaming we understand that quietness is not emptiness. It is simply a different way of being. Come, let me show you. Over what felt like days but might have been only hours, Bramble introduced Kaelen to the wonders of the gloaming. They visited gardens where flowers sang soft lullabies, libraries where stories were stored in crystals that played them like music when touched, and kitchens where food was prepared that tasted like comfort and contentment. Kaelen met other inhabitants, a creature named Moss who taught him how to listen to the stories stones could tell, another named Shale who showed him how to weave light into patterns that could calm anxious thoughts, and a particularly ancient being called Deeproot who spoke in rumbles that vibrated through the earth and told tales of times when the world was young. With each new experience, Kaelen felt something within him unfolding, like a flower opening to morning sun. The quietness that had often felt like loneliness began to feel like peace. The thoughtful nature that sometimes made him feel separate from others now felt like a gift. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timeless gloaming, Bramble took Kaelen to a quiet pool at the edge of the starlit stream. The water's surface was perfectly still, reflecting the glowing crystals above like a second sky. Look deeply, Bramble said softly. As Kaelen gazed into the water, the reflection began to change. He saw himself back in his village, but different somehow. He saw himself sharing stories with other children, not as the center of attention, but as a quiet listener who knew just when to offer a word of comfort or understanding. He saw himself helping neighbors with tasks, his quiet observation making him notice needs others overlooked. He saw himself content in his own company, but also capable of connection when he chose it. The stone showed you the way here, Bramble murmured, not so you could escape your world, but so you could learn to live in it more fully. Your quiet nature isn't a barrier to connection, it's a different path to it. Kaelen looked from the pool to Bramble, understanding dawning in his eyes. I thought I needed to become different to belong, he whispered. Bramble's stone-like face seemed to soften. The world above has many voices, and they are all needed, the boisterous and the quiet, the speakers and the listeners. You need not change your nature to find your place, only to understand how your particular nature fits into the greater pattern. As these words settled into Kaelen's heart, he noticed the heartstone in his pocket had begun to glow less brightly. Its pulses were slowing, its warmth diminishing. It is time for you to return, Bramble said gently. The heartstone's work is nearly done. A feeling of sadness washed over Kaelen. But will I remember this place? Will I be able to return? Bramble placed a warm, stone-like hand on Kaelen's shoulder. You will remember, though in the way one remembers a vivid dream, more feeling than detail. And as for returning... Bramble smiled, a cracking of stone that revealed inner light. You carry the gloaming within you now, its peace, its acceptance, its understanding that different natures have different beauties. Whenever you need to remember, simply find a quiet moment, close your eyes, and feel for that warmth we've shared. Together they walked back through the glowing tunnels, the journey feeling much shorter than before. At the entrance beneath the oak tree, Bramble paused. Remember, child of two worlds, Bramble said softly, that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, your experiences here have lit a steady glow within you. Tend it well. With those final words, Kaelen stepped back through the roots and into the cool night air of his own world. The stars above glittered coldly compared to the warm glow of the gloaming, but as he walked home, Kaelen realized a new warmth was growing within him, a steady, peaceful light that had nothing to do with the stone in his pocket. When he reached his room and took out the heartstone, he found it had turned into an ordinary, though beautifully smooth, stone. Its glow had faded completely, its warmth gone. But Kaelen didn't feel loss. Instead, he placed the stone on his windowsill where moonlight could touch it, a reminder that transformation often leaves behind the shell of what was, while the essence moves inward. The next day, and in the days that followed, Kaelen found that something had indeed shifted within him. He still enjoyed his solitary walks, but now he also found himself noticing opportunities for small connections, helping a younger child reach a ball stuck in a tree, listening patiently when an elderly neighbor wanted to share a story, offering a quiet smile to someone who looked lonely. He discovered that his thoughtful nature allowed him to see things others missed, and that when he did speak, people often listened carefully, sensing the weight of his considered words. The children who had once seemed too boisterous for him now seemed simply different, not better or worse, and he found ways to interact with them that felt comfortable for him. One afternoon, he noticed a new girl sitting alone at the edge of the village square, watching the other children play with a look of hesitant longing that reminded him of his own former feelings. Remembering the acceptance he had found in the gloaming, Kaelen walked over and sat beside her quietly. After a moment, he took a smooth stone from his pocket, not the heartstone, but one he had found that morning, and offered it to her. "It has interesting lines if you look closely," he said softly. The girl looked surprised, then took the stone, turning it over in her hands. "It looks like a tiny landscape," she said after a moment, her voice quiet like his. Kaelen nodded. "I sometimes imagine the story stones could tell if they could speak." The girl smiled, a small but genuine expression. "I'm Lyra, we just moved here." "I'm Kaelen," he said. "Would you like to see where I find the best stones?" And so began a friendship built not on loud games or constant talking, but on comfortable silences, shared curiosity, and the understanding that sometimes the deepest connections are woven from quiet threads. As seasons turned, Kaelen grew into a young man known for his quiet wisdom and gentle presence. People sought him out when they needed someone who would listen without judgment, who noticed details others overlooked, who offered thoughtful perspectives. He never told anyone about the gloaming. Some experiences are too precious to be captured in words, but he carried its lessons in how he moved through the world. Sometimes, on evenings when the twilight seemed particularly soft and the boundary between worlds felt thin, Kaelen would walk to the ancient oak tree and place his hand against its bark. He would close his eyes and remember the warmth of the gloaming, the musical voices of its inhabitants, the peace of that underground world. And in those moments, he would feel an answering warmth pulse within him, a steady glow that reminded him that he belonged exactly as he was. Years later, when Kaelen had children of his own, he would sometimes take them on walks through the forest. He taught them how to listen to the language of trees, how to find beauty in ordinary stones, how to appreciate both companionship and solitude. One evening, as they sat beneath the ancient oak tree sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese, his youngest daughter reached between the roots and pulled out a smooth, oval stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. "Papa," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look." Kaelen smiled, a deep, peaceful joy spreading through him as he recognized the glow of a heartstone. Taking his daughter's hand, he said softly, "That is a very special stone. It has a story to tell if you're ready to listen." And as twilight settled around them, the boundary between worlds feeling thin once more, Kaelen began to share not the story of the gloaming itself, but the lessons it had taught him. About acceptance, about the value of different natures, about the warmth that comes from understanding your own heart. The fire in the hearth crackles softly now, its embers glowing with the same steady light as the heartstone in our story. Can you feel that warmth spreading through you, gentle listener? Can you feel the peace that comes from understanding that we each have our own nature, our own gifts, our own way of belonging? Remember, as you drift towards sleep, that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, may you carry your own steady glow within you. The night is deep and quiet now, filled with possibilities and peace. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket as you journey into dreams, where perhaps you too might discover hidden worlds and unexpected friendships. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the 2 stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantel, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. The rain pattered against the window pane like 1,000 tiny fingertips, a steady, soothing rhythm that made the world outside feel distant and soft. Inside, the fire in the hearth crackled and popped, casting long, dancing shadows that stretched and curled across the floorboards. It was on such an afternoon, when the sky was the color of a dove's wing, and the air smelled of damp earth and warm bread, that a young girl found herself with nothing to do. Her name was Lily, and the relentless rain had canceled all her usual plans. With a sigh that fogged the cool glass, she turned from the window. Her gaze drifted to the ceiling, to the small, almost invisible trapdoor that led to the attic. She had never been up there. It was a place of whispers and forgotten things, and a faint, intriguing smell of old wood and dried lavender always drifted down from its edges. A sudden, daring thought bloomed in her mind. Today was the day. With careful steps, she pulled down the folding ladder, its joints creaking a gentle protest. The air that wafted down was still and cool, carrying the scent of memories. Up she climbed into the dim, triangular space. The attic was a landscape of draped shapes and dusty treasures. Trunks with rusted clasps stood like loyal soldiers. Towers of books slumbered under white sheets. And in the far corner, tucked under the low slant of the roof where the rain played a soft drum solo, was an old sea chest she had never seen before. It was made of dark, richly grained wood, banded with tarnished brass. Carved into its lid was not a skull or a sword, as one might expect from a pirate's chest, but a simple, elegant compass rose. Her heart beat a little faster. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. She knelt, her knees pressing into the soft, deep dust. The clasp was not locked. With a quiet click and a puff of ancient air that smelled of cinnamon and salt, the lid swung open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not gold or jewels, but a single object. It was a compass, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its casing was made of warm, honey-colored brass, worn smooth in places by countless touches. The glass was slightly cloudy, and the needle beneath was not red and white, but carved from what looked like mother-of-pearl, shimmering with a soft, internal light. It did not point north. It quivered, spinning slowly before settling firmly, pointing directly back down the ladder, toward her own bedroom. Puzzled, she picked it up. It was warm in her hands, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam. As her fingers closed around it, a soft, clear chime echoed in the quiet attic, a sound like a distant church bell heard on a winter's morning. The needle didn't budge. It was pointing toward her greatest fear. For you see, Lily was afraid of the dark. Not the cozy dark of her room at night with the hall light on, but the deep, absolute dark of a power cut or the forgotten corner of the cellar. It was a fear that felt too big for her, a cold stone in her stomach. Just then, a soft thump sounded from behind a stack of hat boxes. A moment later, a large ginger cat emerged, his fur the color of an autumn bonfire. This was Barnaby, the keeper of the house's quietest secrets. "Found something, have you?" he purred, his voice a low rumble. He blinked his golden eyes slowly. "The courage compass hasn't been needed in an age." "The courage compass," Lily whispered, her voice small in the vast, dusty space. "Indeed," Barnaby said, weaving around her legs, his tail a soft question mark in the air. "It doesn't point to places on a map, it points to the places inside you. Right now, it's pointing at that cold little stone of fear you carry. The only way to make it stop is to face what it's showing you." Lily's hand tightened around the compass. The needle held its course, unwavering. Creak, tick-tock, creak. The sound came from the grandfather clock, standing sentinel at the top of the stairs. Its pendulum swung with a slow, deliberate rhythm. The clock itself was ancient, its face wise and kind. "Barnaby is correct, child," the clock said, its voice a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in the floorboards. "The journey it proposes is not measured in miles, but in heartbeats. It is the shortest and longest journey you will ever take, but you need not go alone." Lily looked from the purring cat to the gently ticking clock. The compass was warm and steady in her hand. She took a deep breath, the dusty air filling her lungs with courage. "Okay," she said. "I'll go." She climbed back down the ladder, the compass held before her like a lantern. Barnaby padded silently after her, and the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock seemed to follow her, a rhythmic anchor in the quiet house. The needle led her not to the cellar, as she had feared, but to her own bedroom door. It pointed directly at her wardrobe. This was no ordinary wardrobe. It was a tall oak monstrosity with carved owls on its doors, a gift from a great-aunt who collected curious furniture. Lily kept her winter blankets and out-of-season clothes in there. And in the very back, behind everything, was a space so dark it seemed to swallow the light. The compass needle began to glow with a soft, pearlescent light. Chime. The gentle bell sound echoed again. "The dark is just the space waiting for light," murmured Barnaby, leaping onto her bed and curling into a neat ginger loaf. "Every journey begins with a single step," hummed the grandfather clock from the hallway, its ticking a steady, marching beat. Lily's courage felt very small. She stood before the wardrobe, her feet rooted to the floor. The compass felt heavy. This was silly, she told herself. It was just a wardrobe. But the dark in there felt alive. It felt like it was breathing. She remembered what the clock had said about not going alone. She looked at Barnaby, who blinked his slow, reassuring blink. She listened to the steady tick-tock from the hall. She was not alone. Her first act was not to open the doors, but to light the small beeswax candle on her nightstand. The flame sputtered to life, casting a warm, golden circle of light that pushed the shadows back to the walls. The gentle hiss of the wick was a comforting sound. Holding the candle in one hand and the compass in the other, she approached the wardrobe. The needle was pointing so insistently, it almost vibrated. With a trembling hand, she reached out and pulled the door open. Creak. The sound was loud in the quiet room. The wardrobe yawned open, a cavern of hanging shapes and folded fabrics. The darkness at the back was profound. The compass needle glowed brighter. Chime. This was it. The challenge was not to defeat a monster, but to simply bring a little light into the dark. She took a step forward. Then another. The scent of cedar and lavender from her stored sweaters filled her nose. She held the candle out, its brave little flame pushing against the gloom. She could see the back panel now. And there, tucked into a corner, was a small, dark shape. It was a shadow, but not like the others. It was denser, and it seemed to shiver. As she watched, it made a tiny whimpering sound, like a lost puppy. This wasn't a monster. This was her fear. And it was scared, too. Her heart softened. All her own terror melted away, replaced by a sudden, fierce wave of kindness for this small, trembling thing. She hadn't needed to be brave, she had needed to be kind. "It's all right," she whispered, her voice gentle. "You don't have to be afraid." She knelt down, setting the compass and the candle on the floor beside her. The compass needle slowly began to spin, no longer fixed on one point. The pearly light within it softened. "It's just me," she said to the shadow. "And I brought a friend." She gestured to the candle, whose flame danced in a friendly way. The shadow stopped shivering. It seemed to lean toward the light, curious. "The dark can be cozy," Lily continued, thinking out loud. "It's where we rest and dream. It's where the stars come out to play. You don't have to be scary. You can be peaceful." As she spoke, the dense, dark shape began to change. It unfurled, stretching like a cat, and instead of a formless blot, it became the soft, gentle shadow of a sleeping dove, its edges blending seamlessly with other, ordinary shadows in the wardrobe. The whimpering stopped. A deep, contented silence took its place. From the bed, Barnaby let out a soft, rumbling purr of approval. Purr-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. From the hall, the grandfather clocks ticking slowed to a contented, lullaby rhythm. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Lily picked up the courage compass. The mother-of-pearl needle was now still, resting peacefully in its cradle. It no longer pointed anywhere. Its work was done. She backed out of the wardrobe, leaving the door open so the candlelight could keep the transformed shadow company. She felt different, lighter. The cold stone in her stomach was gone, replaced by a warm, glowing feeling of accomplishment. She placed the compass on her bedside table, next to the still flickering candle. Barnaby stretched, his claws making a soft scratch-scratch sound on the quilt, then settled back down, his purr a motor of contentment. The rain had almost stopped outside, now just a gentle pitter-patter on the leaves. The fire in the other room crackled one last, sleepy pop. The journey was over. It had been a journey of only a few feet, from the attic to her wardrobe, but she had traveled further than any explorer. She had journeyed to the heart of her own fear, and with kindness as her guide, had made a friend of it. She climbed into bed, the events of the afternoon wrapping around her like a warm blanket. The last thing she saw before her eyes drifted shut was the courage compass on her nightstand, its brass casing glowing in the candlelight, not with magic, but with the simple, extraordinary peace of a challenge met and a heart made brave. And the last thing she heard was the distant, comforting chime of a bell, signaling that all was well, and that even in the quietest, darkest corners, there was nothing to fear but fear itself, and even that could be comforted with a little light and a kind word. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean, above the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things and high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek? Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper. Find what the sky has forgotten. Ah, Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth. He pointed his stick upwards. The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root, and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly. Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. The sky's memory well, Bramble whispered reverently. But it's empty, that can't be right. Pip fluttered nervously. It feels sad, like a nest without eggs. Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. Force won't work here, lad, Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood. Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, nestled between two sleepy hills, there lay a village known as Starlight Hollow. Here the cobblestone paths were worn smooth by generations of gentle footsteps, and the air always carried the faint scent of lavender and old books. Every evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, the village clock tower would chime 7 times, a sound as reliable as the North Star, and the lamplighters would begin their rounds, filling the streets with a soft, golden glow. But on this particular evening, something peculiar happened. It began with the stars. Finn, the village stargazer and mender of broken things, was the first to notice. Every night he would climb the winding stairs to his rooftop observatory, a cozy room with a domed ceiling that opened to the heavens. He'd adjust his brass telescope, sip a cup of chamomile tea, and sketch the constellations in his leather-bound journal. But tonight, as he peered through the eyepiece, he saw gaps in the sky where there should have been stars. The Little Dipper was missing its handle. The swan had lost a wing. It was as though someone had gently plucked the stars from the velvet darkness and tucked them away. Finn wasn't frightened, he was intrigued. He descended the stairs, his footsteps soft on the worn wooden steps, and stepped out into the lane. The night was still, save for the gentle rustle of wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the cottages. He could hear the distant gurgle of the creek and the patter of a light rain beginning to fall. But the stars, they were vanishing one by one. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz with the mystery. The baker, a cheerful woman named Cora, had noticed that her cinnamon rolls had risen twice as high as usual. The town librarian, an elderly man named Thistle, reported that all the books on the top shelf had rearranged themselves into alphabetical order by title instead of author. And the weaver, a young woman named Bryn, found that her loom was weaving threads into patterns she'd never seen before, swirls and spirals that looked like tiny galaxies. "It's the work of the glimmer gloom," whispered old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, as he wound the gears of the town clock. "A mischievous spirit that dances in the rain and steals shiny things." But Finn wasn't so sure. He believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a reason and a solution. So he decided to investigate. His first clue came from a nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing to him when he was small. He'd found it scribbled on a scrap of parchment tucked inside an old astronomy book. It went, "When the clock ticks backward and the rain falls up, seek the map that's hidden in the buttercup. Follow the path where the shadows play, to find what was lost at the end of the day." Finn pondered the words as he walked through the village square, the rain now a gentle mist that clung to his woolen cloak. He paused by the clock tower, listening to the steady tick-tock, tick-tock. It sounded normal enough. But then he noticed something odd. The shadow cast by the clock's hands seemed to be moving in the wrong direction. Not by much, just a subtle shift, as if time itself were hesitating. He made his way to the meadow where the buttercups grew thick and golden. Kneeling in the damp grass, he examined the flowers. Most were closed against the drizzle, but one, nestled at the base of the old stone bridge, was wide open. And there, tucked inside its petals, was a tiny, tightly rolled scroll. It was a map, a delicate thing, drawn in faded ink on what felt like silk. It showed the Whispering Woods, with a path marked by starlight symbols, leading to a place called the Glimmering Glen. But the path wasn't straight. It looped and curved in a way that made no sense. Finn realized that the map was a puzzle. The stars on it corresponded to the missing constellations. He decided to follow it. The woods were alive with sound, the drip-drip of rainwater from leaf to fern, the chirp of crickets tuning up for evening, the distant hoot of an owl. Finn walked slowly, his lantern casting a warm circle of light around him. He soon came to a fork in the path. According to the map, he should go left. But his instincts told him to go right, where a patch of foxglove bells chimed softly in the breeze. This was his first red herring, and it led to a delightful discovery. There, nestled among the foxgloves, was a family of hedgehogs, curled asleep in a nest of moss and fallen petals. One of them was clutching a tiny, silver thimble that gleamed in the lantern light. Finn smiled. It was the thimble the weaver Bryn had lost weeks ago. He tucked it into his pocket to return to her later. Back on the correct path, Finn continued, his senses sharp. He noticed that the fireflies here glowed in patterns, 3 short flashes, then 2 long ones. It reminded him of Morse code, though he wasn't sure why. He also saw that the raindrops, as they fell into a particular mossy pond, seemed to ripple upward instead of down. When the rain falls up, he thought, remembering the rhyme. He followed the trail of upward falling rain to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches heavy with glowing lanterns that swayed in the wind. This was the Glimmering Glen. And there, sitting on a moss-covered stone, was a small, shimmering creature no taller than his knee. It had wings like a dragonfly and eyes like polished jet, and it was humming a tune that sounded like wind through pine needles. "Hello," Finn said softly, so as not to startle it. The creature looked up, and its humming stopped. "You found me," it said, its voice like the tinkling of crystal bells. "I've been looking for the stars," Finn replied, sitting on a nearby log. "Did you take them?" The creature, who introduced itself as Nyx, nodded sadly. "I didn't mean to cause trouble. I was lonely. The stars are my friends. They whisper stories to me at night, but lately the village has been so busy no one looks up anymore. No one notices the patterns in the sky or the way the constellations change with the seasons. I thought if I borrowed a few, someone might come looking. Finn's heart softened. He understood loneliness. But the stars belong to everyone, he said gently. They guide travelers, inspire dreamers, and comfort those who feel small. When you took them, you didn't just hide light, you hid hope. Nyx looked down, its glow dimming. I didn't think of that. What if, Finn suggested, instead of taking the stars, you helped us appreciate them? You could be the keeper of the night sky, reminding us to look up and wonder. Nyx's eyes brightened. I would like that. Together, they returned the stars to their places. Nyx flew up, light as a dandelion seed, and gently slotted each star back into the constellations. The swan regained its wing, the dipper its handle. The sky was whole again, brighter than ever. But the mystery wasn't entirely solved. Finn still wondered about the other peculiar happenings, the rising bread, the rearranged books, the new weaving patterns. As he walked back to the village with Nyx perched on his shoulder, he realized that all these things were connected. They were signs, gentle nudges from the world itself, reminding people to pay attention, to find joy in small surprises, to reconnect with each other and their home. The next day, Finn called a meeting in the village square. Under the restored starlight, with the clock tower chiming softly in the background, he told everyone about Nyx and the missing stars. He explained how loneliness had sparked the mystery, and how curiosity and empathy had solved it. The villagers listened, their faces lit by lantern light and understanding. Cora the baker brought out her extra fluffy cinnamon rolls and shared them with everyone. Thistle the librarian read aloud from a book of poetry about the night sky. Bryn the weaver showed off her new star-patterned cloth, woven with threads that shimmered like the Milky Way. And Nyx, no longer lonely, danced among them, its wings casting prismatic lights on the cobblestones. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made a tradition of gathering under the stars once a week, to tell stories, sing songs, and simply be together. They noticed the constellations, learned their names, and felt the vast, comforting presence of the universe. Finn often joined them, his heart full. He'd look up at the sky, then around at his friends and neighbors, and feel that some mysteries weren't meant to be solved alone, they were meant to be shared. And as the gentle rain began to fall once more, tapping a soothing rhythm on the rooftops, and the wind chimes sang their crystalline songs, he knew that Starlight Hollow was, and always would be, a place where every ending was a new beginning, and every heart found its way home by the light of the stars. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy, and the stars dusted the forest floor with their faint, glittering light, there existed a world that only awoke when the sun had tucked itself away. This was the domain of the night-blooming jasmine, whose fragrance hung in the air like a sweet secret, and of the moss-covered stones that remembered the footsteps of centuries. On this particular evening, a little hedgehog, his spines tipped with droplets of dew that caught the moonlight like tiny pearls, was feeling a deep and unfamiliar restlessness. His name was Pippin, and though his burrow was soft with dried ferns and thistledown, sleep would not come. A worry had nested in his heart, a fear that the gentle, constant rhythm of the forest was changing, that the familiar comforts were fading. Driven from his cozy home, he trundled along a path paved with luminous blue-green moss that glowed with a soft, internal light. Fireflies like living embers drifted lazily, blinking their silent code. The air was filled with a symphony of gentle sounds, the soft patter-patter of a light rainfall beginning to kiss the broad leaves overhead, the soothing shhhhh of the wind combing through the pine needles, and the distant, constant gurgle-babble of the storytelling stream. Pippin's journey led him to a starlit clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches arching overhead like the vault of a great, natural cathedral. In the center stood an ancient oak, so old its bark was a tapestry of deep grooves and velvety moss. This was the grandfather oak, and nestled in a crook of his great arm was a great gray owl, her feathers the color of wood smoke and moonlight. "Your footsteps speak of a heavy heart, little one," the owl said, her voice not a hoot, but a soft, resonant whisper, like stones smoothing each other in a riverbed. She was called Serena, and she was the keeper of the wood's unspoken tales. Pippin looked up, his dark eyes wide. "I am afraid, Serena, the air feels different, the world feels tired." Serena blinked her great, golden eyes slowly. "The forest is not tired, little Pippin. It is preparing to dream. Come, walk with me and listen." She glided down from her perch, her wings making not a sound, and led him to the edge of the storytelling stream. The water, dark and clear, flowed over stones worn smooth by time. As they walked, Serena taught Pippin to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart. "The trees do not speak with words," she murmured. "They speak with sighs." She placed a wing against the trunk of a slender silver birch. A gentle breeze stirred, and the leaves rustled with a sound like crinkling parchment. "They are sharing the day's warmth, storing it in their roots for the colder days to come. It is a language of letting go." They came to the stream, and Serena gestured for Pippin to dip his paw into the cool water. "The water does not speak with sentences," she said. "It speaks with rhythm." Pippin listened. The babble-gurgle-plink was not random noise. It was a story, the story of the mountain snowmelt, the journey through dark earth, the secrets told by the rocks it had polished. It was a song of constant, gentle movement. "And the stones," Serena continued, tapping a mossy boulder with her beak. It made a soft, deep thump. "They speak with memory, they hold the echoes of all that has passed. Their language is one of patience and permanence." As they moved deeper into the woods, the bioluminescent wonders of the night unveiled themselves. Ghost mushrooms clung to fallen logs, emitting an eerie, beautiful green light that illuminated their path. Will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced in the distance, their glow flickering like silent laughter. The very air seemed to shimmer, and Pippin felt his worry beginning to loosen its grip, replaced by a sense of awe. "But why does it feel like an ending?" Pippin asked, watching a cascade of amber leaves spiral down from a maple tree. The rustle swish as they landed on the forest floor was one of the most peaceful sounds he had ever heard. "It is not an ending," Serena replied, guiding him to a hidden grove where the rain fell more freely, its gentle pitter-patter on the giant lily pads creating a natural lullaby. "It is a turning of the page. The forest, like you, needs its time of rest. The magic of the seasons is the magic of cycles. The vibrant energy of summer must give way to the quiet contemplation of autumn, which must surrender to the deep, dreaming sleep of winter, so that the world can be born anew in the spring." She led him to a place where the earth was soft and dark. "Watch," she whispered. A mother badger was gently nudging her sleepy cubs into their set for the long winter. A family of squirrels, their chatter soft and busy, was making final adjustments to their drays, lining them with the softest moss. There was no panic, no sadness. There was only a gentle, purposeful preparation, a yielding. It was a collective sigh of contentment. "They are not saying goodbye to the world," Serena explained. "They are trusting it. They know that under the blanket of snow the seeds are sleeping and the roots are dreaming of the sun. The greatest magic is not in constant blooming, but in knowing when to rest." Pippin finally understood. His restlessness wasn't a fear of an ending, but a resistance to a necessary pause. He had been trying to hold on to the long, lively days of summer, not realizing the profound beauty and peace that lay in the gentle surrender of autumn. As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, painting the undersides of the clouds in shades of lavender and rose, Serena escorted Pippin back to the edge of his own burrow. The rainfall had ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. Remember the languages, Serena said, her form growing faint as the night began to retreat. Listen for the sigh of the trees, the song of the stream, the memory of the stones. They will always remind you that every ending is a new beginning in disguise, and that rest is not idleness, but a sacred part of growth. Pippin crawled into his burrow, the scent of damp earth and slumbering roots enveloping him like a warm blanket. His heart, once tight with anxiety, was now full and quiet. As he curled into a ball, the gentle dripping of water from the leaves outside his entrance made a soft, rhythmic plink, 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 like a metronome counting the beats of the forest's slow, dreaming breath. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in many nights, he did not fight the approach of the colder, quieter days. Instead, he welcomed them, ready to dream alongside the seeds and the stones, trusting in the unwavering promise of renewal, soothed to sleep by the ancient, whispering lullaby of the woods. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in blankets, all was safe and still. Tonight I shall tell you a story of quiet magic, of hidden worlds, and of a light that glows with the warmth of a heart finding its way home. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains kissed the sky, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart that often felt too big for his small world. While other children raced through the meadows playing games of chase and laughter, Leo preferred to sit beneath the great willow tree by the brook, listening to the water tell its endless story. He felt, in a way he couldn't quite explain, that he was waiting for something. A sign. A purpose. A warmth he couldn't find by the hearthside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks and painted the sky in shades of violet and rose, Leo's grandmother called him to her side. Her hands, wrinkled like a well-loved map, held a small object wrapped in faded velvet. "Leo," she said, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "This has been in our family for longer than the oldest oak in the forest. It is a locket, but it holds no picture. It holds a promise." She placed the cool, smooth object in his palm. It was an oval locket made of a strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the fading light. It was utterly plain, with no clasp, no hinge, and no way to open it. "They say," his grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to come from within, "that it only glows for the one who is meant to find what was lost. It is a guide, a warmth in the darkness, but its light is not for seeing with the eyes, Leo. It is for feeling with the heart." That night Leo lay in his bed, the locket held tightly in his hand. The moon rose, a silver coin in a velvet sky, and its light streamed through his window. And then something miraculous happened. A gentle warmth began to spread from the locket, a soft, pulsing heat that felt like a tiny heartbeat against his palm. He uncurled his fingers. There in the center of the dark metal, a faint, golden light was beginning to glow. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, of honey in sunlight, of pure, gentle magic. His breath caught in his throat. The light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, and with each pulse he felt a gentle tug, a silent calling from deep within the ancient forest that bordered their village. The Whispering Woods, a place the elders spoke of in hushed tones, a place of secrets and old magic. The next morning, with the locket hanging securely around his neck, hidden beneath his tunic, Leo packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool water. The ember light within the locket was a constant, warm presence against his chest, its gentle pull a compass in his blood. He told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods, and she simply smiled, her knowing eyes seeing more than he could say. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was an archway of intertwined hawthorn trees, their branches gnarled and wise. As Leo stepped across the threshold, the air changed. It grew stiller, cooler, and filled with the rich, damp scent of earth and moss. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in scattered shafts, illuminating dancing motes of dust. The world outside seemed to fade away, replaced by the deep, breathing silence of the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, following the soft, insistent tug of the locket. The path was not a path of stone or dirt, but one of intuition. He stepped over roots that looked like sleeping serpents, brushed past ferns that unfurled like green blessings, and listened to the symphony of the woods. The chatter of a squirrel, the distant hammering of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. It was during a moment of rest, as he sat on a moss-covered log sipping his water, that he heard a different sound. It was a small, frustrated snuffling, followed by a sad little whimper. Curiosity overriding caution, Leo crept towards the sound. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, he found a small clearing. And in the center of the clearing was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, silvery gray dappled with hints of dusky purple, and its eyes were not amber but a luminous, intelligent green. One of its back legs was trapped, not in a hunter's snare, but in the twisted, grasping roots of an ancient tree that had seemingly come alive to hold it fast. The fox stopped struggling as it saw Leo, its green eyes wide with fear and pain. "It's all right," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper. He approached slowly, his hands held out to show he meant no harm. "I won't hurt you." The fox watched him, trembling. As Leo drew nearer, the locket against his chest flared with a sudden, warmer pulse. The fox's eyes flickered down to Leo's chest and then back to his face, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between them. The fear in its eyes softened into a desperate hope. Leo knelt and examined the root. It was thick and woody, wrapped tightly around the fox's slender leg. He pulled and tugged, but it was no use. The root was as strong as iron. He looked around for a sharp stone, but found none. He was about to despair when the locket pulsed again, and an idea, clear and calm, blossomed in his mind. He wasn't supposed to break the root. He was supposed to ask it. It was the strangest thought he'd ever had. But the warmth of the locket urged him to trust it. He placed his hands on the rough bark of the root. He closed his eyes, trying to pour all his gentle intention, all his desire to help, into his touch. "Please," he whispered to the ancient tree. "Please let him go. He means you no harm." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, groaning shudder ran through the root. Slowly, as if waking from a long sleep, the woody coil began to unwind itself. It loosened its grip, creaking and sighing, until finally the fox's leg was free. The fox scrambled back, limping slightly, and shook its leg. It then turned its luminous green eyes on Leo, and to Leo's astonishment, it dipped its head in a clear, graceful bow of thanks. "You're welcome," Leo said, his heart swelling with a joy he'd never known. The fox did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step closer, then another, until it was close enough to nudge Leo's hand with its cool, wet nose. A friendship unexpected and warm was forged in that sun-dappled clearing. "I'm looking for something," Leo said, though he wasn't sure why he was telling a fox. "The locket is guiding me." The fox tilted its head, then turned and took a few limping steps towards a deeper part of the forest. It looked back at Leo, waiting. It was offering to guide him. And so, the boy and the twilight fox journeyed deeper into the whispering woods. The fox, whom Leo learned was named Finn through a series of understanding looks and gestures, knew the secrets of the forest. He led Leo along hidden animal trails, to a spring where the water sparkled like liquid crystal, and past meadows of flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. As they walked, Leo told Finn about his village, his grandmother, and the feeling of waiting for something more. Finn listened, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. The mystery of the locket's purpose began to unfold like the delicate petals of a night-blooming flower. The light would grow warmer and brighter when they were on the right path, and would dim to a faint glow if they strayed. It was not leading him to a place, Leo realized, but to a feeling, a state of being. One afternoon they came upon a part of the forest that was dying. The trees were skeletal, their leaves gray and brittle. The air was cold and carried no birdsong. A deep sadness hung over everything. In the center of this blight stood a single, magnificent tree, larger than any Leo had ever seen, but it was weeping a strange, black sap from a gash in its trunk. The locket on Leo's chest grew so hot it was almost uncomfortable, its light shining like a tiny star against the gloom. This was it. This was what he was meant to find. He approached the great tree, Finn staying close by his side, a low whine in his throat. Leo placed his hand on the rough, suffering bark. He could feel its pain, a deep, aching throb that echoed in his own bones. The tree was the heart of this part of the forest, and it was wounded, and its sorrow was poisoning the land around it. The gash was too big, too deep. He had no tools, no medicine. Despair threatened to wash over him. But then he remembered the root that had trapped Finn. He hadn't forced it. He had asked it. He had connected with it. He looked at the locket, now glowing with a fierce, loving light. Its promise was not of a tool, but of an ability. The ability to understand, to feel, to heal not by force, but by friendship. He sat down at the base of the great tree, leaning his back against it. Finn curled up beside him. Leo closed his eyes. He didn't try to think of a solution. Instead, he simply listened. He poured all his compassion, all the warmth from the locket and from his own heart, towards the ancient being. He shared its sadness, its fear of fading away. He sent it images of the vibrant forest it once nurtured, of the sun on its leaves, of the birds nesting in its branches. He offered it his friendship. He sat there for a long, long time, until the sun began to set. He felt a single, warm tear trace a path down his cheek. As it fell onto the root beneath him, something extraordinary happened. The locket's light flared one last, brilliant time, and then the light didn't fade. It poured out of the locket not as light, but as a wave of palpable, golden warmth. It flowed from Leo's chest, over his hands, and into the tree. It seeped into the gash, and where it touched the black sap, the sap turned clear and golden, like tree blood made of sunlight. The gash began to knit itself together, the bark weaving over the wound until it was whole again. A shudder of life ran through the great tree. Its gray leaves shivered and turned a vibrant, healthy green. The color spread out from the tree like a ripple in a pond, flowing through the soil, up the trunks of the skeletal trees, across the brittle grass. Life returned to the grove. Birds began to sing again. The air lost its chill. The transformation was complete. Leo stood up, weary but filled with a profound peace. The locket around his neck was dark and cool once more, its purpose fulfilled. He understood now. The journey had transformed him. He was no longer the boy who waited. He was a boy who listened, who understood, who could be a friend to the world. Finn nudged his hand, his green eyes shining with pride. Their journey back through the now-living forest was a quiet celebration. They did not speak, for no words were needed. The understanding between them was a warm, steady glow that needed no ember light. When Leo finally emerged from the whispering woods, the moon was high. He turned to say goodbye to his friend. Finn pressed his head against Leo's leg one last time, then turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees, a creature of magic returning to his world. Leo walked back to his village, a different boy from the one who had left. He went straight to his grandmother's cottage. She was waiting by the fire, as if she had known he would return at this exact moment. He didn't need to say a word. He simply took the now dark locket from his neck and placed it in her hand. She smiled, a smile that held the wisdom of ages. "You found it," she said. "I did," Leo replied, his voice steady and sure. "It was never about finding a thing. It was about finding a part of myself." His grandmother nodded, closing her fingers around the locket. "The light was always your own, my dear. The locket just helped you see it." That night, Leo slept a deep and dreamless sleep. He had journeyed into the unknown and found not a treasure, but a truth. He had discovered that the greatest magic is not in glowing lockets or talking foxes, though those are wonderful things. The greatest magic is a heart that is open, a hand that is offered in help, and the quiet, steady warmth of true friendship. And he carried that magic with him, a gentle, glowing ember in his soul, for the rest of his days. And so the fire crackles on, its warm light a promise against the night. The story is told, its magic lingering in the air like the scent of pine. May its warmth guide you, may its peace hold you, and may you journey into dreams knowing that the gentlest magic of all is already within you, waiting to glow. Sleep now. All is well. Deep within the ancient woods, where moonlight filters through the canopy like liquid silver and the air hums with ancient magic, there existed a place untouched by the hurried hands of time. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the forest understood. Moss clung to every stone and fallen log in velvety emerald blankets, and the streams sang gentle lullabies as they wove their way through the roots and ferns. On this particular night, when the full moon hung like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young hedgehog named Juniper found herself unable to sleep. Restlessness prickled along her spines, a feeling she couldn't quite name. She left her cozy nest of dried leaves and soft thistledown beneath the great roots of an oak, and ventured out into the moon-drenched clearing. The clearing was alive with bioluminescent wonders. Tiny fungi glowed with ethereal green and blue light along the path, and fireflies drifted like living stars, blinking in soft, rhythmic patterns. Juniper watched them, her small heart beating in time with their gentle flashes. She followed the soft, babbling voice of the nearby stream, its waters shimmering with reflected starlight. "What troubles you, little one?" a voice murmured, not in words, but in the rustle of leaves overhead. It was the ancient willow tree at the edge of the clearing, her branches sweeping the ground like a curtain of silver. Juniper looked up, her eyes wide. "I don't know," she whispered back, her voice barely louder than the skitter of a beetle. "I feel out of rhythm, like the forest is breathing, but I've forgotten how." The willow's leaves shivered in understanding. "The seasons are turning," she sighed, her voice the sound of wind through reeds. "Autumn's gold is giving way to winter's silver. It is a time of releasing, of quieting. The unrest you feel is the forest itself preparing to dream." Just then a smooth, gray stone near the stream's edge hummed softly. "Listen to the water," it murmured, its voice the sound of two stones clicking gently together. "It knows the way. It has sung the song of letting go since the world was young." Juniper crept closer to the stream, dipping her small paws into the chilly water. The stream song was a gentle, repetitive melody, drip-drop, trickle-whisper, bubble-swirl. It spoke of journeys taken, of obstacles worn smooth by patience, of the quiet joy of simply flowing onward. "But how do I quiet the restlessness?" Juniper asked the stream. The water did not answer with words, but with feeling. It offered a sense of release, a gentle encouragement to let the current of the season carry her. Still, Juniper felt a knot of unease in her chest. She needed more than feelings, she needed a guide. It was then that a shadow passed over the moon, silent and graceful. A great horned owl alighted on a low-hanging branch of the willow. His feathers were the color of night itself, peppered with flecks of gray like scattered starlight. His eyes were deep pools of ancient knowing, and when he blinked, it was a slow, peaceful motion. "Little hedgehog," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that vibrated in the air like a plucked harp string. "You seek the wisdom of the turning year." Juniper nodded, humbled by his presence. This was Orin, the elder owl who watched over the nocturnal rhythms of the wood. He did not offer answers freely, but instead posed a question. "Tell me, what do you fear will be lost when the cold sleep comes?" Juniper thought of the vibrant autumn mushrooms, the last berries of the season, the warmth of the sun on her back. "The light," she said softly. "The warmth, the abundance. I fear the emptiness." Orin swiveled his head, his gaze taking in the entire starlit clearing. "Follow me," he said. "I will show you that what you call emptiness is merely a different kind of fullness." He led her away from the stream, deeper into the heart of the ancient forest. Their path was lit by the glowing fungi and the generous moonlight. The wind whispered through the pine needles, creating a soft, shushing sound that seemed to soothe the very air. They walked until they came to a place Juniper had never seen before, a hidden grove where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center stood a single, magnificent silver birch, its bark peeling in luminous curls that caught the moonlight. "This is the Heartwood Grove," Orin explained, settling on a moss-covered log. "Here, the magic of the seasons is most pure. Watch." As they sat in silence, Juniper began to notice the subtle changes. The leaves of the maple trees at the edge of the grove, once fiery red, were now drifting to the ground one by one. Each descent was a slow, twirling dance, a final beautiful offering before the long rest. The sound was a gentle, papery rustle, 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 flutter, sigh, a natural ASMR that lulled the spirit. "The tree does not mourn the loss of its leaves," Orin murmured. "It understands they are not gone, but transformed. They will become the blanket that keeps its roots warm, the food that nourishes the soil for spring. It is an act of trust, not of loss." As if to emphasize his point, a soft, misty rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle shower, each drop a tiny prism that captured the moonlight before landing on a leaf, a branch, or the mossy ground. The sound was a symphony of gentle taps and patters, plip-plop, pitter-patter, a soothing rhythm that spoke of cleansing and renewal. Then the most wondrous thing happened. All around the grove, the raindrops that landed on certain leaves and petals began to glow. Tiny points of bioluminescent light sparked to life, until the entire grove was awash in a soft, blue-green radiance. It was as if the stars themselves had fallen to earth and been caught in the embrace of the forest. "You see," Orin said, his voice blending with the rainfall. "What appears to be a closing is often the opening of a different kind of beauty. The forest does not sleep in winter, it dreams, and its dreams are filled with their own light." Juniper watched, mesmerized, as the glowing raindrops traced the veins of leaves and rolled like liquid jewels down strands of spider silk. The restlessness in her heart began to soften, replaced by a sense of awe. She was witnessing the secret language of the forest, the language of transformation. "The stream spoke of letting go," Juniper said, remembering the cool water on her paws. "And the stone spoke of listening." Orin nodded slowly. "The stone holds the memory of ages. It teaches stillness and patience. The stream teaches flow and release, and the trees." He looked up at the great silver birch, which seemed to be breathing in the misty, luminous air. "The trees teach us about cycles. They show us that to everything there is a season, and each season has its own purpose and its own unique magic." He turned his deep eyes back to Juniper. "Your unrest, little one, is because you are fighting the current of the season. You are trying to hold on to the energy of autumn when the forest is asking you to embrace the quiet of winter. It is not a time for gathering, but for reflecting, not for growing, but for dreaming." The wisdom settled over Juniper like a warm, invisible cloak. She thought of her own nest, of the stories she could tell herself during the long nights, of the quiet comfort of her own heartbeat. She thought of the beauty of the luminous rain, a beauty that only existed in this specific moment of seasonal change. "How do I dream?" she asked, her voice now calm and curious. "You are already beginning," Orin said. "By being still, by listening to the rainfall and the wind, by watching the moon's journey across the sky. Your dreams will be seeded by what you observe now in this quiet time. They will take root in the dark, fertile soil of rest, and in the spring you will find they have grown into wonderful things." They sat together for a long while, listening to the gentle sounds of the forest. The rain softened to a drizzle, then ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. The bioluminescent glow slowly faded, its work done. The wind rustled the last few leaves on the oak trees, a sound like soft applause. When the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, Orin stirred. "The day wakers will soon rise," he said. "It is time for me to rest, and for you to return to your nest, not with unrest, but with a new understanding." Juniper thanked the wise owl, her heart full of a deep, resonant peace. She made her way back through the forest, but everything looked different now. The bare branches were not barren, they were tracing elegant patterns against the lightening sky. The chill in the air was not a threat, but an invitation to burrow deep and dream. When she reached her nest beneath the great oak, she curled into a tight ball, surrounded by the soft rustle of her own dried leaves. She listened to the final notes of the stream's night song and the first cheerful chirps of the waking birds. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a sweet, heavy drowsiness. As she drifted into sleep, the last thing she heard was the whisper of the ancient willow, carried on a gentle breeze. "Sleep, little one, dream deeply. The forest dreams with you." And Juniper did. She dreamed of silver birches and luminous rain, of wise old owls and whispering streams. She dreamed of cycles and seasons, of letting go and trusting the turn of the great, beautiful wheel. And in her dream she was not a small hedgehog in a vast forest, but a vital, beloved note in the endless, soothing lullaby of the ancient, magical wood. The old house on Willow Lane had always held its breath, and in the quiet moments just before dusk it would sigh. It was in one of those sighing moments that a young girl named Cora found herself standing at the foot of the attic stairs, a single, dust-covered key in her hand. Her grandmother had given it to her that morning with a soft smile. "The house has more stories to tell," she'd said. "Perhaps you're the one to listen." The attic door opened with a soft creak, a sound that was less a complaint and more a gentle greeting. A puff of dust motes danced in the slanted golden light, swirling like tiny, excited fairies. The air smelled of cedar and old roses, of forgotten winters and long, sunny afternoons. Cora stepped inside, her footsteps muffled by a thick carpet of dust. It was a landscape of memory. Trunks with brass fittings sat like sleeping turtles. A dressmaker's dummy stood guard in one corner, a silent, headless sentinel. And in the farthest, darkest nook, tucked under the slope of the roof, was a small wooden chest she had never noticed before. It was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, and on its lid was an inlaid design of a winding path leading to a star. Her heart beat a little faster, a soft thump-thump-thump against her ribs. She knelt, the old floorboards groaning softly beneath her knees, and fitted the key into the lock. It turned with a satisfying clunk. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was made of what looked like mother of pearl, shimmering with soft rainbows. The needle was not pointing north, but was instead spinning in slow, lazy circles. And instead of the usual directions, the dial was marked with words: whisper, remember, courage, and home. As she lifted it, the compass grew warm in her hand. The needle stopped its wandering and pointed, quite firmly, toward Whisper. At the same moment, a soft, rustling sound came from a stack of hatboxes nearby. A moment later, a small ginger cat with wise, green eyes emerged, blinking slowly. Cora knew this cat. It was Marmalade, who spent his days dozing on sun-warmed porch railings. "Took you long enough," Marmalade murmured, his voice a low, rumbling purr. "I've been napping on that velvet for decades, waiting for someone with quiet enough hands to open the box." Cora was too astonished to be frightened. "You can talk." "Everyone can talk," Marmalade said, leaping gracefully onto a nearby trunk and wrapping his tail neatly around his paws. "Most just don't know how to listen. That," he said, nodding his head toward the compass, "is the Heartstone compass. It doesn't point to places on a map, it points to places in here." He tapped a soft paw against his own furry chest. The compass needle quivered and then swung slowly to point at Remember. A gentle breeze, smelling of lavender and old paper, stirred the dust in the attic. It seemed to coalesce near the old rocking chair, forming into the faint, shimmering outline of a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. It was the memory of Cora's great-aunt Alara, who had loved this house more than anyone. "The journey is not long, little one," the memory whispered, her voice like the distant chiming of bells. "But the path requires a brave heart. The compass will guide you, but you must provide the footsteps." "What journey?" Cora asked, her own voice a whisper. "The journey to mend the sighing heart," Marmalade explained. "The house has been sighing because a piece of its heart is sad. A memory was left unresolved, a kindness ungiven. It sits like a cold stone in the very center of the home, and it needs to be warmed again." The compass needle shifted once more, now pointing firmly at courage. And so Cora's adventure began. It did not take her beyond the walls of the house on Willow Lane. Her journey was measured in footsteps from the dusty attic to the quiet hallway, down the stairs that creaked a familiar song, and into the cozy, lamplit living room where the fire crackled peacefully in the hearth. Her first guide was Marmalade, who padded silently beside her, his purr a constant, reassuring motor. "The sighing heart is not a thing you can hold," he told her. "It's a feeling, you'll know it when you feel it. It will feel cold." They moved into the kitchen, where the scent of baking bread still lingered from the afternoon. The compass needle began to spin. Cora stood in the center of the warm, checkered tiled room and closed her eyes, listening. Beneath the tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, she heard it, a soft, sorrowful sound, like a single frozen teardrop. "It's here," she said, opening her eyes. She looked around. Everything seemed cheerful and normal. Then her eyes fell upon the old pie safe in the corner. Its doors were slightly ajar. As she approached, the air grew noticeably cooler. She pulled the doors open. Inside, amongst the pie tins and mixing bowls, was a single, small porcelain thimble. It was beautifully painted with a tiny sprig of forget-me-nots, but it was ice-cold to the touch. The moment her fingers closed around it, a wave of profound sadness washed over her. It was the sadness of a promise forgotten. The shimmering memory of her great-aunt Alara appeared beside her, her form flickering like candlelight. "Ah," she sighed, a sound of gentle recognition. "My thimble, I was using it to mend a dress for a friend who was moving far away. I promised to finish it before she left, but I fell ill, and the dress was never finished. The promise was left here." She gestured to the cold thimble. A small thing, but a kindness left undone. The challenge was clear. The kindness had to be completed. But the friend was long gone, and the dress was nowhere to be found. How does one mend a promise from the past? Cora thought not with force or frustration, but with patience and a clever heart. She sat on the warm kitchen floor, the cold thimble in one hand, the the warm compass in the other. Marmalade curled up in her lap, his purrs vibrating through her, a steady rhythm of comfort. The compass points to home, Cora murmured, thinking aloud. And home isn't just a place, is it? It's a feeling of being loved, of belonging. The memory of Alara smiled, a little brighter now. You understand. Cora stood up, the thimble held tightly. She didn't need the original dress or the original friend. The kindness was the act itself. She went to her grandmother's sewing basket and found a small, plain square of linen. With a needle and some blue thread the color of forget-me-nots, she began to stitch. She wasn't mending a dress, she was mending the promise. She stitched a tiny, wobbly heart onto the fabric, pouring all her own kindness and hope into every loop of the thread. As she sewed, the thimble in her hand began to grow warm. The icy sadness within it melted away, replaced by the gentle warmth of a task being seen through to its end. When she tied the final knot, the thimble was as warm as a sunbeam. A deep, contented sigh echoed through the entire house, a sigh not of sorrow, but of profound relief. It was the sound of a weight being lifted, of a heart finally made whole. The fire in the living room crackled a little more brightly. The grandfather clock's tick-tock seemed to chime with a newfound joy. The shimmering form of Great-Aunt Alara reached out and touched Cora's cheek. Her touch was like a sunbeam. "Thank you, my dear," she whispered. "You have a brave and clever heart." And then, like a sigh of smoke, she faded away, but the feeling of her love remained, warming the room. Marmalade stretched, arching his back. "Well done," he purred. "The house is happy again. I believe I shall resume my nap on the porch railing. It's much cozier now." Cora climbed back up to the attic, the now warm thimble and the quiet compass in her hands. She placed the thimble back in the chest and closed the lid. The compass needle had settled, pointing peacefully at home. She knew that home was right here, in this house full of love and stories, with a purring cat and a crackling fire downstairs. She descended the stairs, the soft creak of the attic door closing behind her sounding like a gentle good night. She settled into the large armchair by the fireplace, the flames dancing and whispering their own ancient stories. The journey was over. She had not traveled far in miles, but she had journeyed deep into the heart of her home and found that the greatest magic and the greatest courage was simply the will to be kind. And as the fire crackled and the distant bells of the town clock chimed the hour, Cora felt a deep and comforting peace, knowing that some secrets are not meant to be hidden, but to be shared, one gentle heartbeat at a time.